In the mirror, a young boy in a school uniform with bangs, bright white teeth, a fresh and sunny demeanor, looked handsome and clean. However, his eyes revealed a maturity that was not typical for his age. Lin Mo smiled, his smile radiant and dazzling, tinged with a hint of mockery, but also with a sense of relief and liberation. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Mo gazed at his somewhat naive reflection, and a multitude of memories drifted through his mind. Brother Lin Mo, when I grow up, I want to marry you. An 8-year-old promise that Lin Mo had remembered for 10 long years, and had pursued for 10 long years. He and An Miaowei were the envy of everyone, childhood sweethearts who attended the same elementary school, middle school, and high school, always sitting at the same desk. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and unsuspecting. Even their parents had made a verbal agreement. Just when everyone thought they would end up together as they wished, the outcome took everyone by surprise. On the eve of the college entrance examination, Su Ran swooped in and intercepted him. In terms of grades, Lin Mo was stronger. In terms of looks, Lin Mo was still a cut above. In terms of physique, Lin Mo was even stronger. But Lin Mo lost. He lost completely without dignity. Yet at that time, Lin Mo had not completely given up. After the college entrance examination, he abandoned his aspirations for a prestigious university and chose to attend the same ordinary university as An Miaowei. When school started, he helped her move her luggage, carried her bags while shopping, and brought her an umbrella when it rained. He knew she had trouble getting up in the morning, so he brought breakfast to her dormitory. He knew she caught a cold one night, so he ran half the city in the heavy snow to get her medicine. But Lin Mo never imagined that the more he humiliated himself to hold on to her, the more she despised him. Lin Mo, do you know how annoying you are? Can you stay away from me? I don't like you. What about the promise from our childhood? That was just a childhood joke. Why would you take it seriously? Lin Mo always believed that companionship was the longest farewell, but in the eyes of others, he was just a pathetic admirer. He had become the person everyone hated the most, including himself. Look, he looks like a dog. When he finally came to his senses, he could only mourn alone in the lonely night, shedding silent tears. Lin Mo, you're going to be late for school, and Miaowei has already left, and you still haven't gotten dressed? His mother's urging voice broke Lin Mo's train of thought. Mom, I'm ready. Opening the door, Lin Mo smiled brightly at his mother, his smile warm and radiant like the summer sun. Mom, I love you. Suddenly, Lin Mo kissed his mother on the cheek. He felt a pang of guilt. In his previous life, because of his college entrance examination choices, he almost made his beloved mother furious enough to death. Tang Susu was momentarily stunned, realizing that her son seemed to have matured overnight. A look of relief spread across her face as she reached out to touch his hair. Good boy, hurry up and head out. Stepping out of the house, Lin Mo took a deep breath of fresh air, looking up at the blue sky, his smile growing more pronounced. In this life, I will no longer be a pathetic admirer, Lin Mo murmured to himself, turning towards the school with a light step, exuding immense confidence. Those who cannot attain what they desire in youth will eventually find themselves trapped for half their lives. The fleeting glimpses of middle age will awaken them, and eventually, they will resolve lifelong confusions through various experiences. Suddenly looking up, An Miaowei was not as dull as that. In the classroom of Qingchuan No. 1 High School, Class 3-1, at the third desk in the middle row, close to the left aisle, sat a beautiful girl in a school uniform with a slightly youthful appearance. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her body and reflecting her perfect profile. Even wearing the most ordinary school uniform and without any makeup, she still attracted everyone's attention. Not just her looks, but also An Miaowei's unique, quiet demeanor made her hard to ignore. She was the class monitor and also the school monitor of Qingchuan No. 1, the object of pursuit for countless admirers. Due to the tension of studying for the upcoming college entrance examination, many students brought their breakfast to the classroom to gain a bit more review time. Next to An Miaowei, a slightly plump classmate named Gong Lily was eating breakfast, the aroma of her steamed buns wafting to An Miaowei's nose. Grumble. An Miaowei's stomach growled twice, causing Gong Lily to look up, her gaze subconsciously shifting to the empty seat on the left side across the aisle from An Miaowei. Miaowei, didn't Lin Mo bring you breakfast today? Gong Lily asked curiously. An Miaowei bit her lip, her gaze falling on the empty seat across, and she replied softly, he hasn't arrived yet. Miaowei, don't you two come together every day? Gong Lily said in surprise, her tone filled with concern. Did Lin Mo bully you? At that moment, a young man walked in at the classroom door. He walked in with a relaxed pace, paused at the entrance for a moment, his eyes shimmering with bright light, a faint smile curving on his lips like a spring breeze, refreshing and pleasant. Some students looked up, glancing at the young man at the door, their eyes showing a hint of astonishment. Why do I feel like Lin Mo has changed a lot? His voice drew the attention of everyone in the class, and people raised their heads to look at Lin Mo at the door. Lin Montak? I actually doubted for a moment that he wasn't Lin Mo. This ugly school uniform can be worn with such grace. I always thought Lin Mo was a bookworm, but it turns out he looks quite handsome when he smiles. The whispers of the crowd fell into An Miaowei's ears, and she couldn't help but frown, looking up at Lin Mo, who walked into the classroom without glancing her way. At first glance, An Miaowei admitted she was attracted. This mature side of Lin Mo was something she had never seen before. However, in the next moment, the pride in the girl's heart was unwilling to acknowledge it. I just realized that Lin Mo is actually so handsome. Beside An Miaowei, Gong Lily revealed a starry-eyed expression. Hearing this, An Miaowei frowned. Although Lin Mo had delicate features, he couldn't really be considered handsome, right? You're right, youth. After lingering at the classroom door for 3 seconds, Lin Mo silently thought to himself and walked towards his seat. His appearance was no different from yesterday. The only changes were in 2 aspects: smile and confidence. A boy who loves to smile and is confident can become quite handsome. After the heavy rain, I thought I would almost forget the memories of my youth. Like a dream, whether it's a beautiful dream or a nightmare. Once you wake up, everything in the dream gradually becomes blurry until the details are completely forgotten. However, Lin Mo discovered that those memories were deeply imprinted in his mind, as if they had just happened yesterday, very clear. Thus, he accurately found his seat, his movements fluid and natural. Just as Lin Mo had just sat down, a somewhat angry voice came from his right ear. Lin Mo, where's Wei Wei's breakfast? Lin Mo raised his eyes and saw a person he could never forget, An Miaowei. At that moment, she was holding a pen in one hand, slightly lowering her head, staring at the book in front of her. Her skin was fair, her figure slender, her features delicate, and her shiny black hair fell to her shoulders, looking smooth like a waterfall, with a few strands of bangs falling over her forehead. Her eyelashes were long and curled, fluttering like butterfly wings, blinking a few times with the rise and fall of her breath, making one want to touch them. On her slightly youthful face, a pair of round, clear eyes sparkled like water, her nose small and exquisite, and she radiated a gentle and peaceful aura. Being the school beauty, An Miaowei perfectly matched the image of the ideal goddess in most people's hearts. If it weren't for those upsetting memories, Lin Mo would have worshipped her as his greatest love like before. However, Lin Mo was no longer that naive and innocent young man. The one who spoke was not An Miaowei, but her desk mate Gong Lily. Lin Mo looked up at Gong Lily and couldn't help but frown. What breakfast? Lin Mo noticed that after he asked this question, An Miaowei's expression showed a moment of surprise, as if she hadn't anticipated his response. After all, in An Miaowei's heart, Lin Mo had always been so attentive and caring. Gong Lily paused for a moment and immediately said, Don't you bring breakfast for Wei Wei every day? Why not today? Memories flooded back to Lin Mo. An Miaowei and he had grown up together. Since childhood, he had taken good care of her. Starting from high school, Lin Mo brought breakfast for An Miaowei every day, without expecting anything in return. This had gone on for 2.5 years. The more he pleased her in the past, the more he hated it now. He despised his former self for putting in so much effort for someone who didn't deserve it. Since time had already turned back, he wouldn't continue to be foolish like before and make the wrong choices. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from An Miaowei, looked at Gong Lily, and calmly said, "Why should I bring her breakfast? Did she pay for it?" The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Mo understood that he had completely drawn a line with An Miaowei. But Lin Mo did not regret it. Youth comes only once, and God had given him a new opportunity to live again and change his fate. Lin Mo absolutely would not allow himself to repeat the same mistakes. Gong Lily and An Miaowei were both stunned at the same time. Perhaps in their hearts, they had imagined 1,000 or 10,000 possibilities, but they never expected that Lin Mo would say such a thing. Especially An Miaowei. Although she seemed unchanged, the pen in her hand slipped from her grasp. Thud! The pen tip fell onto the book. An Miaowei gritted her teeth, raised her eyes to look at Lin Mo, her gaze filled with disbelief. Lin Mo shouldn't be so compliant with herself, right? Why has he suddenly become so unfamiliar? And facing An Miaowei's gaze, in the past, Lin Mo might have felt immense heartache and would have done everything for her small request. But now, he can calmly accept An Miaowei's gaze. To like someone is to have a lens of concern. When he likes her, she is Lin Mo's entire world, with everything centered around her. When he doesn't like her, she is just one among many in the world, with no distinction. Emotional ties are a matter of affection. Not having them is a matter of principle. After a moment, Gong Lily came back to her senses, took out 10 yuan from her pocket, and said, "This is Wei Wei's breakfast money. You can keep a few yuan for bus fare. Is that all right?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, extended his finger, lightly hooked the bill from Gong Lily's hand, and naturally put it into his pocket. Although he accepted the money, he showed no intention of buying breakfast, sitting firmly in his seat. "Lin Mo, why aren't you going to buy breakfast? Class is about to start." Seeing Lin Mo indifferent, Gong Lily frowned and reminded him. Lin Mo, however, replied unhurriedly, "This little bit of breakfast money isn't enough. A breakfast only costs 5 or 6 yuan. I've given you 10 yuan, you don't be too unreasonable." Gong Lily's eyes widened. A breakfast indeed only costs 5 or 6 yuan, but since high school, I've brought breakfast for An Miaowei 502 times. That means the breakfast fee should at least be 2,500 yuan. Lin Mo said seriously while counting on his fingers, and he didn't forget to add, "I haven't even counted the errand fee and interest yet." "You!" After hearing Lin Mo's words, Gong Lily's face instantly turned red. 2,500 yuan is an astronomical figure for high school students like them. Now in the 12th year, 2,500 yuan is not a small amount. Even An Miaowei was somewhat shocked. So Lin Mo had spent so much money just on breakfast for her? She thought it was just a 5 yuan breakfast, something she took for granted, but after more than 2 years of accumulation, it turned out to be such a large sum. Knowing it was unreasonable, Gong Lily's voice became softer. "Lin Mo, do you know how much not having breakfast will affect Wei Wei's studies?" Oh, Lin Mo elongated his tone and said lightly, "Her studies have nothing to do with me? How can it not?" Gong Lily's eyes widened in disbelief and said, "Lin Mo, Wei Wei likes you so much, and you treat her like this?" "Like?" Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. At the beginning of high school, their relationship made the teacher misunderstand that they were a couple. An Miaowei had once said something to him, and it was this statement that made Lin Mo silently protect her throughout high school without choosing to confess. Now, this past statement made him say it directly to her. "An Miaowei, high school prohibits dating. I don't want our relationship to be misunderstood by teachers and classmates. We are friends, just good friends, right?" Lin Mo turned to look at An Miaowei beside him and said with a smile. An Miaowei bit her lip tightly, her pearly teeth firmly biting her lower lip, and her beautiful eyes already carried a hint of embarrassment and anger. She suddenly thought of a scene. 2 years ago, she had said the same thing to Lin Mo. She remembered that when Lin Mo heard this, he stood there in a daze for a long time. So this statement had such strong attacking power? "Lily, stop talking. Lin Mo is right. He has no obligation to bring me breakfast. An Miaowei gently tugged at Gong Lily's school uniform. Her voice was soft and tender, but Lin Mo felt quite uncomfortable listening to it. Whether or not to bring breakfast had nothing to do with him, yet her words made it seem as if she was the true victim. Gong Lily bit her lower lip, heart aching as she looked at An Miaowei, while also glaring at Lin Mo in anger. Lin Mo shrugged, expressing his innocence. Had he done anything wrong? Lin Mo, you've changed. After a long silence, An Miaowei slowly spoke. Her tone carried a hint of disappointment. This statement struck Lin Mo's ears like a sharp blade. Yes, he had changed, but who was the one who changed first? In the past, he had given everything for An Miaowei, including his own feelings, but it seemed he was the only one moved by it. In the end, it was all for nothing. Now, he finally recognized his own heart and did not want to be foolish any longer. Lin Mo smiled faintly and looked at An Miaowei. An Miaowei, as for whether I've changed or not, you know better in your heart than I do. An Miaowei was taken aback, looking at Lin Mo before her, unable to believe this was the boy she was familiar with. He had once cared for her so much, liked her so deeply. Now, how could he look at her with such a cold gaze? Lin Mo, acting like this will only make me dislike you more, An Miaowei said, biting her lip, speaking slowly and softly. Hearing this, Lin Mo laughed. An Miaowei, have you ever liked me? This question pierced through An Miaowei's heart like a knife. Her lips twitched, and she bit down on her rosy lips, her expression complicated. So he knew all along. She definitely had never liked Lin Mo, but she enjoyed the present, relished in the attention from an outstanding academic, and savored the envious glances from her friends. She enjoyed Lin Mo's attention, even if she felt selfish about it. However, she certainly couldn't say that out loud. It was her secret. We are still young. Let's talk about whether we like each other after the college entrance examination. An Miaowei tried hard to maintain her composure. After the college entrance examination, Lin Mo squinted his eyes. If it weren't for the memories of the past, he might have believed her. But not long ago, before the college entrance examination, why did An Miaowei accept Su Ran's confession? Wasn't it said that relationships were not to be entertained during high school? At the end of the day, all excuses boiled down to disinterest. An Miaowei, yesterday is gone and will never come back. Lin Mo smiled faintly, turning to look out the window, no longer at An Miaowei. An Miaowei was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind Lin Mo's words. What I mean is some things once missed are missed forever. They won't come back. Lin Mo gazed at the sunlight outside the window with deep eyes, his tone casual, as if discussing something very ordinary. Lin Mo, what exactly do you want to say? An Miaowei still felt confused. Lin Mo turned back to look at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's nothing, just sharing some facts with you. Everything had ended. In his future youth, he would live only for himself. That period of youthful days belonging to him and An Miaowei, those memories he cherished and only thought of at night, would all be sealed away by him. Lin Mo, I owe you for breakfast. I will pay you back. An Miaowei took a deep breath, looking into Lin Mo's eyes, clear and determined. Please give me a little time. An Miaowei said this verbally, but in her heart, she calculated that Lin Mo would definitely not make her pay back, because Lin Mo had given her so many gifts and had never asked for anything in return. What surprised her was that Lin Mo nodded. Lin Mo replied casually. Seeing Lin Mo's nonchalant attitude, An Miaowei felt an unprecedented sense of frustration in her heart. In the past, whenever she was unhappy, Lin Mo would make an effort to chat with her, to cheer her up. He had never been calculative with her, and certainly would not let her go hungry. But now, he was so indifferent to her. The conversation between the academic Lin and the popular and caused quite a stir among the classmates in the classroom. For these high school students, who were under immense study pressure, this kind of explosive gossip was a rare spice, especially since it involved these two prominent figures. Wow, why has Lin Mo's attitude changed 180 degrees today? Yeah, Lin Mo has always been very nice to him. Why did they suddenly start arguing? I've always dreamed of having someone as gentle and handsome as Lin Mo treat me well. Yet An Miaowei actually pushed him away. So, if An Miaowei and Lin Mo are no longer together, does that mean I have a chance to confess to An Miaowei? Take a look in the mirror. If An Miaowei doesn't like someone as good as Lin Mo, she wouldn't choose you. Whispers surrounded her, and these words reached An Miaowei's ears. This made her frown slightly. She wanted to shout that Lin Mo wasn't as good as they said. The Lin Mo who was 9 and wet the bed, the Lin Mo who was 10 and loved playing in the mud, the Lin Mo who at 11 fell while climbing a mountain and cried loudly. In An Miaowei's eyes, Lin Mo had countless dark secrets, and it was precisely these dark secrets that lowered his score in her heart. The reason childhood friends cannot compete with unexpected romances lies in the unfair collision between flaws and merits. Because they are too familiar, a small flaw can be infinitely magnified, leading to a neglect of a series of advantages. Because they are unfamiliar, a small advantage can be infinitely magnified, thereby accepting a series of flaws. This is true for both boys and girls who have just fallen in love. Once they truly become familiar, they realize that his flaws far outweigh his merits. And at that moment, they discover they have long been deeply trapped and cannot extricate themselves. Meanwhile, her desk mate and best friend, Gu Xiaohua, was staring at Lin Mo with wide eyes and admiration. Mo Gu, you are so cool today. After Lin Mo resolved the issue with An Miaowei, Gu Xiaohua leaned over excitedly and said, looking at his best friend, Lin Mo felt a warm current in his heart. This was his brother. Gu Xiaohua understood even more clearly than he did. After An Miaowei developed feelings for Su Ran, he had been persuading Lin Mo. At that time, Lin Mo not only didn't listen to his advice, but also found it too bothersome and unilaterally cut ties with Gu Xiaohua. Later, when Lin Mo lost badly, it was only Gu Xiaohua who stayed with him to drink. A brother is for a lifetime. However, looking at the youthful Gu Xiaohua with glasses, Lin Mo couldn't help but think of how he would look as a programmer 10 years later, unable to suppress a smile. I just realized your hair is pretty cool. Remember to take good care of it. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaohua lowered his head, fiddling with his short hair, a silly smile on his face. Is it really that cool? An Miaowei, this is my breakfast. You can't go hungry. A boy eagerly held out his breakfast to An Miaowei. As the school idol, the boys who liked An Miaowei could line up all the way to the school gate. From Lin Mo's earlier words, it was evident that everyone knew An Miaowei had not eaten breakfast today. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to show off? Looking at the breakfast being offered by a boy whose name she couldn't even recall at the moment, An Miaowei instinctively wanted to refuse, but then she caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's gaze shifting towards her. Not knowing whether she wanted to annoy Lin Mo or what, she swallowed her refusal and extended her right hand to take the steaming box of buns. Thank you, classmate. An Miaowei looked up and gave the boy a sweet smile. With that smile, she nearly blinded the boy. You're welcome, you're welcome. The boy immediately grinned widely, his face resembling that of a Methria Buddha. It's my honor to serve the goddess. The boy left with a silly grin, and An Miaowei looked at Lin Mo, revealing a somewhat smug expression as she raised the breakfast in her hand, as if to say, even without you, someone still brings me breakfast. Lin Mo turned his head away with a faint smile, but in that moment, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Idiot, so foolish. He mocked his past self in his heart, truly a lovable fool. In his memories, he had brought An Miaowei breakfast hundreds of times and given her dozens of gifts of various sizes. Yet he had never seen her smile and say thank you. Not a single thank you. And as for reciprocation, it was few and far between. A grain of kindness repaid with a bucket of resentment. It was precisely because he had been too much of a good person that not only did he not receive any reward, but once he stopped being a good person, the other party even grew to resent him. What a fool! On the other side, An Miaowei, who had just taken a small bite of the bun, almost spat it out immediately, because it happened to be her least favorite flavor, chive-filled buns. However, she couldn't just throw it away, not to mention that the boy was still watching her eat. Even Lin Mo was nearby, and she didn't want to embarrass herself. It must be very embarrassing to make a fool of herself in front of Lin Mo, right? An Miaowei could only grit her teeth and force the chive bun into her mouth. Chewing it, her stomach instantly churned uncomfortably. She recalled the breakfast Lin Mo had brought her in the past, with many different flavors, yet none were ones she disliked. Had he noted down the foods she didn't like in his heart? Suddenly, An Miaowei felt a pang in her nose, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and she lowered her head, pretending to eat breakfast seriously. She didn't know how she finished this breakfast. In her memory, this was the most uncomfortable meal she had ever eaten. After finishing, she quietly turned her head and glanced at Lin Mo, only to find that he seemed to have never looked her way again. She remembered how, in the past, Lin Mo always liked to watch her, twirling a pen in his hand whenever he had free time, gazing at her. No, she clearly didn't like him and even found him somewhat annoying. Why did she keep thinking about these things? An Miaowei forced herself to wake up, sniffed, and opened her textbook, trying to shift her attention to the book. However, no matter how hard she tried to concentrate, Lin Mo's gentle, yet distant gaze and his soft but cold words kept surfacing in her mind. The classmates around her recited poetry in low voices, which in her ears turned into noise, making her head buzz. 10 minutes passed, and she hadn't even turned a page of the textbook in her hands. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, and everyone instinctively looked up as the old teacher with a receding hairline entered, accompanied by a few students. The young man looks good, dressed in a white sports outfit, appearing sunny and handsome. In an environment where everyone else is in school uniforms, he stands out in his white sportswear. As soon as he appears, he almost attracts the attention of most people. I'll introduce him. This is the new student Suran. I hope you all can get along well with him, the old class monitor announced, and was the first to clap, followed by many students in the classroom who began to clap as well. Except for Lin Mo. He looked at Suran, a faint smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. This unexpected arrival that would change the course of his life had finally made his entrance. Last time, he had lost so badly. If given another chance, he would make Suran understand who the true king is. Lin Mo subconsciously shifted his gaze to his side. Although he had cut ties with An Miaowei, he still couldn't break this habit. Just as Lin Mo forced himself not to look at An Miaowei, his gaze lingered on her. If he remembered correctly, last time when Suran appeared, An Miaowei had been smiling at him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. At that time, he had felt a twinge of jealousy. Now, An Miaowei didn't even lift her head, seemingly preoccupied with something, and her clapping seemed half-hearted and perfunctory. Had the butterfly flapping its wings caused destiny to deviate from its course? Hello everyone, my name is Suran. I come from Qingchuan Middle School, and I ranked 7th in the district in the last semester's final exam. Suran wrote his name on the blackboard and introduced himself. After finishing, he flashed a brilliant smile at everyone, revealing his neat, white teeth, looking just like the boy next door from a comic. While came the voices of female students below, starstruck. So it's Suran. I've heard his name for a long time. So handsome, and his grades are so good, he's simply a male god. Hearing these compliments, Suran's smile became even more charming. In society, money serves as a person's packaging, enhancing one's charm. In school, grades serve as a person's packaging, adding considerable appeal. With the combination of being a top student and having a slightly handsome appearance, Suran's presence almost captured the attention of all the girls. Some shy ones would lower their heads and show bashful expressions when Suran's gaze fell on them. Observing the reactions below, Suran's lips curled into a satisfied arc. However, many boys were not pleased with Suran stealing the spotlight and attracting the attention of all the girls in the class. Hey, isn't that Lin Mo? I've heard that in numerous exams, you've ranked 7th quite a few times, but you've never taken first place, right? What a coincidence, running into the number 7 in the district, Tisk. Tisk, maybe it's fate. The boys teased, their words dripping with sarcasm. Boys don't have curiosity about other boys. When faced with provocation from outsiders, they tend to side with Lin Mo. Thus, Everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Mo and Su Ran, moving back and forth between the two of them. Would these two top students end up clashing? You are Lin Mo? I've heard of you. The one who often ranks first. Hello, I'm Su Ran. Nice to meet you. Su Ran stepped down from the podium, walked over to Lin Mo, extended his hand with a friendly smile. It seemed as if they had known each other for a long time, their relationship appearing quite special. Su Ran, in his first confrontation with Lin Mo, had already begun. In his previous life, this was the moment when everything began, and every encounter ended in defeat. Later, he learned that Su Ran transferred schools specifically to target him. After all, he had overshadowed Su Ran throughout high school, and Su Ran was an extremely proud and arrogant person. Indeed, Su Ran achieved his goal, affecting Lin Mo's state, which ultimately led to a significant decline in his performance, allowing Su Ran to take the first position from him. In his previous life, when faced with Su Ran's friendly handshake gesture, Lin Mo simply shook his hand and nodded, without any extra actions. It was precisely this that caused him to be led by the nose by Su Ran, making himself transparent and allowing Su Ran to outshine him. But now, Lin Mo would not let Su Ran's intention succeed. Lin Mo stood up, slightly taller than Su Ran, creating a contrast. With this action, Lin Mo grasped the advantage of this first encounter in his own hands. In his previous life, not standing up had caused him to fail in two ways. The first was that Su Ran was standing while he was sitting, making the classmates perceive Su Ran as humble and himself as arrogant. People generally dislike arrogant individuals. The second was that the focus of the entire class was on the only standing Su Ran. A subtle action was enough to overturn a person's image in the eyes of others. First impressions are crucial. If no impression is left, a greater price must be paid later, or there may be no subsequent opportunity at all. However, this alone was not enough. The gap in advantages between him and Su Ran was still too small, and the classmates' focus still leaned toward Su Ran. The same principle applied. When faced with a familiar person and an equally excellent stranger, most people would direct their attention to the stranger, wanting to know more about them. This is an innate human nature, though the degree of curiosity may vary between genders. In his previous life, he was too aloof, too transparent, and too much like an old man. A man often ends up with nothing in the face of sweet words. The promises of a scumbag are merely empty talk, while they can often embrace the beauty. But now everything has changed. Lin Mo was still the same Lin Mo, yet not the same Lin Mo anymore. In this life, he would no longer give the other party any chance to resist. If given the choice, he would rather be a scumbag than be caught off guard. Su Ran, I am Lin Mo, the class monitor of this class. If you have any issues, feel free to come to me, Lin Mo said with a smile, giving a beautiful retort. His identity as the class monitor suppressed Su Ran's identity as an ordinary student. Sure enough, when Lin Mo said this, Su Ran's expression immediately stiffened. Perhaps Su Ran did not expect that Lin Mo would be so difficult to deal with. This retort was something even he himself could not achieve. It should be noted that his father was a linguistics expert, and he had been exposed to various books since childhood, knowing how to use language to strike at a person. Yet now he found himself being suppressed. If Lin Mo could hear Su Ran's inner thoughts, he would only smile faintly. Can knowledge gained from books compare to the years of experience he had in the real world? The saying, reading 10,000 books is not as useful as traveling 10,000 miles, is not without reason. After all, Su Ran was still Su Ran, and he quickly reacted, smiling and saying, "Oh, so you are still the class monitor. The class monitor should take good care of me, the new student." After saying this, Su Ran turned to the other students in the class and clasped his fists, saying, "I hope everyone could take care of me as well." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. This Su Ran was indeed not simple. His words expressed that in his heart, he viewed the class monitor and all the students as equals, elevated the status of everyone in Su Ran's heart. Su Ran, I don't know what the school rules are in your school, but our school's rules require every student to wear a uniform to school. Today is Su Ran's first day at school, so it's fine. Starting tomorrow, remember to wear the uniform. Otherwise, it will disrupt the overall harmony of our class and lower our evaluation. Lin Mo looked at Su Ran's white sportswear and smiled. In his previous life, Su Ran attracted everyone's attention so quickly because of his unique attire. Moreover, when it came to the college entrance examination, Su Ran had never worn the school uniform, and the teachers didn't say anything because the exams were approaching, and Su Ran was a top student, so it was just overlooked. It was precisely because Su Ran not wearing the uniform was the only exception recognized by the school that made him even more unique, as if he had privileges. And the difference between privilege and being an outlier is just a sentence. Lin Mo's words immediately categorized Su Ran as an outlier. Not wearing a uniform would disrupt harmony and lower the class's evaluation. Most importantly, Lin Mo brought up the school rules, and even the homeroom teacher beside them didn't dare to say anything. If it were said that Su Ran could not wear the uniform, then what would the students who were punished for forgetting to wear the uniform think? This made many students feel that Su Ran's sportswear was not a cool exception, but rather a somewhat glaring outlier. The initiative was completely in Lin Mo's hands. With a uniform or not, Su Ran was already smiling on the surface, but not in his heart. He realized that in this silent verbal battle, he was at an absolute disadvantage. If he said he wouldn't wear it, he would not only be violating the school rules, but would also be despised by many students. Why should he have privileges while others were punished for forgetting to wear it once? If he said he would wear it, it would mean he lost to Lin Mo. No matter what he answered, he had lost. Don't worry, class monitor. I will wear the uniform, but the uniforms were distributed last semester, tailored for each student, and there might not be any spare uniforms left now. Su Ran tried to maintain a smile on his face, trying not to show any flaws. What he meant was, if the school didn't have uniforms left, then he could not wear it, right? As for whether he would really go to the school to ask for a uniform, who knows? At that time, he wouldn't wear the uniform and would still have a reasonable excuse. Lin Mo obviously also thought of Su Ran's psychological activity. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, as if he had already anticipated this scene. That's really unfortunate. I was just responsible for distributing uniforms. Last semester, a male student transferred out, leaving behind 2 sets of uniforms for 175 centimeters height that we didn't have time to distribute. Lin Mo paused, leaned a bit closer to Su Ran, and compared their heights. I'm 180 centimeters, and you're a bit shorter than me. Just right for wearing the 175 centimeters uniform. I'll go get it for you after class. Lin Mo said with a smile, and this strike was a fatal blow. Naturally, Su Ran's face slightly flushed. He understood in his heart that he had lost, and it was a significant loss. Then thank you, class monitor. Su Ran almost fled back to the new desk arranged for him at the back of the classroom. In fact, very few people would specifically pay attention to height, but Lin Mo openly stated the height difference between the two, which immediately drew everyone's attention to their height difference. This comparison left a deep impression in the minds of all the students that Lin Mo was significantly taller than Su Ran. In this first confrontation, Lin Mo emerged victorious. I just realized that Lin Mo is so tall. Although I knew he wasn't short, I didn't expect him to be 1.8 meters tall. Lin Mo was just so handsome. Although Su Ran is also very outstanding, there's clearly a gap between him and Lin Mo. Of course there's a gap. Lin Mo has always been first. Su Ran can't even be sure to maintain second place. He has even dropped out of the top 10 before. Yeah, that's right. I like the aura that Lin Mo has. He's neither humble nor arrogant, and he has a great demeanor. The discussions of the classmates reached Lin Mo's ears as he smiled and sat down. He knew that from this moment on, his fate was about to change completely. Even An Miaowei, who was sitting nearby, furrowed her brows slightly. Having known Lin Mo for so many years, it was the first time she saw him speak so much. The way Lin Mo spoke just now didn't resemble that of a high school student at all. It was truly shocking and admirable. She felt that Lin Mo seemed too unfamiliar now, and she wanted to uncover this mystery. She wanted to know why his personality had changed so dramatically overnight. Curiosity, however, often leads to defeat. When Lin Mo placed the brand-new school uniform on Su Rant's desk, he noticed Su Rant's stiff face and couldn't help but feel good. Today was the happiest day Lin Mo had ever experienced, and it was also the most relaxing day. He had put down the burdens he carried for over a decade and let go of a relationship that didn't belong to him. The feeling of having a crush was truly painful, and in the later stages, it could even lead to insomnia. Searching and seeking, feeling cold and desolate, tragic and miserable. Only by experiencing it would one understand that kind of deep-rooted feeling, which is unforgettable for a lifetime. And now, after letting go of his crush, he carried a faint smile all day long. His transformation also made the classmates feel that the aloof class president and top student Lin Mo seemed a bit more approachable. Lin Mo also noticed that his memory had really doubled in strength. Having not seen high school subjects for over a decade, Lin Mo not only felt familiar, but found everything clearer, as if the knowledge was imprinted in his brain. He had previously spent months grappling with difficult knowledge problems. Now, he could comprehend them in just 3 or 4 hours. Perhaps this was the golden finger he received after his rebirth. The first day of his rebirth passed so joyfully, and gradually, night fell. High school always ends late, especially in the 3rd year. The classroom lights wouldn't turn off until after 10. Everyone believed that knowledge changes fate. As long as they crossed the narrow bridge of college entrance examinations, a brilliant future awaited them. After 10 o'clock, Lin Mo quietly watched a few classmates who were still reluctant to leave the classroom. No one would know that 10 years later, they would graduate from university and even do research, only to find themselves reduced to delivering takeout. A slight disturbance came from beside him, and a faint fragrance wafted into Lin Mo's nose. He slightly raised his head and saw An Miaowei staring at him for 2 seconds. After he noticed her gaze, she turned around and prepared to leave the classroom with Gong Lily. Gong Lily didn't forget to make a funny face at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what's wrong? Why are you still dazed? Everything felt so familiar, as if the scene from the morning had never happened. An Miaowei gently tugged at Gong Lily, signaling her not to mention Lin Mo anymore. Why, look at my memory. I forgot that you two had a quarrel. Gong Lily stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. An Miaowei sighed, shook her head, and said nothing more as she followed Gong Lily out of the classroom. Watching the two leave, his close friend Gu Xiaojie poked Lin Mo with a pen. Mo Gu, did you really break up with Miaowei Jie? Gu Xiaojie hesitated before asking this question. Yes, he said it was a breakup because, in his eyes, An Miaowei was Lin Mo's destined girlfriend, even a future wife. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and playful, the handsome top student and the beautiful school flower. Lin Mo and An Miaowei were a match made in heaven in their eyes. We've never been together, so what's there to break up about? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, looking out at the pitch-black night, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. Huh, Brother Mo, I remember you once told me that Sister Miaowei is going to be my future sister-in-law, and that I should treat her well. What about now? Gu Xiaoxing was extremely surprised. He had been a friend of Lin Mo since childhood, but watching the relationship between Lin Mo and An Miaowei grow, he understood just how significant An Miaowei was in Lin Mo's heart. Now, Lin Mo was telling him that they had never been together at all? Gu Xiaoxing felt his brain was a bit muddled and couldn't quite process it. Lin Mo smiled faintly. In the future, An Miaowei will not be your sister-in-law. Between her and me, we are nothing more than neighbors. Ah, Brother Mo, what are you saying? Gu Xiaoxing blinked a few times, doubting he had heard incorrectly. Seeing that Gu Xiaoxing still couldn't wrap his head around it, Lin Mo didn't explain further. He gazed at the dark night sky outside, his eyes slightly dim, and the corners of his mouth curled into a shallow arc, seeming both mocking and sorrowful. Miaowei, see you tomorrow. Under the night sky, Gong Lily and An Miaowei parted ways. Their homes were in different directions, and they had already reached a fork in the road. Lily, see you tomorrow. An Miaowei waved at Gong Lily, watching her disappear around the corner before she withdrew her gaze. Now, she was heading home alone. She looked up at the path ahead, but her footsteps grew slower and slower. It was just past 10 at night, but aside from the dim light at this intersection, the rest of the area was basically pitch dark, with only the outline of the road faintly visible. In this small city, with a population of 12,000, in the remote Old Town area, it was past 10 at night. The intersection was completely dark, with very few vehicles on the road and even fewer pedestrians. Lonely and desolate. That was the only way An Miaowei could describe her current feelings. Suddenly, An Miaowei stopped in her tracks. She stood there, looking at the street scene ahead, a wave of fear rising in her heart. The way home involved passing through a small alley that was 200 meters long, with the alley entrance only 2 meters wide. At this moment, it was pitch dark inside, without a glimmer of light. There were other routes home. She could walk along the road, although it would mean taking a detour of a kilometer. At least there would be dim streetlights along the roadside. But after only taking a few steps, An Miaowei stopped again. She suddenly remembered that if she walked along the road, there was a garbage dump not far away, where several homeless people lived nearby. They survived by scavenging during the day and slept next to that garbage pile at night. That road was one she, as a girl, dared not walk alone. Turning back, she looked at the dark alley, which seemed like a giant beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for prey to fall into its belly. An Miaowei shivered in fear, standing still, unable to take a step forward for a long time. In the past, with Lin Mo by her side, she had never considered this problem. Now, however, she was all alone, returning home completely by herself, and the psychological pressure and loneliness overwhelmed her in an instant. In this day and age, there were hardly any surveillance cameras, and the crime rate was nothing compared to what it would be in the future. As for having a smartphone was not something a high school student like her possessed. The smartphones of this time were not as widespread or as smart as those in the future. Lin Mo. An Miaowei murmured a name, realizing why Lin Mo had always walked her home for so many days in the past. But now he no longer cared about her. One day, 1 year, you will discover that someone has been silently accompanying you all along. Perhaps I shouldn't have appeared in your world. When you hear these words, it means I have already drifted far away. In the night sky, Lin Mo hummed the lyrics he had adapted, his voice magnetic and pleasant, captivating those who heard it, making it hard to pull away. As he passed by the intersection of a busy street, he glanced at a girl standing there and couldn't help but smile faintly. In the dark alley ahead, a beautiful girl appeared, lost and anxious, her expressions filled with fear and panic, reflecting in Lin Mo's eyes. Her figure seemed so lonely, like a bewildered lamb. As if hearing Lin Mo's soft humming, the girl turned around and saw him. In that moment, joy, excitement, and exhilaration flickered in her eyes. It was as if Lin Mo had become the light in the darkness, dispelling all the shadows deep within her heart. With Lin Mo around, the dark alley didn't seem so frightening anymore. Lin Mo didn't stop his pace. He continued walking at his unhurried speed. After taking a brief glance at An Miaowei, he passed by her and stepped into the dark alley. An Miaowei bit her lips slightly, then followed behind him into the dark alley. Lin Mo walked quietly, while An Miaowei stayed a constant 2 meters behind him. This strange atmosphere warmed her heart, providing her with a sense of security. For many years, they had walked home like this, together passing through this dark path. But in An Miaowei's heart, it was only this time that Lin Mo's presence gave her a feeling of peace. However, when she thought of how indifferent Lin Mo was towards her now, she couldn't help but lower her head. She didn't understand why Lin Mo was unwilling to pay attention to her, or even seemed to dislike her, when he clearly had such affection for her. He had always cherished and protected her like a precious treasure, so why had he suddenly changed so much? Step, step, step. In the quiet night, the loudest sound was their footsteps. Just like so many nights before, the two of them walked home, one in front and the other behind. But this time, their feelings were completely different. Lin Mo. An Miaowei finally called out to him. Lin Mo paused for a moment, but continued walking forward without stopping. This was the first time Lin Mo hadn't responded to her, and in that instant, An Miaowei felt an unprecedented loneliness, as if she had been abandoned. No, it was more like something that was originally hers had suddenly developed its own thoughts and left her. Lin Mo, those who like me can line up at the school gate. If you keep this up, you will really lose me. An Miaowei spoke again, unwilling to give in. She truly felt a sense of loss at the thought of something that was originally hers slipping away. Yet Lin Mo remained silent, as if he hadn't heard her, continuing to walk on his own without any response. Was Lin Mo really heartless? No. If the heavens had feelings, they would grow old. If humans were heartless, youth would be wasted. If he were truly heartless, he wouldn't have kept his promise from 8 years ago and protected An Miaowei for 10 long years. Memories from a past life echoed in Lin Mo's mind. No matter what he did, in An Miaowei's heart, he would always just be a little follower, not even a backup. He could be summoned at will, dismissed just as easily, without any dignity. In university, there was one time when she got drunk, and he picked her up in the middle of the night. She didn't ask him what had happened on the way that made him late, but instead scolded him for coming so late. The more humble he was, the more she trampled on him without restraint. An Miaowei was indeed beautiful, and Lin Mo had liked her for many years. Lin Mo is not foolish. An Miaowei never really cared about him. He realized too late that he had known all along. Love is the result of two people rushing toward each other, not just one side constantly giving without the other feeling anything. In the past, he moved himself, touched his parents, and everyone around him, yet he could not touch An Miaowei at all. Lin Mo did not turn to look at An Miaowei, nor did he listen to her questions. In his heart, all he wanted was to forget her. Or rather, he was unwilling to endure the pain of the past again. Finally, the path ahead was illuminated, and Lin Mo walked past his own doorstep. The light at the entrance was bright, illuminating the flowers and trees in the yard, making it seem incredibly warm. Lin Mo, please give me an explanation. Behind him, An Miaowei's stubborn and determined voice rang out. Lin Mo finally stopped, turned gently, and looked at An Miaowei with clear eyes. He smiled slightly and said, An Miaowei, remember to bring a flashlight next time or ask your aunt to pick you up at the intersection. I can't always have time to take you home. Before An Miaowei could respond, Lin Mo pushed open the gate and walked in. Hearing the movement, Tang Susu opened the door and stepped out to see An Miaowei outside the yard. Wei Wei, it's a bit cold. Do you want to come in for a while and have a cup of hot water? Tang Susu asked with concern. Before An Miaowei could answer, Lin Mo quickly draped his school uniform over Tang Susu's shoulders. Mom, it's so cold. Hurry inside. You have classes tomorrow. Letting her in so late will affect her rest. Upon hearing this, Tang Susu nodded. You child, I'm just worried about her. After scolding Lin Mo, Tang Susu waved her hand at An Miaowei and said, Wei Wei, hurry home. Don't catch a cold. Bah! The door to the room was closed by Lin Mo, cutting off An Miaowei's gaze. What's wrong with you, child? Mom warns you, don't bully Wei Wei. Seeing Lin Mo treating An Miaowei like this, Tang Susu couldn't help but frown and scold him. I know. How could I dare to bully her? Mom, just go to sleep. Lin Mo shrugged, signaling Tang Susu to rest so he could wash up. I'm telling you, if Wei Wei tells me you bullied her, you'll be in for it. Tang Susu, still not satisfied, shot Lin Mo a glare before returning to her room. Seeing Tang Susu settle in for the night, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then another problem arose. In the eyes of his parents, they had already regarded An Miaowei as their future daughter-in-law. Now that he had clearly expressed his intention to cut ties with An Miaowei, wouldn't they skin him alive? The mindset of the older generation is vastly different from that of the new generation. Moreover, An Miaowei's parents were also a headache. If An Miaowei had rejected him herself, he would have felt much more at ease. But now, in their eyes, it looked like he had dumped An Miaowei. Wouldn't he be scolded to death? Forget it, sleep. Drink when there's wine. and worry tomorrow about tomorrow's worries. Having thought this through, Lin Mo decided not to trouble himself with so many concerns. Anyway, he had already drawn a clear line with An Miaowei. As for the rest, let things take their course. With this thought, Lin Mo's state of mind became a bit more peaceful. After washing up, he walked to his room and lay down to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, in less than a minute, Lin Mo fell into a deep sleep, his quick sleep speed making those who suffer from insomnia envious. Wei, tell Mom, do you have something on your mind? An Miaowei's mother, Wang Lu, looked at her daughter, who had been soaking her feet for over 10 minutes with the water now cold, appearing distracted, and couldn't help but frown and ask, I don't have anything. An Miaowei quickly shook her head and pulled her feet out of the now cool water. Still trying to deceive me, the water is cold. If you don't have something on your mind, then what is it? Is someone bullying you? Wang Lu asked while helping An Miaowei wipe her feet with a wet towel. She was already convinced that something must have happened. Otherwise, how could her daughter look so lost? No, Mom, I want to sleep. An Miaowei lowered her eyes, bit her lip, and shook her head, unwilling to speak. Isn't it just that Lin Mo doesn't like her anymore? She is the school belle. Does she really lack admirers? Lin Mo, you won't regret begging this girl for forgiveness. After checking that her daughter had no injuries, Wang Lu finally felt relieved. If something's bothering you, tell Mom, or let Lin Mo know. Go to sleep early. An Miaowei responded with a soft, burrowed into her blankets, turned her back to Wang Lu, and closed her eyes. Wang Lu took the foot-soaking water away, gently turned off the light, and closed the door. At this moment, it was 10:40 p.m., and the night grew deeper. 11 p.m., 11:30 p.m., 12 Uhr nachts. Lin Mo was sleeping soundly, but An Miaowei next door could not fall asleep. She tried hard to keep her eyes closed and think of nothing, but she just couldn't drift off. The more she tried not to think, the more Lin Mo's indifferent expression from earlier that day surfaced in her mind. Why should I bring her breakfast? Did she pay for it? An Miaowei, high school prohibits dating. I don't want a relationship to be misunderstood by teachers and classmates. We are friends, just good friends, right? What I mean is some things once missed are missed forever. They won't come back. Maybe I shouldn't appear in your world. When you hear this, it also means I have already distanced myself. In her mind, Lin Mo's words flashed by, lingering and refusing to dissipate. An Miaowei felt a chaotic turmoil inside, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. An Miaowei, the school belle, experienced insomnia for the first time. The next morning, around 6:30 a.m., Lin Mo opened his eyes, looked at the gradually brightening sky outside, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Before his rebirth, he had almost suffered from insomnia every night, burdened by the pressures of life and unpleasant memories with An Miaowei, among other things. After his rebirth, he could finally let go of all burdens and feel an unprecedented sense of ease. Compared to the extreme competition in the workplace of the future, the days of being a student felt incredibly precious. He would rather repeat one senior year after another than face that crazy workplace. Last night, he slept very comfortably. It was the best sleep he had had in over a decade. After a simple wash, Lin Mo walked out of his bedroom and found his father, Lin Mo, already awake, sitting on the sofa chatting about something. Xiao Mo, you're up? Seeing Lin Mo come out of the bedroom, Lin Mo raised his head, revealing a kind smile. Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Lin Mo walked over and sat down next to his father. What else can we talk about? Let's talk about your things, Lin Mo said with a smile, patting Lin Mo's shoulder. Me? What things do I have? We're talking about you and Wei, his mother, Tang Susu, said with a smile. You and that girl Wei are already 18. Why aren't you more anxious about your future marriage? It's still early. Thinking about marriage in your 30s isn't too late, Lin Mo blurted out habitually. But the next moment, Lin Mo and Tang Susu's expressions immediately darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Mo snorted coldly, glaring at Lin Mo. Only then did Lin Mo realize he had misspoken. He forgot that it was not 2023, but rather 2012. In this era, if you weren't married by 25, people would mock you for being unable to find a wife or get married. Especially in small cities, the concept of continuing the family line is deeply ingrained. Although Lin Mo knows how things will change in the future, he clearly cannot change his parents' views right now. Mo, your father and I are considering taking the family savings to buy a house in the city center. If we buy now, by the time the handover and renovations are done, it will be just in time for you and Weiwei to graduate and use it as your wedding house, Tang Susu explained gently to Lin Mo. Buy a house? The prices are so high now, it's impossible to buy one in this lifetime. Lin Mo instinctively started to reply, but before he could finish, he stopped. How could he forget that it's 2012? Right now, it's still the era where housing prices are as low as cabbage, especially in small cities. Mom and Dad, what's the current price of houses in the city center of Jiangxing? Thinking of this, Lin Mo quickly asked. The price of houses in the city center of Jiangxing? Hearing this, Tang Susu calculated for a moment and then replied. Based on current prices, the average price for regular apartments is around 2,000 to 3,100 yuan per square meter. For more expensive high-end neighborhoods, it's around 4,000 yuan. Upon hearing this number, Lin Mo didn't know whether to cry or laugh. In his previous life, he never asked these questions, and he didn't know how his mother thought. But what he did know was that 3 months later, when his mother Tang Susu heard him change his college entrance exam choices, she was so angry that she was hospitalized, and her health deteriorated thereafter, resulting in medical expenses of several hundred thousand. Naturally, there was no resolution to the housing issue. 10 years later, in 2022, after struggling through many hardships, Lin Mo finally bought his own house in the city center for 10,000 yuan per square meter. However, by that time, his mother Tang Susu's health was already failing, and she passed away before the house was even delivered. In the end, what Tang Susu cared about the most was when Lin Mo would get married, and when she could hold her grandchildren. The tree wishes for calm, but the wind won't stop. The children wish to care for their parents, but the parents are no longer there. No one would have thought that in early 2012, the prices of luxurious apartments in Jiangxing range from 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per square meter, and no one wanted them even with parking spaces included. Yet, a decade later, for 10,000 yuan per square meter, people were still buying in regular neighborhoods. Mo, what we hope the most is for you to live well. Your achievements make us proud. We, as your parents, have limited abilities. All we can help with is this. Lin Jingwo sighed, reaching out to stroke Lin Mo's cheek, his eyes a bit misty. Mom and Dad, thank you. I know you've worked hard. I fully support the idea of buying a house. After I graduate, I'll work during the summer to earn money for my college expenses. Lin Mo's eyes were determined as he held onto his parents' hands, looking at them earnestly. As long as you understand, your father and I only hope that you can study well, get into a prestigious university, and find a good job in the future, bringing glory to the family, Lin Jingwo said, patting Lin Mo's hand gently, his tone filled with comfort. The older generation doesn't have grand ambitions. All they hope for is for their children to live a little better. Get into a good school, have a good job, and have a warm home. Nothing more than that. However, a spark ignited in Lin Mo's heart, growing increasingly intense. In 2012, the internet was just beginning to take off. The information age was dawning, and computers, smartphones, and network communication devices were just starting to become widespread. This was an era where opportunities seemed abundant, rather than a time, like a decade later, when competition became fierce, and even a 9-to-5 job became a luxury. As he opened the door, Lin Mo walked toward the riverbank, his mind teeming with thoughts. Lin Mo, aren't you going to meet Miaowei today? Tang Susu's voice rang out. Lin Mo turned to glance at her and shook his head. Mom, the time's up. Be careful on the road, Tang Susu reminded him. Leaving home, Lin Mo had half an hour until the first morning study session, so he headed to the riverbank alone. The river water was a clear blue, and the willows by the shore swayed gently in the wind, rustling their branches and creating ripples on the surface. The river breeze blew softly, bringing a refreshing coolness that lifted Lin Mo's spirits, and many of the chaotic thoughts in his mind quickly dissipated. He slowly opened his mouth and let out words he had been holding in for a long time. This time around, I will never be as cowardly as before, and I will not let my family suffer from my failures and die young due to my frustrations. This time around, I don't want to remain anonymous, just another face in the crowd. I want my name to be known by everyone. This time around, I want to ensure my descendants do not struggle, using high education to work low-paying jobs, living at the bottom of society. This time around, I want my family to enjoy health and longevity, and I want my loved ones to be happy and fulfilled. After saying all this, Lin Mo felt a great sense of relief. The pressure of the college entrance exam no longer seemed to be his only focus. What's the difference between 2012 and 2023? A few months ago, Apple's fourth-generation phone was released in China, igniting the entire smartphone industry. By the end of 2012, the fifth-generation phone made its debut, coining a new term, kidney sale. For a phone, some people actually sold their kidneys. Such a scene would be unimaginable a decade later. In 2012, the internet was still in its infancy, with various fields untouched, and internet companies were few and far between. I don't have grand ambitions to become a tycoon. I know that lacking a background makes that unrealistic. My goals aren't high. I just want a place in Jiangcheng, a small plot of land. Standing by the river, Lin Mo gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, "First, I need my first startup capital. Asking my dad for it isn't possible, so it seems I'll have to think of other ways." He pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes as if he had thought of something. As for winning the lottery, let's not even mention that I haven't been paying attention to these things. Even if I knew the winning numbers, would I really win if I bought a ticket? If I can get into Tsinghua or Peking University, the school would reward me with 100,000 yuan. It's difficult for me to do it myself, but currently, my memory has been enhanced. It's not impossible. Once I have the first startup capital, the gaming, video, lyrics, and streaming industries are all waiting for me to explore. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. This time around, he had to seize every opportunity. If you don't undertake a great venture, how can you justify your existence? Thinking this, Lin Mo looked up at the sky, where the sun was just right, casting shimmering reflections on the river's surface. "Hello, tomorrow." An Miaowei walked into the classroom just as the bell rang, and almost everyone noticed that the school beauty didn't seem to be in good spirits. "Wei, didn't you sleep well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes." As soon as An Miaowei sat down, her desk-mate Gong Lily voiced her concern, her eyes carefully examining her. Hearing this, An Miaowei instinctively picked up a small mirror from her desk and, sure enough, noticed the dark circles were quite pronounced. It's all Lin Mo's fault. Thinking this, An Miaowei glanced sideways and saw Lin Mo diligently writing in a delicate notebook. Looking from her direction, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window and fell upon Lin Mo, casting a hazy and soft halo around him. When he seriously thought about something, Lin Mo would furrow his brows slightly, as if he were caught in a dilemma, but then he would break into a smile, as if he had resolved some significant issue. So handsome. And Miaowei had to admit that at this moment, Lin Mo was perfect, exuding a mature male charm from head to toe. However, she would not concede defeat. She wanted to prove that even without Lin Mo, she was still liked by many people. In the second semester of senior year, there were basically no classes, just review after review. As noon approached, the old class teacher, Fei Xiang, walked in, knocking on the podium and interrupting the students' review thoughts. "I now announce that tomorrow, there will be the first mock unified exam for the whole province. This is the exam arrangement. There will be no classes in the afternoon. You can find your exam location based on your student number. This exam is very important. It is the first unified exam for the entire province. Class 1, being the strongest class in the Qingchuan district, needs to represent our examination area with pride. Lin Mo, come up here and put these arrangements on the blackboard at the back." The old class teacher gestured for Lin Mo to come up. Lin Mo took the paper and pen in his hand and walked to the podium, receiving the exam arrangements from the teacher. Lin Mo, can you help us make a name for Qingchuan No. 1 High School? The responsibility is on you. The old class teacher patted Lin Mo's shoulder, expressing great expectations for him. Lin Mo was always the top student in the Qingchuan district, and he bore the responsibility for this exam. I will work hard. Lin Mo nodded, quietly walking to the back of the classroom to put the exam arrangements on the blackboard. In his previous life, he was still the top student at Qingchuan No. 1 High School in this unified exam. However, he was only ranked 11th in Jiangxing Province. Everyone at Qingchuan No. 1 High School understood that their once unattainable academic hero, Lin Mo, couldn't even make it into the top 10 in the entire province. This unified exam dealt a blow to his confidence, and afterward, seeing An Miaowei and Su Ran together made his standing decline further. By the third unified exam, he didn't even make it into the top 20. He still remembered the disappointment in the old class teacher's eyes, the concern in his father's gaze, and the ridicule from his classmates. And now, since he had returned to this life, Lin Mo not only wanted to surpass his past self, but also to become a legend at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. He aimed to be the top student in the entire province. Lin Mo. After putting up the notice, Lin Mo was about to return to his seat when Su Ran's voice rang out. Lin Mo glanced over. In the last seat of the first row, Su Ran, wearing the school uniform, was staring at him. His voice suddenly drew the attention of the classmates, and everyone looked over, not understanding what Su Ran wanted to do. Su Ran, is there something you want? Lin Mo asked, puzzled, his tone extremely calm. Lin Mo, do you dare to accept my challenge? I want to surpass you in this unified exam and become first. Su Ran coldly stared at Lin Mo, not hiding the arrogance in his eyes at all. Hearing this, the surrounding students suddenly erupted in discussion. The show is on. Su Ran, the academic genius, is challenging Lin Mo, the academic genius. Who do you think will win? I support class leader Lin Mo. He's been first in high school all along. I think Su Ran isn't weak either. He only trailed Lin Mo by 3 points in the last semester's final exam. Lin Mo, do you dare to accept the challenge? Su Ran asked again when Lin Mo didn't respond. A faint smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. This scene resonated with his memories from his previous life. The second clash between him and Su Ran was about to begin. Lin Mo, do you dare to compete with me in this joint exam's results? Su Ran looked at Lin Mo proudly, her eyes filled with provocation. Lin Mo remained indifferent, slightly shaking his head. What's wrong? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Worried about losing? Su Ran scoffed, her expression growing even more smug. Even some classmates began to discuss, believing that Lin Mo was afraid of losing. Why doesn't Lin Mo accept the challenge? With his results, he shouldn't be afraid of a challenge. Who knows? I just feel there's a strong smell of gunpowder here. Do you think Su Ran transferred to our class just to challenge Lin Mo? That's possible. Otherwise, why would she suddenly transfer to our class? Do Su Ran and Lin Mo have a past? Lin Mo heard the murmurs around him, but his expression remained calm, even as a strange glimmer flickered in his eyes. After a long while, his gaze fell on Su Ran's smug face, and he said indifferently, Su Ran, why should I compete with you? Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. Lin Mo actually wasn't going to compete with him? Even the other classmates were surprised. Could it be true that the academic achiever Lin Mo was afraid of losing? Lin Mo, isn't it normal for the second-place student to challenge the first-place student? Su Ran asked. Lin Mo replied coolly, the right to challenge is yours, but the choice to accept is mine. My refusal to accept your challenge isn't out of fear of losing. Besides, why should I accept your challenge? If I do accept your challenge, then how about this? I won't write the essay for this exam. If you surpass me, I'll give you my position as class monitor. Lin Mo, you are insulting me. Su Ran glared at Lin Mo in anger upon hearing this. But Lin Mo had already turned to leave, leaving behind a casual silhouette. Damn, The class monitor is awesome, making Su Ran write an essay. That's a full 60 points. Amazing. What else can I say? The class monitor is so cool. Look at Su Ran's expression. Lin Mo is outright provoking her. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, secretly relishing Su Ran's furious gaze. Just wait. I'll make you lose miserably. Su Ran gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, upon returning to his seat, Lin Mo was once again met with the admiration of his best friend, Gu Xiaoshan. Bro, that was epic. I've been annoyed by Su Ran for a long time. You really put her in her place. Gu Xiaoshan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Mo merely smiled lightly. He had his reasons for confronting Su Ran in this way. Lin Mo, Su Ran is also an academic achiever. In regular exams, the most you've ever pulled ahead of her is 30 points. Considering Su Ran's level, getting 60 points on an essay would be about 50 points for her. You're being too reckless, came a soft voice from the side. Lin Mo turned in surprise, finding that it was An Miaowei speaking. This surprised him because An Miaowei's tone this time was gentle, completely different from the way she usually talked to him. Her tone seemed to carry a hint of flattery. I didn't take her seriously at all. Are you worried about my abilities? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and asked. An Miaowei quickly shook her head, explaining, No, I just wanted to remind you that while your results are strong, Su Ran is not to be underestimated. I have my own measures, Lin Mo replied, and didn't intend to continue the conversation with her. Watching Lin Mo turn his head away, An Miaowei bit her lip and lowered her gaze. So it turns out that Lin Mo's unusual behavior yesterday was not a dream. He really hated himself. He didn't like him at all, but why did it hurt so much? After Lin Mo looked away, a deep expression appeared in his eyes as memories flashed back to a previous scene. It was still the same familiar setting, where Su Ran challenged Lin Mo, and Lin Mo merely nodded indifferently. Both accepted the challenge, but in the eyes of their classmates, the results were completely different. There was a game where a revolver had a 6-bullet chamber, and the challenger needed to shoot themselves in the temple with 1 bullet. When the challenger loaded only 1 bullet, everyone except him hoped that he would be hit by the bullet. But when the challenger loaded 5 bullets, everyone hoped he would come out unscathed. People's nature is to hope that the weak can win against the strong when the odds are small against large probabilities. When the weak challenge the strong, the public often hopes that the weak can win because such unexpected outcomes are what people want to see. Su Ran's challenge was based on this principle. For the past 2.5 years of high school, it was always Lin Mo suppressing Su Ran. He was the strong one, while Su Ran was the weak one. When he accepted Su Ran's challenge, the outcome seemed to favor Su Ran decisively in the eyes of their classmates. Everyone, except for Lin Mo's close friends, hoped for Su Ran to win. This result was extremely unfriendly to Lin Mo. As the strong one, even if he won against Su Ran, it would seem entirely justified. And if he truly lost, it would mark the beginning of his fall from the pedestal, with Su Ran stepping on him to rise. In other words, if Lin Mo accepted Su Ran's challenge, he would not only gain nothing, but would also have to bear the serious consequences of losing. So why accept such a challenge? Not accepting would be the best choice, but Lin Mo clearly wouldn't end this second confrontation without letting Su Ran have it too easy. Thus, he turned the tables on Su Ran. He wouldn't write the test, giving up those 60 points, and accepted Su Ran's challenge. In this way, he became the weak side while Su Ran became the strong one. Moreover, him giving up those 60 points was so domineering and confident that it stirred the emotions of the entire class. If he could win like this against Su Ran, then in the eyes of their classmates, Su Ran would truly become a clown compared to Lin Mo. Even if he didn't win, as long as the score didn't widen to 50 points, he still wouldn't have lost because he had given up a full 60 points. Both accepted the challenge, but just because Lin Mo handled it differently, he turned the situation around. Previously, in this joint exam, he had scored 10 points higher than Su Ran, who had scored 52 points, the same score as him. This meant that aside from the test, he needed to score 42 points higher than his previous score to defeat Su Ran. 42 points. Looking at the textbook in front of him, Lin Mo showed a faint smile. If it had been before, he naturally wouldn't have been able to score that much higher than Su Ran, considering Su Ran was also around 660 points, a top student. Full score is 750 points. Previously, he scored around 670 points, and for him to surpass Su Ran would have required him to have over 700 points in strength. But this time, it was different. His memory had been dramatically enhanced. Therefore, problems he hadn't understood before now became clear to him almost instantly, leading to a significant improvement in his scores. Even without the test, he was confident he could dominate Su Ran. Ding! As the bell rang for the last evening's self-study session, everyone hurriedly packed their things and arranged their desks according to the standard 5x6 layout for the college entrance examination. Although it was a mock exam, the school still emphasized the setup, trying its best to simulate the real exam environment. Lin Mo leisurely finished tidying up his desk and chair. After everyone left the classroom, he double-checked everything, paying special attention to the student ID stickers on the desks. Once everything was in order, he turned off the classroom lights and locked the door. Turning around, Lin Mo almost bumped into a girl in front of him. When he looked up and saw who it was, he quickly stepped back to avoid getting too close to An Miaowei. "What are you doing here?" Lin Mo frowned, puzzled. "Waiting for you," An Miaowei bit her lip and said, "Don't misunderstand, I just didn't dare to go home alone." "Oh." Lin Mo replied flatly and walked past her without pausing for even a second, as if she were just a stranger. An Miaowei stood there in a daze. Did Lin Mo really not want to say another word to her? After leaving the teaching building and looking at the starry night sky, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable sadness. How ridiculous! In his past life, he had gone to great lengths to please An Miaowei, always thinking of her, and every night, he was the one waiting for her to come back. He was so cautious, so humble. He had never heard An Miaowei say thank you to him, nor had she ever waited for him on her own initiative. And now, after he had severed that emotional bond, she was the one actively starting a conversation with him, even waiting for him to go home together at night. This made him somewhat amused, but ultimately, it was just a silent sigh. Lin Mo realized that love requires mutual effort to endure. It cannot be maintained by one party's cautiousness, as that is destined to be exhausting. There was no conversation between them until Lin Mo closed the door after returning home. After washing up, Lin Mo didn't continue reviewing for the exam the next day, but instead lay down and fell asleep. This ability to fall asleep in just a minute is a special skill that many people envy. However, what he didn't know was that An Miaowei, on the other side, was once again suffering from insomnia. "Mom, I'm off to school." Early the next morning, Lin Mo got up early, went out, and prepared to head to school. But at the roadside near the door, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. An Miaowei. Seeing her standing under the shade of a tree with her head down, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel surprised. As she had said the night before, it made sense that she waited for him because she was afraid to go home in the dark. But during the day, didn't it seem a bit strange for her to wait for him? At least in Lin Mo's memory, it was a first for An Miaowei to wait for him to go to school. In the past, he might have been happy about it, but now his heart felt little stir. Regardless, since he had encountered her, Lin Mo still walked over. "Is there something you need?" Lin Mo asked. And Miaowei raised her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Mo, she opened her mouth. And Miaowei hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping short. Lin Mo noticed that An Miaowei seemed off. She clearly had stayed up late and looked sluggish. Going to take today's exam in such a state was quite brave of her. But what did it matter to him? Lin Mo turned and walked away. Seeing that Lin Mo was still so indifferent, An Miaowei felt even more disappointed. She wanted to tell Lin Mo that she had lost sleep because of him. She wanted to know why Lin Mo's attitude toward her had suddenly changed so much. She even wanted to ask Lin Mo if she had done something wrong. But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she still didn't dare to say them. Her pride made it impossible to express herself. Looking at Lin Mo's performance at this moment, she suddenly felt that even if she spoke up, Lin Mo would never treat her the same way as before. She wanted to distance herself from Lin Mo, but in her heart his figure kept flashing through her mind, and no matter how she tried to escape, she couldn't. She hurriedly followed along, walking beside Lin Mo, her heart heavy, glancing at him from time to time. Lin Mo remained silent, focused on the road ahead. He was adjusting his state, allowing himself to remain relaxed and clear-headed, striving to unleash his peak abilities in this moment. For An Miaowei, today's exam might just be a regular practice test, but for Lin Mo, it was quite significant. The reason he placed such importance on this exam was not solely because of his competition with Su Ran. While competing with Su Ran was important, Lin Mo was very confident in himself at this moment. Su Ran posed no threat to him. What he wanted to know was where his current limits lay. Because his goal was Qingbei. Generally speaking, only those who ranked in the top 5 citywide had a hope of stepping through the gates of Qingbei. As long as he got into Qingbei, he would gain more opportunities and resources to choose from. For him, this was also the first opportunity to change the trajectory of his life. Even in this fiercely competitive environment, securing admission to Qingbei was a precious opportunity to change the fate of an ordinary person. The two of them did not speak a word on the way. Lin Mo didn't even cast a glance at An Miaowei, as if he had forgotten her existence. The exam rooms were arranged according to scores, so Lin Mo and An Miaowei were not in the same examination room. Standing at the entrance of room 3, An Miaowei watched Lin Mo's distant figure without turning back, feeling a mix of bitterness and entanglement in her heart. She held back her tears and took a deep breath. Just before entering room 1, Lin Mo encountered Su Ran again. Because their scores were close, Lin Mo was in position 1 of room 1, while Su Ran was in position 2. Lin Mo ignored Su Ran and went straight to his seat to close his eyes and rest. Faced with Lin Mo's indifference, Su Ran couldn't help but throw out a few harsh words. Lin Mo, if you admit your mistake to me now and take back what you said, maybe I'll be generous and let you write the essay. If you regret it later when the exam starts, it'll be too late then. And what will the Chinese teacher say if he finds out you didn't write the essay? Just think about how angry he'll be. Although his words seemed to be offering Lin Mo a way out, in this context, they were laced with a strong sense of hostility. First, it was a reminder to Lin Mo that he had said he wouldn't write the essay, but he should not forget that he might have to write it later. Second, if he admitted his mistake, he would lose face, and the classmates would judge him. Class Qingshui was an elite class, and out of the 30 students in room 1, a full 15 were from class 1. Surrounding students who were somewhat perceptive could hear the tension in the air, so how could Lin Mo not know? He didn't even look up, didn't respond, and kept his eyes closed, completely ignoring Su Ran. This scene was noted by the students around them, who secretly laughed to themselves. Oh, the exam is starting soon, and you better write that essay well. Mo Gu has given you a full 60 points of leeway. Haha. Gu Xiaoxing's voice was a bit loud at this moment, causing the surrounding students to burst into laughter. Su Ran glared at him angrily, cursing him under his breath several times. After sitting down, Su Ran sneaked a few glances at Lin Mo in the front row, and his resentment began to accumulate. You only usually score 10 points higher than me. You think you can win without writing an essay? Dream on. When the scores come out, just wait and see how I humiliate you. Su Ran was very confident. He had already gathered a lot of information about Lin Mo, since Lin Mo had always been the one above him. Who wouldn't want to be first? The most uncomfortable position was always second place, because people often only remember the first and do not pay attention to the second. He didn't believe that Lin Mo could surpass him even without writing an essay. This time, he wanted to make Lin Mo lose face. This time, he wanted to see Lin Mo fall from grace. The first part of the joint entrance exam, language arts. As the exam bell rang, the sound of pens scratching against paper echoed through the examination hall. In this exam room, the one writing the fastest and with the most intensity was undoubtedly Su Sun. He answered questions quickly, almost scanning through many of them before directly writing down the answers, clearly putting in a lot of effort. The nervous rhythm revealed a strong foundation in his studies. No wonder he ranked second in the school. His abilities were quite impressive. The other students around him were also full of energy, their pen tips swiftly flying across the test paper and answer sheets. This was the first joint exam for everyone, with standardized papers and rankings. However, Lin Mo, who was near the door by the window, appeared very calm. His pace was neither fast nor slow, exuding a sense of composure and elegance. His actions seemed very out of sync with the rhythm of the entire exam hall at that moment. Lin Mo was somewhat of a figure at their school. Everyone knew him. Moreover, in this exam, he was a key player for their school, a top student competing for the overall ranking. Therefore, the invigilating teacher paid him a bit more attention when glancing his way. Yet, what they saw in Lin Mo's demeanor seemed oddly strange. It appeared that he was too relaxed, as if this was just an ordinary exam. Lin Mo, this is the joint entrance exam. Your scores are crucial to the honor of the school, the invigilating teacher reminded him, hoping Lin Mo could adopt the appropriate attitude. Thank you for the reminder, but I'm already quite accustomed to these things, Lin Mo replied politely with a smile directed at the teacher. Hearing this, the teacher was momentarily speechless. He had intended to persuade Lin Mo a bit more, especially since his current performance did seem somewhat off. However, remembering Lin Mo's past scores, which had consistently kept him in first place, he decided not to say anything further. Throughout the language arts exam, Lin Mo remained very relaxed. Not needing to write an essay made it even easier for him. His foundation in language arts was already strong. Under normal circumstances, the questions didn't take much time, about 40 to 50 minutes worth of questions before the essay. That was why he was so composed. Lin Mo had already considered this point. He planned to take this time seriously to go through all the questions thoroughly. Since he didn't have to write an essay, he aimed to score full marks on the other questions. Especially in the reading comprehension section, which had no standard answers, he devoted a significant amount of thought to guessing the angle the questioner was considering. It's not about guessing the true meaning of the article, but rather guessing the intention of the question setter. He aimed to optimize the answers to be the best possible. Although it was nearly impossible to score full marks in language arts, reducing the number of points deducted was still feasible. Lin Mo answered calmly until the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. All candidates stop writing, remain in your seats, and do not move. Invigilating teachers, please collect the papers. Su Sun put down his pen, letting out a long breath, and smiled provocatively at Lin Mo, as if victory was assured. Lin Mo closed his eyes to rest, repeatedly recalling all his responses from earlier. He had determined that his scores would definitely be high. His memory and comprehension abilities had been comprehensively enhanced and optimized. As the invigilating teacher collected the papers walking past him, Lin Mo revealed a faint smile. However, at that moment, the invigilating teacher, holding Lin Mo's paper, looked a bit puzzled, as he had inadvertently taken a closer look at the work of the school's star student during collection. Lin Mo, why didn't you write your essay? As soon as the words left his mouth, the exam room fell silent. All eyes immediately shifted towards Lin Mo. No one expected that Lin Mo had indeed not written the essay. Those who knew about this believed that Lin Mo was just joking around with Su Sun, making light of the situation. After all, how could an exam, which is such an important matter, really be a child's play? At this moment, they looked at the calm Lin Mo and felt nothing but admiration. Incredible Lin Montauk. Su Ran couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. This Lin Mo was really looking for trouble. I promised someone that I wouldn't write this time. It's fine, teacher. You can just collect the papers like this. Lin Mo's actions left the two invigilators puzzled, and his indifferent attitude made them take a second glance. What on earth could make this guy give up writing during such an important exam? They couldn't understand, but the exam had already ended, and there was no possibility of making up the writing. They decided to let it go. However, this matter still needed to be reported to the dean and their homeroom teacher. After the two invigilators collected the exam papers and left, the classroom became lively. The students began to talk among themselves. Discussing answers was a must-do after every exam. especially since there were two top-tier figures sitting in this exam room. Because Lin Mo appeared relatively indifferent, more people went to Su Ran to discuss answers. Su Ran, with a smug look, winked provocatively at Lin Mo through the crowd. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoxing walked over to grab Lin Mo's arm to discuss answers. Lin Mo, can you help me take a look? I really can't figure out the language section. This first multiple-choice question has stumped me. I struggled for a long time and couldn't choose. In the end, as time was running out, I just guessed C. I don't know if it's right. Gu Xiaoxing scratched the back of his head, looking a bit foolish. Lin Mo knew that this guy really wasn't good at language. However, his other subjects were indeed impressive. As soon as Lin Mo heard Gu Xiaoxing say he chose C, he smiled and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, someone surrounded by Su Ran suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, if you can get the first question wrong, Xiaoxing, you've really got a knack for it. Isn't the answer to this question B? Yeah, Xiaoxing, you can't keep guessing C. Sometimes you have to consider B's feelings too." Ha ha! Lin Mo didn't plan to pay attention to this group of boring guys. He turned to pat Gu Xiaoxing's shoulder and said, "I also chose C." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxing was overjoyed. He didn't care what others said. Since Lin Mo said it was C, it must be right. Lin Mo wouldn't be wrong. Thus, he and those supporting Su Ran began a heated debate. Brother Mo said to choose C, so it must be C. Every time he said this, he was met with hostility from the people across from him. Has Lin Mo ever been wrong? Su Ran said he chose B, and so many of us chose B, so this question must be B. The intense argument continued until lunchtime, and the discussion about that question's answer persisted until the last English exam on the 7th day. With the 2 days of exams wrapping up, there were only two things that left a deep impression on the teachers and students of Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School. First, that guy named Lin Mo, who had been at the top of the school for years, didn't write the language exam. Second, the legendary first question of the language exam was a super simple multiple-choice question, with the top student choosing C and the 7th student choosing B. As for other subjects, such as math being particularly difficult this time, and the last question being beyond the syllabus, or the insufficient time for physics, those were no longer newsworthy. In an instant, news about the confrontation between Lin Mo and Su Ran spread like wildfire, with various opinions surfacing. Lin Mo had no response to this. However, Su Ran seemed to be in high spirits, going around saying that Lin Mo had chosen the wrong answer and that he had chosen correctly. He even spread rumors that the gossip was true. He seemed to have absolute confidence in himself, believing that first place was already in his pocket. Let's not even mention that he thought he had performed exceptionally well on the exam. Even if Lin Mo didn't write anything, could he still expect to surpass him in total score? Dreaming during the day would be more like it. In Jiangqing City, during the second semester of the 2012 senior year, the first mock exam concluded amidst a tense atmosphere. After the exam, there was a 2-day break. The teachers worked overtime to grade the papers, and only after 2 days would the results be announced in class. During the 2-day break, Lin Mo did not follow his usual routine of circling around An Miaowei. Instead, he spent the time listening to music and relaxing by himself. An Miaowei also did not come to disturb him, and everything seemed to return to normal. 2 days later, 1 week had passed. Many teachers and students had their hearts hanging in suspense, anxiously awaiting the results of this exam, which was undoubtedly crucial for everyone. It was the first important mock exam before the college entrance examination. Based on past experiences, the data from the first comprehensive exam often had some discrepancies compared to the actual college entrance exam, but were generally quite similar. Everyone wanted to achieve good results, to give their families an explanation, and to provide themselves with a justification for 12 years of hard study. However, not everyone would get what they wished for, just like Lin Mo and An Miaowei at this moment. Unlike others who were busy discussing answers and speculating on scores with their classmates all day long, An Miaowei had become much quieter during this time of waiting for results. She rarely left her seat, while Lin Mo had begun to rest his eyes. Throughout the self-study period in the morning, if one looked over at the school beauty, An Miaowei, she was always burying her head in her arms on the desk, seemingly either genuinely tired or lost in thought. Even her desk mate, Gong Lily, who usually got along well with her, tried to discuss answers but received no response. When she suggested they go to the restroom together, An Miaowei remained silent. Gong Lily even began to suspect that she was sick and urged her to take a day off to see a doctor. To this, An Miaowei only responded with silence. Others might not know, but within her heart, she was very clear at this moment. She had messed up this exam, not only because of the 2 days of insomnia, but also because of Lin Mo. During the exam, she had been restless, constantly replaying scenes in her mind of Lin Mo bringing her breakfast in the past and his current cold attitude towards her. At that moment, she already knew she was going to fail this test. Based on past performance, she should have scored around 580, a score that could at least get her into a decent college. But this time, she didn't know, but it definitely wasn't optimistic. At the very least, she expected to drop by over 50 points. At this moment, she was completely entangled in the dual pain of academic failure and being ignored by Lin Mo. The torment of this pain ultimately led to the final moment of judgment. The first class was language arts, so the first subject to have its results announced would naturally be language arts as well. When the bespectacled man in a Zhongshan suit walked into the classroom with a stack of papers under his arm, he had a serious expression on his face. From his demeanor, it was clear that he was not in a good mood. Thus, the classroom was extremely quiet. No one wanted to provoke this seemingly amiable language arts teacher who had a stern look, as every time he wore this expression, it signaled that the class had performed poorly. Class is in session. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, classmates. Please sit down. His voice remained gentle, but the displeasure on his face seemed to weigh heavily in the room. The results are out. How do you think you did? He placed the exam papers down, lifted his head, and scanned each face in the classroom. Apart from Su Ran and Lin Mo, everyone else lowered their heads. The classroom was silent as a grave, with only a few students in the back exchanging glances, wondering if they had failed. Whenever there were students who failed language arts, they would inevitably receive a harsh scolding from him. It seems you all have a sense of self-awareness. No wonder you are students of class 1 of senior year 3. Quite clever. But I really can't understand why none of you got the first multiple-choice question right. Do you not understand the question? Or can you not comprehend the options? I've told you all long ago, don't be careless. Even if it's a simple question, you need to read it twice before you start working on it. You just won't listen. I've been thinking hard for 2 days and nights, and I still couldn't find the answer. Come on, who can tell me why? For the first multiple-choice question, a free-point question, only 3 students in our class got it right. I don't understand. The language teacher became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice also growing hoarse, a sign of her rising temper. It was the first time that the students in Class 3-1 saw their language teacher like this. Many were thinking, is it really that serious? It's just a multiple-choice question. Of course, there were some who were concerned about other matters. Only 3 people got it right? Looks like that question was option C. The class monitor is still the class monitor. Even Su Ran got it wrong, but the class monitor didn't write an essay. Looks like the language teacher is going to be furious. The 2 students at the back continued to discuss when suddenly the language teacher in a Zhongshan suit walked over to them. What are you 2 discussing? As soon as the language teacher approached, the 2 were taken aback, quickly shutting their mouths and lowering their heads as if trying to bury them into the desk. Kiskivit Gotin, Liu Yanglam. Stand up. At this moment, faced with the furious language teacher, even the 2 most mischievous students in the class could only obediently comply. The classroom fell into a hush, and everyone was sweating for the 2 unfortunate students. However, just when everyone thought these 2 were going to be scolded, the language teacher turned around and left. You 2, stand up. One scored 91, the other 92. You really are good brothers, huh? De phone? Dalang. Just right, I'm in a bad mood today. You 2 should share something happy with everyone. It's not good to only think about your own happiness. As soon as the language teacher finished speaking, Su Ran suddenly let out a chuckle, unable to hold back his laughter. Others stifled their laughter, but he really couldn't help it. What are you laughing at? You've all seen a lot of storms. How can you be so fragile over such a small matter? Su Ran thought he was going to be scolded, but unexpectedly, the language teacher was still going off script. With a change of topic, he made a large group laugh again. The tense atmosphere was instantly relieved. The students gradually relaxed. Many whispered to each other, as expected of a man who has thoroughly studied Sun Tzu's Art of War, my idol. Yeah, he's really sharp. My eyes have been opened. Only the two standing at the back kept their heads down, stifling their laughter, wanting to laugh but not daring to. As the atmosphere relaxed, Su Ran subtly glanced at Lin Mo, who was looking out the window. He thought to himself that the language teacher's earlier actions probably indicated that his favorability in the teacher's heart was quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to change the topic at this moment. As if it were as he expected, the language teacher soon came to his side and began to announce, "All right, quiet down. Although your scores this time are terrible, there is one thing I must say. That is, the first place in Chinese language remains in our class, and it hasn't been taken by Class 2. Your average score in Chinese is also higher than Class 2 by 0.5 points. Congratulations to Su Ran. 130 points, ranking first in the Chinese language for Qingchuan No. 1 middle school." As soon as the words fell, the classroom was first met with silence. Everyone instinctively glanced at Lin Mo before starting to applaud. They all knew that Lin Mo's Chinese score couldn't possibly be as good as Su Ran's. After all, he was missing the 60 points from the essay. But at that moment, they saw Lin Mo without an ounce of tension or worry. He remained calm as ever. It was as if getting first in the grade was nothing out of the ordinary for him. The moment An Miaowei heard Teacher Yu announce the results, she instinctively glanced at Lin Mo. This was the first time she had seen Lin Mo not take first place in language arts. Did he really not care about such an important exam? A strange emotion unexpectedly arose in her heart, and she realized that her impression of Lin Mo was deepening. She didn't understand why she suddenly felt inexplicably sensitive toward him. It was as if just hearing his name sent a shiver through her, and his face unconsciously appeared in her mind. At this moment, Lin Mo remained unusually calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. It was as if he were merely an observer. He sat upright, eyes lowered, with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In An Miaowei's eyes, Lin Mo seemed to possess a magical charm at this moment, drawing her to want to understand the reasons behind his change in demeanor. When she focused her gaze on him, Lin Mo unexpectedly looked up and offered her a faint smile. The smile was warm like jade, but when he saw her, it carried a touch of distance. That smile quickly faded, as if the warmth had been just an illusion, gone in an instant. Seeing this, An Miaowei was momentarily stunned. He could smile at everyone, yet he completely withdrew when facing her. Did he really dislike her that much? Thinking of this made An Miaowei feel a wave of discomfort. She didn't understand why this was happening. After all, they had been childhood friends since they were little. How could they suddenly be at odds? Lin Montak. Lin Mo occasionally glanced out the window, intending to quietly wait for the results to be announced. However, when he turned back, he saw Su Ran raising an eyebrow at him with a smug expression. Lin Mo turned his head away dismissively, looking at Teacher Yu. To him, he simply didn't want to acknowledge Su Ran. But from Su Ran's perspective, this action meant Lin Mo was afraid, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Lin Mo, you finally lost. I scored 130 in language arts, while your perfect score is only 90. This time, I've surpassed you by at least 40 points just in language arts. What do you have to beat me? Su Ran's joy was evident on his face, and the classmates in the room were watching this exchange closely. Everyone knew about the rivalry between these two. As things reached this point, many felt anxious for Lin Mo. He was genuinely in a precarious position. It wasn't wise to forfeit writing in such an important exam for the sake of a bet. As the results continued to be announced, the students soon realized that this time, the language arts scores were generally low. And the first question, which had been a tricky one, indeed turned out to be C, leading to a chorus of groans. An Miaowei. When teacher you called out An Miaowei's name, she was suddenly taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been worried about why the teacher hadn't called her name yet. Looking around, it seemed all the other students had received their papers, but hers was the last? Aside from a few students, teacher you typically wouldn't announce scores when distributing papers. He had a habit of handing them out from highest to lowest scores. For instance, Su Ran was the first because he had the top score. The sense of foreboding in her heart grew stronger. Sure enough, Murphy's law proved true. An Miaowei trembled as she walked up to the podium to receive her paper. The Chinese teacher didn't say much upon seeing the situation. After handing the exam paper to her, he turned his gaze to the last paper on the desk. Although the teacher said nothing, everyone understood. Even though the teacher didn't read out An Miaowei's score, it was clear her score was the lowest in the class. This shocked her classmates. Although An Miaowei wasn't particularly outstanding in their class, her grades had always been decent. How could she have done so poorly in Chinese this time? As soon as An Miaowei returned to her seat, she almost instantly collapsed onto her desk and started to cry. Her deskmate, Gong Lily, frowned and gently patted her back, offering a few words of comfort before her gaze fell on the glaring red score of 89 on the Chinese exam paper. Failing, she remembered that the student sitting in front of An Miaowei, upon seeing the score on the paper, had relaxed immediately, and she heard him whispering softly, "Yay, I passed. I don't have to be called to the office for a talk." In other words, An Miaowei was actually the only one in the entire class who failed, apart from the special academic achiever, Lin Mo. Now the Chinese teacher was going to explode, and Miaowei would be in trouble after class. The last paper is quite interesting. I think you all know who it belongs to without me saying it. As the Chinese teacher said this, everyone's gaze awkwardly fell on Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood up and walked directly to the Chinese teacher. The teacher looked at Lin Mo and asked seriously, "Can you give me an explanation? Why didn't you write the essay?" Lin Mo remained silent. He didn't want to explain too much. The teacher must have known about his relationship with Su Ran, which had long since spread. He understood that the teacher might think he was being bullied by Su Ran and wanted to speak up for him. But did he need that? No, he didn't. Even without the essay, he was still Lin Mo, still the top student at Qingchuan. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly dropped to freezing point. His classmates had always treated this matter as a joke, but when it really happened, they found it a bit hard to adjust. Many people were sweating for Lin Mo. Having been used to seeing Lin Mo excel in exams, they found it hard to accept the reality before them. From being the top scorer to now being the lowest, it was no wonder the Chinese teacher was so serious today. However, at this moment, the happiest person was Su Ran. But now, no one was there to share in her joy. "Teacher Zhang, it's Su." The usually close Gu Xiaoxing suddenly stood up to say something, but he was silenced by a glance from Lin Mo. Lin Mo understood Gu Xiaoxing's good intentions, but he didn't want to explain anything, and besides, the bet with his classmates was to not write the essay, which the teacher would not hear about. This matter was not over yet. Who would have the last laugh was still uncertain. The Chinese teacher's expression was very serious as he stared at Lin Mo, speaking each word clearly. "Lin Mo, do you know how many points the top score in the entire Chinese subject is?" 144 points, Lin Mo replied calmly. His memories from his past life told him that he scored 133 points, ranking 8th in the entire province. "Do you know that as long as you score over 56 points on the essay, you will be the top scorer in the entire subject this time? That means Qingchuan No. 1 High School will have the top student. And with your past essay scores, scoring over 50 is not difficult. How can I not be angry?" The teacher's anger was fully ignited as he continued to question him. The top student in the entire province was someone he had taught. This was an unparalleled honor. "I'm sorry, teacher. I promise you that my Chinese score in the college entrance examination will be the highest in the province," Lin Mo said sincerely, though his words carried a sense of determination. Hearing this, the Chinese teacher was somewhat angry, but more than that, he felt helpless and could only sigh. "I hope so, Lin Mo. You are the smartest kid I've ever seen." 88 points. Remember, this is your worst score in Chinese. I don't want to see this score on your papers again, understand? Thank you, teacher. Lin Mo took the exam paper and, with a light step, returned to his seat. After the opening remarks from Teacher Yu, he finally began to explain the exam paper. This time, he broke from his usual habit and started with the essay question. However, the students were still immersed in the shock from earlier. Although Teacher Yu's words were filled with reproach, the joy and concern for Lin Mo in his tone could not be concealed. Class 1 of the third year was composed of all smart students. How could they not pick up on the teacher's implicit meaning? Nevertheless, they felt no envy, jealousy, or resentment. Because when it came to Lin Mo, a perennial top scorer, they all acknowledged his abilities. 88 points. I can't believe it. Lin Mo didn't even write the essay and still got 88 points. I wrote the essay and only got 91 points. The class monitor truly lives up to the title. This is quite unexpected. I really want to see his exam paper to find out where those 2 points were deducted. This is the hardest language exam, and he only lost 2 points. That's really outrageous. The students were buzzing with discussion, and Su Ran couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo a few more times. He was also taken aback. Although he usually scored 130, he got 52 on the essay out of a full score of 60. Meaning he scored a total of 78 on the previous questions, which was still his exceptional performance. Looking at it this way, if Lin Mo had written the essay, his score would definitely be higher than Su Ran's. But he just didn't write it. Despite being shocked, Su Ran was still very pleased, because he was now ahead of Su Ran by 42 points. He had estimated based on Lin Mo's past performance that he should be able to match Lin Mo's scores in other subjects. And even if Lin Mo performed exceptionally, it wouldn't be by much. So he remained confident in himself. Lin Mo, look at Su Ran's expression. Gu Xiaoran poked Lin Mo from the side. Lin Mo shot her a glance and turned to look at Su Ran, who was coldly staring at him with eyes full of jealousy and smugness. But his expression was quite arrogant, mumbling to himself as if he was saying something. Although he was silent, from his expression, it was either mockery or insults. Lin Mo knew that this guy wouldn't say anything nice, and he didn't want to give him any good face in return for his provocation. Let him be. He enjoyed the fact that Su Ran looked displeased but couldn't do anything about it. Ignored, Su Ran felt angry and spat several times under his breath. He really hated Lin Mo's demeanor, always looking down on others. To him, this was just showing off. But in reality, he was just jealous and dissatisfied inside. All right, we've talked enough about the essay section. Next, let's look at the first multiple-choice question that stumped many heroes. Teacher, you flipped through the exam paper while intentionally sighing, and the students rolled their eyes. Teacher, just get on with it. Hey, you all seem so eager. Flipping to the first page. Here, I want to emphasize again that you must read the questions carefully. Look at your exam papers. You actually chose the wrong answer for such an easy question. I truly feel embarrassed for you. On the podium, Teacher Yu sighed as he spoke. Once he pointed it out, the students immediately realized the problem. What the heck? Double negatives plus a question. Teacher, can I plead my case? I misread it at the time. Teacher, me too. I miss one not that. Teacher, I'm different. I didn't miss any words. I misunderstood. Teacher, if you give me another chance, I definitely won't choose wrong again. The voices of regret from the crowd were incessant. Even Su Ran couldn't help but punch himself twice while understanding everything. He hated it to make such a basic mistake. In contrast, Lin Mo was very calm at this moment. His paper was still on the reading comprehension page. After all, this was his only point lost. However, this was already much better than the other students, who could completely guess how the question setter understood the central idea of that article. The Chinese teacher looked at the class full of whales and quickly spoke up to stop them. All right, you are all smart kids and know where your problems lie. Don't make the same mistakes next time. To be honest, the accuracy rate of this question across all schools is very low. All classes are like this. Only 2 or 3 got it right, except for class 10, where a few guessed correctly. I'm telling you this not to make you feel proud. Remember, this is just a joint exam. If it were the college entrance examination, you would have lost all points for the first question. Losing 2 points means how many people would be eliminated. Lin Mo, An Miaowei, you two, come to my office. After class, Su Ran originally planned to show off in front of Lin Mo, but unexpectedly the Chinese teacher took Lin Mo to the office. With him was An Miaowei, the two students from Class 1 who failed in Chinese. Lin Mo looked very relaxed, naturally following the Chinese teacher, while An Miaowei was nervously pinching the corner of her clothes, her tense body showing her inner anxiety. What's wrong with you three? You couldn't even pass such a simple Chinese exam, dragging down the class average. As soon as they entered the office, they heard the Chinese teacher from Class 7 scolding the three students from their class. Seeing the Chinese teacher from Class 1 bring in Lin Mo and An Miaowei, the Class 7 teacher cleared his throat. Teacher Lin, your class also has two students who failed, right? Teacher Lin smiled faintly, pushed up his glasses, and said, Teacher Wang, scolding students is useless. After all, everyone makes mistakes and fails sometimes. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang from Class 7 looked a bit awkward, but when he saw Lin Mo behind Teacher Lin, he fell silent. As for Lin Mo, there were probably very few teachers in the school who didn't know him. If he had failed in Chinese, no one would believe it unless he had missed the exam. This meant that in Class 1, there was really only one person who failed. If Lin Mo had taken the exam seriously, the average score would probably pull Class 7 up a bit. Lin Mo, you go first. As soon as the Chinese teacher finished speaking, Lin Mo immediately said, Teacher, you should already know about me and Su Ran. Actually, for me, this exam was important, and I took it seriously. Essay writing is my strong point, as you know, so this time, just consider me being willful. It won't happen again in the future. The Chinese teacher nodded earnestly. Although he had heard about Lin Mo and Su Ran setting a flag, he still worried that things were not as they seemed, because there were still some other rumors between Lin Mo and An Miaowei. Moreover, since both of them failed in Chinese this time, he suspected that Lin Mo might be covering for An Miaowei. If only An Miaowei had failed, it would have been a huge blow to the pretty girl, but with the academic powerhouse Lin Mo accompanying her, it might be much better. In the mind of the language teacher, it had already been preconceived that Lin Mo cared more about An Miaowei than any betting agreement. Because if Lin Mo wanted to surpass Su Ran, it would be more reasonable to slap him in the face with a higher score rather than not writing an essay. Although the school prohibited early romance, Lin Mo and An Miaowei were both students he had watched grow up. Lin Mo's academic performance had always been excellent, and An Miaowei had also made significant progress in her grades over the past 2.5 years. The school's ban on early romance was to prevent students' grades from being affected. If their performance was not impacted, he would agree with it. 10 years ago, he had won over his wife in high school, so he didn't oppose high school students dating as long as it didn't affect their studies. After giving Lin Mo a few reminders, the teacher let him leave, leaving An Miaowei behind. However, An Miaowei's state at that moment seemed a bit off. The language teacher, claiming to be someone who had been there, knew that young girls in their blossoming years could easily go astray, and he thought that her recent drop in grades might be related to this. Just before, when An Miaowei entered the room, he had inadvertently noticed that her gaze towards Lin Mo was a bit unusual. An Miaowei, don't be afraid. I won't criticize you. I'm just curious why your language score has dropped so significantly this time. What situation has affected you? An Miaowei kept her head down. I just haven't been resting well these past few days. Her words were mumbled, and her voice was very soft. The language teacher continued to soothe An Miaowei's emotions, as he could tell she was feeling flustered. No matter how he hinted, An Miaowei only had that one answer. Having had similar experiences, although the perspective might not always be correct when facing the same situation, his intuition was usually on point. Teacher has been through this. If you like Lin Mo, at the very least, you need to ensure that your grades don't fall too far behind his. Otherwise, your chances of being together in the future will be very slim. Think about it. If Lin Mo goes to a prestigious university while you only attend a regular one, he will become increasingly excellent, and the girls around him will also be outstanding. Do you think you can match him? An Miaowei, with the college entrance examination approaching, I hope you can adjust your state. I hope you can get into a 211 university. An Miaowei was slightly taken aback. Did the teacher think she liked Lin Mo? She wanted to refute that it wasn't true, but the words stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them out loud, not knowing why. After leaving the office, she felt as if her soul had been lost. The teacher's last words seemed to strike at her thoughts. Otherwise, you wouldn't match him. Wouldn't match him. That boy who always liked to follow behind her and was so attentive to her. Was he truly that outstanding? Outstanding enough for even the language teacher to say she didn't deserve him? Why had she felt in the past that Lin Mo wasn't so exceptional? The first day of the results was bustling with excitement. The entire senior class was shaken, as all 10 classes of the senior year at Qingchuan No. 1 High School knew that the top student, Lin Mo, hadn't written an essay yet still scored 88 points in language. Following this, a student from Class 8 who sneaked into the math office discovered an astonishing secret. Lin Mo scored 150 in mathematics, ranking first in the school by 12 points over the second place. Moreover, he was the only one in the entire school to achieve a perfect score in mathematics. As soon as this news broke, it instantly set off a storm at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, rapidly spreading from Class 8. However, when this news began to spread, Su Ran was still in the dark. It wasn't until the math class, when the math teacher walked into the classroom with a beaming smile, that things changed. The students all felt the drastic change in the usually stern math teacher's demeanor, who was now radiating warmth. This exceptionally intelligent middle-aged teacher surprisingly had such a cheerful side. The students couldn't help but sigh to themselves. It seemed that the excellent performance of Class 1 in math had made the teacher so happy. First, I'm going to announce some great news. Congratulations to Lin Mo for scoring 150 points and becoming the top student in math for Jiangqing's first mock exam. Let's give him a round of applause. The math teacher generously announced Lin Mo's achievement to everyone, which immediately sparked thunderous applause. The atmosphere in the back row even couldn't help but shout, "Class monitor is amazing." Also, congratulations to Su Ran for scoring 138 points, coming in second in the whole school. This time, the applause was less enthusiastic. With Lin Mo's perfect score, Su Ran's 138 points felt a bit overshadowed. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. While most people were immersed in the joyous atmosphere, happy for Lin Mo, Su Ran's face was extremely grim, staring at the desk with a very awkward expression, not raising her head. The last question of the math exam was so difficult, clearly beyond the syllabus. She felt even a bit strained to achieve 138 points. How could Lin Mo possibly score full marks? She truly couldn't believe that Lin Mo could score 150. That was just too incredible. However, no matter how much she didn't believe it, the fact was there, and she had to accept it. After the math teacher announced Lin Mo's results, he didn't say much more. After all, besides Lin Mo, everyone else had not performed well. This math exam indeed had a very challenging last question. She didn't know which teacher set the questions. He didn't want to blame anyone, just hoped everyone could study well from now on and try to do better next time. After all, with Lin Mo, the top math student in the city, he felt a sense of glory. If this had happened in the past, when he had such poor results, he would have definitely had a stern face. Lin Mo was the one handing out the exam papers. When he walked over to An Miaowei and handed her the paper, she subconsciously averted her gaze. This was something that had never happened before. An Miaowei felt it was strange and unnatural, with her inner thoughts conflicting with her body's instinctive reactions. Seeing this, Gong Lily felt even more puzzled. "Hey, Wei Wei, what's going on with you two? Why are you so afraid to look at him now? Did that guy bully you again?" An Miaowei shook her head. "Lily, I'm fine." Gong Lily sighed. She was a bit confused about An Miaowei. How could she change so much in just a few days? When she received the exam paper and saw that An Miaowei had only scored 83 points in math, she was taken aback. In the past, An Miaowei had never scored this low. Even she, a poor student in math, had scored 95 points. But An Miaowei quietly lowered her head, staying silent, looking lost and forlorn, which was quite pitiful. "Wei Wei, don't be sad. You just had an off day this time. Let's strive to do better next time. There are still the second and third mock exams to show your true abilities." Gong Lily tried to comfort her several times, But An Miaowei remained unresponsive, and she sighed helplessly. Lin Mo, why don't you come up and explain this test paper to the class? The math teacher, whether on a whim or with premeditated intent, suggested that Lin Mo explain this test paper. This prompted a round of applause from the classmates. Lin Mo didn't refuse. He knew this was a recognition from the math teacher. Many would yearn for such an opportunity, but few had the capability to even attempt it. Calmly, Lin Mo walked up to the podium, picked up the chalk, and began to explain his thought process for solving the first problem. Gong Lily, seeing this, gently nudged An Miaowei with her elbow. Wei, look. Lin Mo is going to explain the problem. Honestly, he looks pretty handsome doing this. Come on, take a look. An Miaowei rolled her eyes at Gong Lily. Who wants to look at him? After saying that, she lowered her head again. However, in that moment of looking down, she couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Lin Mo. Standing at the podium, he wore a faint smile and spoke with ease as he explained the problems. To be honest, he really was quite different from before. In the past, after every exam, he would find An Miaowei after class or when school ended to explain the problems to her. Even if she was somewhat unwilling, he never gave up, and several times, she even got angry, saying she didn't understand no matter how he explained. Listening to Lin Mo explain the problems was a unique experience just for her. Many in the class would yearn for such an opportunity, but before, she felt it was quite ordinary. Perhaps it was too easy to obtain. Now, would Lin Mo still come to explain problems to her after class? The answer was undoubtedly no. Lin Mo didn't even want to glance at her anymore. And An Miaowei finally. For example, the last big question. This question is a bit beyond the syllabus. If you have studied calculus in college, it would be much easier. But you can still solve it with just high school knowledge. It's just a bit complicated. There are 3 methods to solve this question with high school knowledge. I will first explain the first method. However, the more brilliant Lin Mo was, the more uncomfortable Su Ran felt. Especially when he saw the math teacher casting admiring glances at Lin Mo and classmates applauding him. He couldn't help but fold and refold the pen tip in his hand. By the end of the class, the ballpoint pen tip in his hand was already bent out of shape. However, in math, Lin Mo only outperformed him by 12 points. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated. These 2 classes were quite torturous for Su Ran. As soon as class was over, he immediately rushed over to Lin Mo, but Lin Mo just glanced at him and returned to his seat. Su Ran gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Mo, you know you're going to lose and you're afraid to face me, right? At least you have some self-awareness. Do you remember our bet? Hurry up and think about how to tell the teacher to give the class president position to me. Ha. Su Ran laughed loudly, but Lin Mo thought this guy must be seriously ill. He hadn't even won yet and was already showing off, which was ridiculous. Before Lin Mo could drive him away with words, a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside Su Ran. Lin Mo won't lose. Isn't that An Miaowei? Lin Mo was taken aback, and Gong Lily, who was sitting next to An Miaowei, also widened her eyes at her. She figured it out? At this moment, An Miaowei was actually speaking up for Lin Mo, and this sudden scene drew the attention of many classmates. Lin Mo smiled bitterly and shook his head lightly, feeling foolish for his past self. Unexpectedly, in his previous life, he had exhausted his dignity but received not a single word of concern from An Miaowei. And in this life, after he cut off his emotional ties, he easily heard An Miaowei speaking to him. And the one being confronted was Su Ran. To know, in his past life, shortly after the first joint exam, An Miaowei became Su Ran's girlfriend, and it was the kind of devotion that was unwavering. For example, smiles that Lin Mo had never seen. For example, hands that Lin Mo had never held. For example, this scene felt like a dream, and fate really does play tricks on people. In his past life, he gave everything just hoping that An Miaowei would look back at him once, but he could never change An Miaowei's choice. After rebirth, Lin Mo didn't want to change her anymore, nor did he want to take revenge on her. He only wanted to quietly leave her. Because Lin Mo no longer held any expectations or hopes for her. However, he did nothing, yet An Miaowei suddenly seemed to have changed a bit. When An Miaowei looked at Lin Mo, there was no joy in her gaze, only a hint of calmness, which made her feel increasingly sad. But what she didn't know was that in the past, her attitude towards Lin Mo sometimes mirrored this, even more exaggerated. But she had never realized this. How many times had Lin Mo been hurt by her? And for the Lin Mo she knew so well, she seemed to have never had much interest. At least since the third year of middle school, it had already been like this. However, the situation seemed a bit different now. She suddenly felt that Lin Mo had become distant, that he was getting further away. But she still couldn't figure out why Lin Mo's attitude towards her had suddenly changed so much. This left her very puzzled. Su Ran was suddenly confronted, and he felt utterly confused, especially when he saw that the person confronting him was a rather beautiful girl. He couldn't understand it at all. In the few days since he had transferred to this class, everything had seemed like it would go smoothly, but he had encountered too many frustrating things. As for An Miaowei, Su Ran only knew that she was a school representative. As for anything else, sorry, he didn't know her. In Su Ran's eyes, he only wanted to defeat Lin Mo, who had been pressing down on him. He was quite smart. Seeing An Miaowei's little glance, he suddenly understood something. This school, Representative An Miaowei, liked Lin Mo, and Lin Mo seemingly didn't like her back. This was Su Ran's first impression. He didn't say it directly, but he noted the name An Miaowei in his heart. He wanted to understand everything related to Lin Mo thoroughly in order to find a way to defeat him. Classmate, I was talking to Lin Mo. What are you interrupting for? Just stay where it's cool. Don't be a nuisance. It's easy to break the unity of the class. Su Ran said this dismissively, but his tone was somewhat firm. An Miaowei bit her lip. It was the first time someone had confronted her like this. As a school representative, her performance had been good, and everyone had only positive feelings towards her. Good-looking people are liked wherever they go. But now, Lin Mo was ignoring her, and this Su Ran was actually spouting off at her. Lin Mo didn't say anything. In reality, he didn't want to face the awkward scene of this overly dramatic boy making threats. After all, children in school, no matter how good their grades, tend to be impulsive and immature. Yet he, having lived a second life, although he looked like he was 17 or 18, had a mature mentality. From his current perspective, Su Ran's behavior seemed like that of a child throwing a tantrum. Boring, tedious. He stood up, wanted to take a walk and get some fresh air. But at that moment, when he suddenly stood up, his imposing height of 1.8 meters was incredibly intimidating, instantly silencing Su Ran. This made the other classmates mistakenly think that Lin Mo had stood up to fight. Su Ran instinctively took half a step back. Lin Mo, what are you doing? I'm telling you, hitting someone leads to punishment. His eyes were filled with doubt, and his expression tense, as if he was wary of something. The atmosphere in the classroom dropped to freezing point, especially when An Miaowei saw Lin Mo's actions. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Did Lin Mo see her being bullied and come to help her? Her heart raced a few beats faster, and her face flushed red. She knew it. Lin Mo wouldn't completely ignore her. Beside her, Gong Lily's gaze shifted back and forth between An Miaowei and Lin Mo. However, the scene they were eagerly anticipating did not occur. Lin Mo walked straight out of the classroom. Su Ran immediately felt a burning sensation on his face. A sense of humiliation and frustration welled up as he was ignored and intimidated. He had actually been daunted by such a simple action from Lin Mo. Wouldn't that make his classmates laugh their heads off? When he cautiously glanced around, he noticed several strange looks directed at him, and they were whispering among themselves. This only made Su Ran even more furious. Lin Mo, just keep pretending, he sneered. When the results for English and the comprehensive science come out, let's see if you can still hold your head high. I've already checked the answers. My English and integrated science performance are exceptional. Unless you can score full marks on everything, it's impossible for you to surpass me. Oh, then let's wait for the results to come out. Lin Mo didn't look back, dropped the words, and his figure disappeared at the door. After Lin Mo left, the classroom was filled with discussions. Su Ran felt that he could no longer stay in this classroom and went out, not knowing where to go. After all, He had just transferred not long ago. Although the classmates were usually friendly to him, they couldn't compare to the time Lin Mo had spent with them. He hadn't made a single friend yet. Hey, do you think Lin Mo can win this time? I really don't want Su Ran to be class monitor. This guy may be good at studying, but his temper is too strange. Who knows when he might offend him? Yeah, Lin Mo is still the class monitor. He smiles at everyone and is both humble and handsome. So I think it's tough. Although Lin Mo has made up 12 points in math, his language scores are still too low. There's still a gap of 30 points between them. I really think this gap can't be bridged. Unless this time the integrated science and English exams were a bit easier, allowing that kid Su Ran to score so high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Could it really be that Su Ran is going to be class monitor? Boo-hoo. My MO. You have to do your best. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Can you be normal? We are both boys. I want to change seats. On the first day the results were released, only the scores for 3 subjects were announced in the afternoon. The final results everyone was looking forward to didn't come that quickly. However, to the surprise of the onlookers, Lin Mo's English score was actually a perfect 150. Moreover, he ranked first in the city alongside the academic genius Chu Yi from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. And Su Ran scored 142. This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Su Ran. At the same time, it added a layer of suspense to the showdown. The total score difference between Su Ran and Lin Mo was now only 22 points. If Lin Mo's integrated science score exceeds Su Ran's by 22 points, this showdown would end with Lin Mo's victory. As soon as this news came out, it immediately sparked a lot of discussions throughout the school. If Lin Mo defeats the second place Su Ran without writing the essay, he will leave an immortal legend at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. How many people can achieve such a feat, and how many have the courage to do so? That afternoon in English class, the English teacher surprisingly replicated the math teacher's approach perfectly, letting Lin Mo go on stage to explain the test paper. This left Lin Mo somewhat speechless. Are you all doing this? Is there a salary for me? Though he thought this, Lin Mo still gladly accepted the teacher's request because this was another opportunity to hit Su Ran. If he performed well enough, then in the eyes of his classmates and teachers, he would appear even more outstanding. This made the classmates below very happy, because having Lin Mo speak meant that the atmosphere of the class was bound to be relaxed. Why not just let the class monitor speak from now on? Keep it down. Don't let the teacher hear you. Be careful not to be called up to speak later. No, I won't go. I don't have that ability. The classroom atmosphere was very pleasant under Lin Mo's leadership. He also explained some of his methods and techniques for learning English. English is just an ordinary language. There's nothing difficult about it. Because there are only so many things in the world. Language is merely a synonym for things. You just need to remember these synonyms like you remember the names of the foods you like and express them according to certain rules. Such words sound common, but hit the essence, earning great praise from the English teacher for Lin Mo. Many classmates also gain a lot from it. However, at this moment, Su Ran had no intention of attending class at all. Moreover, he wasn't looking at the English paper, but was repeatedly checking answers on the integrated science paper. Only answer sheets are submitted. The test papers can be kept. Although there was an English test paper on Su Ran's desk, his gaze fell on the physics paper next to it. He was checking his answers. Indeed, he was a bit anxious. Lin Mo had displayed extraordinary strength in 2 consecutive subjects, something he never expected. Based on his previous understanding of Lin Mo, even with normal performance, Lin Mo's scores in mathematics and English would only be around 130 to 140. There was absolutely no way both subjects would be perfect scores. This was far beyond his expectations. When he saw that Lin Mo had scored full marks in mathematics, Su Ran thought it was just a case of exceptional performance. But now, the fact that Lin Mo also scored full marks in English was no longer just an issue of exceptional performance. It was a matter of capability. Could it be that he deliberately hid his strength? Su Ran speculated, a sense of bad premonition suddenly rising in his heart. He could only hope that the results would not differ too much from his expectations. Hard work pays off, He spent almost an entire class period going over the physics paper again. In the end, he estimated his physics score to be around 275 to 280, but the specifics would depend on how the teacher graded the major problems. If his estimate was close, based on his understanding of Lin Mo, he guessed Lin Mo's physics score would also be around 280. Even if Lin Mo performed exceptionally, it would only be around 290. It couldn't be any higher. Although this exam was somewhat easier for both physics and English, getting full marks was not that easy. He and Lin Mo still had a 22-point difference. With that said, Lin Mo would undoubtedly lose. Reaching this conclusion, Su Ran finally relaxed the tension in his heart. However, just at that moment, the classroom suddenly fell silent as the English teacher walked over to Su Ran. Su Ran, not paying attention in class, what are you doing? In an instant, dozens of gazes focused on him. Su Ran glanced at Lin Mo, who was quietly watching him, and secretly laughed to himself. It doesn't matter. After all, I won. Seeing him not speak, the English teacher had a few guesses in her mind. Su Ran, your grades are not bad, but you should act like a student in class. What are you holding in your hand? At this moment, Su Ran was still immersed in the joy of beating Lin Mo, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, and even smiled at the English teacher. When the English teacher saw this scene, she was instantly furious. Is scoring 142 enough to not pay attention in class? Learn from Lin Mo. Come to my office after class. After dropping the words, the English teacher turned and left. As the English teacher exited, the bell rang for the end of class. The classmates in the class quickly gathered around Su Ran. Su Ran, how could you do this? How can you read physics papers during English class? The English teacher must be so upset because of you. Exactly. You're really disrespectful. The English teacher is furious. Good luck with that. The classmates' accusations drowned Su Ran. What should have been a good class was ruined by him, causing frustration. If it weren't for the generally good English performance in the class, and the fact that he was the second in the class, the English teacher might have lost it right then and there. At this moment, Lin Mo also came down from the podium. Su Ran, I looked at your test paper, and there was a question that was so simple that you shouldn't have gotten it wrong. Seeing Lin Mo, Su Ran was infuriated and retorted with a sneer. You should take care of yourself. Don't forget, there's still a 22-point difference between us. Think carefully about how to explain to the class monitor about being the class leader, haha. Su Ran was a clever person, but his desire to win against Lin Mo was so strong that he committed such a huge mistake without realizing it. He offended the English teacher and allowed his classmates to witness the spectacle. He was straying further down the wrong path, blinded by hatred. After class, he went to the English teacher's office. As the classmates had guessed, he was thoroughly scolded. Yet, there was not the slightest hint of sadness on Su Ran's face. It was hard to believe he could still smile. Unknowingly, many people have started to distance themselves from Su Ran. However, the showdown between Su Ran and Lin Mo remains the focus of everyone's attention. Yet it seems that a result will not be seen on the first day. Even after the last class of the afternoon ended, there was no announcement on the school's bulletin board, nor did any teachers mention the integrated science scores, and there were no rumors circulating. No one knew that a group of teachers was discussing Lin Mo's integrated science answer sheets. Just when everyone thought they would have to wait until the next day to uncover the results, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with the latest information during evening self-study. Everyone, stop for a moment. We need to hold an impromptu class meeting. It was quite normal for the homeroom teacher to call for a class meeting, but the mention of it made everyone realize that something significant was about to happen. As expected, the first thing the teacher wanted to discuss was Su Ran. I believe everyone is eager to know their integrated science scores and rankings. It's not like we have to keep this from you. When it's time for you to know, we will naturally tell you. Here it is. The homeroom teacher shook a piece of paper in his hand. Instantly, the classroom erupted in cheers. Everyone thought the homeroom teacher came to criticize Su Ran, but instead, he brought such shocking news. In an instant, the students couldn't contain their excitement and began to lose their composure. Oh wow, it's still our dear homeroom teacher. True to form, homeroom teacher steady. Although the homeroom teacher didn't say much, everyone realized that this was the report card. At this moment, both Lin Mo and Su Ran's eyes were fixed on that piece of paper. Both hoped to win. However, compared to Lin Mo's calmness, Su Ran appeared more anxious. He only stretched his neck, eagerly glancing a few times without any further actions. The closer they got to the end, the more the anticipation was mixed with nervousness. Many students' gazes intentionally or unintentionally drifted between the two, unsure whether they lingered more on Lin Mo or Su Ran. Among all the gazes, An Miaowei was included. In fact, throughout the evening self-study, her eyes had not left Lin Mo. However, she concealed it well. To others, it seemed she was just reading her book. When the homeroom teacher took out the report card, she felt a moment of concern for Lin Mo. This seemed to be the first time she felt this way about him. In her memory, Lin Mo had never lost to anyone in exams, at least not at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. But today, Lin Mo was trailing behind the newly transferred Su Ran by 22 points due to the essay. Lin Mo, will he lose? She didn't know, but now, she hoped Lin Mo would win. Everyone quiet before we announce the results. I want to emphasize one more point. I hope everyone strictly adheres to the school rules and regulations, and be strict with yourself while being lenient towards others. I don't want to hear any more rumors about our class from elsewhere. Is that clear? The homeroom teacher's serious gaze swept across every corner of the classroom, eventually landing on Lin Mo. Understood. Lin Mo called out first. Understood, the other students echoed. The atmosphere in the back row didn't disappoint either. Okay, now let's start announcing our class's scores. Let's satisfy your curiosity. All right, let's begin announcing our class's scores. Let's satisfy your curiosity. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished this sentence, the faces of everyone below the podium were filled with anticipation. However, the homeroom teacher seemed to deliberately pause for 2 seconds. This kind of suspense at such a moment made the students below the podium grow increasingly anxious, each one more eager than the last. It felt like having cat's claws in their hearts just couldn't scratch the itch. Among these people, the most anxious was undoubtedly Su Ran. He stared at the homeroom teacher with fiery eyes, muttering, "Come on, hurry up and say it. What are you waiting for?" The one who was the least anxious, naturally, was Lin Mo. By the time he put down his pen in the exam room, he already knew his score. The homeroom teacher took a deep breath, lifted his head, and glanced at the anxious faces of the students below, finally landing on Lin Mo, then broke into a warm smile. First of all, let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate Lin Mo for achieving an outstanding score of 688 and securing the first place in the entire school. The homeroom teacher raised his voice, stirring the crowd's blood. However, what was even more exhilarating was that Lin Mo was actually first in the entire school, and his total score reached an astonishing 688 points. This was achieved without him even writing an essay. If he had written an essay, even if he scored only 50 points for it, his total score would have reached a terrifying height of 738 points. Simply terrifying. With such a high score, let alone being first in the whole school, he would easily be first in the entire province. Damn, Lin Mo is incredible. After a brief moment of shock, a thunderous applause erupted from below the podium. In everyone's gaze towards Lin Mo, there was nothing but envy and admiration. At this moment, the class was filled with thunderous applause, and everyone felt genuine admiration for this academic god. Especially the girls. Their gazes towards Lin Mo had completely changed. Their class monitor was actually this handsome, simply as stunning as a celebrity. Lin Mo, you're amazing. And based on this conclusion, Lin Mo's overall science score was actually a shocking perfect score. 300 points. Another perfect score. Damn, he's simply not human. He's a god. Lin Mo not only won, but did so utterly and without any doubt. The students began to applaud one after another. Some even excitedly shouted, and the teacher, for once, did not stop them, allowing them to express their emotions. Because when he saw Lin Mo's scores, he felt as happy as a child himself. Lin Mo is awesome. Our class monitor is mighty. At this moment, the atmosphere in Class 3-1 reached an unprecedented peak. Their cheers resonated throughout the entire floor, and students from other classes clearly heard the shouts. However, they still didn't know what was happening, but knew something significant had occurred. In this fervent atmosphere, the homeroom teacher kept smiling at Lin Mo, and at that moment, he was also applauding for him. After a moment, everyone's gaze began to shift back and forth between Lin Mo and Su Ran. This historic event that shocked Qingchuan High School for an entire year finally welcomed its final moment in their witness. They had no doubt that this event would become an everlasting legend at Qingchuan No. 1 High School from this day forward. It would be passed down through the years alongside the history of the teachers and the school, and Lin Mo would even be hung on the wall for generations of junior students to worship. Perhaps many years later, an old teacher adjusted his old glasses and led the students to the wall, pointing at the handsome young man bathed in sunlight on the wall. "Children, look, that's your senior Lin Mo 30 years ago. He was my student." Even An Miaowei, who was usually reserved, happily applauded for Lin Mo. In her memory, although she often applauded for this familiar university genius, she had never felt such excitement as she did today. She couldn't quite articulate what this feeling was. She just thought it was very strange. Suddenly, she felt that this sensation was somewhat familiar, yet elusive. She gradually let go of the pride she had in her heart, realizing that she had wronged Lin Mo before. In contrast to the students' excited cheers, Lin Mo appeared very calm. Even though he really wanted to win against Su Ran, he was not worried at all. This feeling of confidence stemmed from his strength. At that moment, Su Ran looked very flustered. In fact, when he heard that Lin Mo had scored 688 points, ranking first in the entire school, his facial expression had already lost control. At this moment, he bit his lip tightly, staring at Lin Mo as if he was staring at a lifelong enemy. He could not accept this reality. He had been so sure of himself. Why? Why did Lin Mo win in the end? How could he score full marks in all 3 subjects? This is unscientific. Yes, he must have cheated. At this point, Su Ran's state was gradually becoming frantic, and finally, after hearing the praises directed at Lin Mo and the ridicule aimed at himself, he erupted. "Lin Mo, you cheated. You definitely cheated. I've already studied you thoroughly. With your level, there's no way you could score full marks in all 3 subjects. You absolutely cheated. You must have seen the answers in advance. Yes, it must be that way. Teacher, I, Zheng Su Ran, request the cancellation of Lin Mo's scores in this exam and an investigation into this matter." When Su Ran said this, he was gritting his teeth, and the students nearby could even hear the fierce grinding of his teeth. It's easy to imagine that Su Ran's hatred for Lin Mo had reached a peak. However, when he spoke these words without regard for the occasion, the classroom fell silent. Everyone stared at Su Ran's somewhat deranged appearance in disbelief, momentarily unable to believe that this usually gentle and refined boy would act so hysterically. "Su Ran, should you explain yourself to everyone?" The teacher frowned and asked coldly. Hearing this, Su Ran suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the teacher. "What do you mean by explain? He cheated? He must have cheated. He has never scored this high before. How could he possibly score this high?" Saying this, he turned to Lin Mo and continued to yell, "Lin Mo, do you dare to admit it?" Lin Mo's expression gradually turned cold, replying icily, "Su Ran, if you say I cheated, please provide evidence. If there is no evidence, then it's slander, which is illegal." Su Ran opened his mouth. Just now, he had been momentarily blinded by anger, but now that he had calmed down, he immediately realized how serious a mistake he had made. Before accusing someone, he must have evidence. Otherwise, the accused must prove their innocence. If there is no evidence, then it is slander. Looking at the stupefied expressions of the students and the scowling face of the homeroom teacher, Su Ran's face slightly changed. His actions had almost led all the students to be disappointed in him. How can Su Ran do this? He actually doubts that Lin Mo cheated. I must be blind. I used to think he was gentle and refined, but it turns out he's despicable and shameless at heart. Yeah, who says otherwise? I used to think he was quite capable, but compared to the class monitor, he's way off. Su Ran's baseless accusations seemed very weak. Not to mention that Lin Mo's exam results have consistently ranked first in the whole school and even the entire county. Is it not allowed for someone to perform exceptionally well just once? Who says that a top student can't exceed expectations? Moreover, it could be that Lin Mo suddenly had a breakthrough and his performance improved even further. In addition, judging from Lin Mo's explanations during the previous 2 classes on math and English exam papers, he indeed had the capability, which was recognized by the teachers. With his current state, is it hard to understand how he could score so high? The homeroom teacher on stage felt a bit unhappy due to Su Ran's sudden attack. He really didn't expect this new student to be so mischievous. When the school assigned Su Ran to his class, he thought it would add a valuable member to the team. However, he didn't expect this new member to stir up conflicts among classmates shortly after arriving. If it weren't for Lin Mo betting with him not to write an essay, Lin Mo wouldn't just be first in the school, but first in the entire county. And then there was the English class disruption, showing disrespect to the teacher. Now, daring to disrupt in front of him and falsely accuse Lin Mo of cheating is simply outrageous. Enough, Su Ran. If you don't have evidence, stop making baseless claims. We all know what kind of person Lin Mo is. Either provide evidence or keep quiet from now on. But even though the homeroom teacher's reasoning was sound, Su Ran seemed to be holding his breath. However, the homeroom teacher didn't give him a chance to speak again. No, but if you have questions, come to my office after class. The homeroom teacher didn't want to prolong this chaotic situation. He glanced at Lin Mo, who looked indifferent, and then shot a glare at Su Ran. I was quite happy today. After praising Lin Mo, it would have been your turn. Now, I'm not in the mood. Who wants to come up and read out the results? I do. Huh? As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, Gong Lily eagerly raised her hand, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. The reason she was so eager to go up was twofold. She was eager to see her own results, and she was annoyed because An Miaowei had just whispered to her and made fun of the arrogant Su Ran. She was also curious about how poorly Su Ran had done. Lin Mo let him have one essay topic, and he couldn't even pass. How ridiculous. Truly the second to last. After the homeroom teacher left, the atmosphere in the classroom became lively again. Students urged Gong Lily to hurry up and read the results. After recovering from the shock brought by Lin Mo, everyone was now even more curious about Su Ran's results. In addition, they were also looking forward to their own scores. Thus, the classroom was filled with encouraging voices. However, when Gong Lily got on stage, she began to laugh heartily while holding the results sheet. Everyone was a bit confused by her behavior. Gong Lily, hurry up and read the results. What's so funny? Exactly. Gong Lily was laughing so hard she couldn't catch her breath, and for a long time, she couldn't say a single word. At that moment, Su Ran suddenly rushed up and snatched the results sheet away. Su Ran charged up with great momentum. Gong Lily actually looked like she had seen a ghost, turning and running away. When she came down, she even patted her ample chest. You scared me to death. Only after confirming that Su Ran was still on the podium did she let out a heavy sigh. A heart that had been in suspense finally relaxed. Everyone looked on in confusion. An Miaowei quietly asked, Lily, what's wrong? Gong Lily looked at Su Ran with surprise and then glanced at Lin Mo, who was surrounded by the tables in front and behind, a smile creeping onto her lips. Wei, do you know what I just saw? An Miaowei shook her head lightly. Gong Lily suddenly grabbed An Miaowei's hand and excitedly said, Lin Mo scored 688 points, and Su Ran scored 687 points. Su Ran is just 1 point behind Lin Mo, ha ha. It's hilarious. Look at Su Ran's expression. Puffed, ha ha ha. Gong Lily buried her head behind the desk drawer, laughing nonstop. But An Miaowei's heart sank, and the words of their language teacher echoed in her ears. Otherwise, you are not worthy of him. Lin Mo is getting better and better, more and more outstanding, while she An Miaowei couldn't help but feel despondent. She had messed up this exam and might end up being the last in the class, which would make her a joke. At that moment, seeing Su Ran's face turn even angrier upon looking at the report card, he gasped for breath, slammed the report card onto the teacher's desk, and shouted at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you must have cheated to beat me. Wait for me. I will find the evidence. With that, he stormed out of the classroom. Su Ran's sudden crazy behavior left Lin Mo confused. What was going on? He hadn't offended him, had he? In fact, at that moment, the curious onlookers in the class were even more eager to know what had happened. What had ignited Su Ran, this walking powder keg, for the second time? Curiosity drove the duo of Li Feng and Lu Jianglang from the back row to the podium first. As soon as they got the report card, they mimicked Gong Lily's earlier reaction. Haha, this is hilarious. No wonder Su Ran is so angry. It's really funny. These two were the class clowns, and at that moment on the podium, they acted like a pair of comedic performers. You two speak up. What did you see? How many points did Su Ran get? Other classmates urged. I'm curious too, what happened? Is there something strange about the report card? With a swish, more than half the class stood up and rushed toward the podium. When they saw the report card, everyone was taken aback. Wow, Su Ran scored 687 points, ranking second. He only lost to Lin Mo by 1 point. Amazing! Someone exclaimed upon seeing the report card, and in an instant, all the classmates in the classroom understood what was going on. Su Ran lost, and he lost by just 1 point. He had been boasting just before that he was sure to win. He had said things like how Lin Mo had scored 42 points lower in Chinese. Why should he win against him? And there were remarks about how Lin Mo should quickly think of a way to tell the teacher to give the class monitor position to him. Now, it all seemed like a joke. The slap in the face was too harsh, too unexpected. The most important thing was that he lost by just 1 point, which made it even funnier. That 1 point felt like an iron chisel, hitting Su Ran hard in the face. No wonder he stormed out. He must have been too embarrassed to stay in the classroom. But even if he left that classroom, so what? The fact had been established. Escaping had no meaning. Su Ran was destined to become a joke at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. He also became the first stepping stone on Lin Mo's new path in life. Lin Mo understood that for Su Ran in this world, at least at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, there was no chance for a comeback. Because Lin Mo's victory was so spectacular, his classmates now treated him like a god. And his deeds were destined to spread throughout the entire Jiang city, centered around this extraordinary night at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. In the center of Jiangcheng, there stands a vast, magnificent high school with beautiful scenery. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Compared to the less prestigious Qingchuan No. 1 High School in the Old Town, this place not only boasts excellent teaching quality, but also offers multiple leisure and entertainment facilities, including a gymnasium and a soccer field. This is a renowned elite school in Jiangcheng and even across East China. In the classroom of Class 3-1 at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, there are 50 students seated. Unlike the unattractive red and blue uniforms worn by students at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, the students here are dressed very fashionably. The most eye-catching is the girl sitting in the middle of the front row. She has long black hair that reaches her waist, a slim and delicate figure, skin as fair as jade, and an extraordinarily beautiful face, resembling a fairy. She carries an elegance that only a wealthy young lady possesses, along with a unique charm that sets her apart from others. Even though she appears calm at this moment, her extraordinary allure cannot be concealed. This girl is named Chu Yi, the belle of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, Chu Qianhe, and she is also one of the top geniuses in East China. At 18 years old, she has already received a special admission quota from Tsinghua and Peking University. This means that even if she doesn't take the college entrance examination, she can still attend these prestigious universities. The results of the joint examination are out. This is the class ranking, and this is the city ranking. Congratulations, everyone. All of you from our class made it into the top ranks of the city. The homeroom teacher entered, placing 2 copies of the results on the desk. You can take a look. A few students immediately gathered around, chattering excitedly, their joy evident. That's amazing. We actually made it into the top ranks of the city. My score is only 666 points, and I'm ranked over 60 in the city. Of course, Chui is first again. Tisk, she's ahead of the second place by a full 20 points, so strong. Remember last time we made a bet? Our class would dominate the top 10 in the city. You're gonna lose. Look, the first page is all 10 names from Jiangxing number 1 high school class 3-1. Are you blind? Look carefully. The 10th place is from Jiangxing number 1 high school. What the hell? It's Qingchuan number 1 high school class 3-1. 688 points? This Qingchuan number 1 high school has produced a top student. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, startling everyone around him. Lin Mo, have you lost your mind? Why are you shouting so loud? Look, doesn't it say here that Lin Mo from Qingchuan number 1 high school class 3-1 only scored 88 points in Chinese? 88 points? That's failing? What the hell? After hearing his words, everyone leaned in again to look at the 10th place. Is this for real? Full marks in math? Full marks in English? Full marks in comprehensive science? Teacher, are you sure this isn't a mistake? They found that although Lin Mo was ranked 10th in the city, all his subjects except for Chinese had full marks, and his Chinese score was only 88 points. This was simply unfathomable and hard to comprehend. Logically speaking, if Lin Mo could score full marks in other subjects, he definitely shouldn't have failed in Chinese. However, the facts were right in front of them, making it hard to believe. The crowd erupted in discussion, all looking toward their homeroom teacher, asking if there had been a mistake. Quiet, quiet. The homeroom teacher signaled for everyone to be silent, then said, "You may not believe this, but when I saw this score report, I couldn't believe it either. I called the principal and the head teacher of Qingchuan number 1 high school several times to confirm, and after checking repeatedly, I can conclude that this score report is accurate. That Lin Mo has always been the top student at Qingchuan number 1 high school. This time, aside from Chinese, he scored full marks in all subjects. And the reason he only scored 88 in Chinese is that he did not write the essay." As the homeroom teacher revealed Lin Mo's results, the entire class fell silent. Full marks in every subject except for Chinese. Moreover, the language test only deducted 2 points for not writing the composition. What the hell impressive, this Lin Mo compared to Chui is probably not much inferior. Monster, it's a monster. This Lin Mo from class 1 of senior year 3 at Qingchuan number 1 high school is a genius. The classmates were shocked and speechless. Although they were all top students, many times effort alone wasn't enough. Because scoring over 650, the effect of hard work is minimal. At this point, talent has to surpass effort. Late at night, in the classroom of class 1 of senior year 3 at Jiangxing number 1 high school, there was still one student who hadn't left. It was Chui. At this moment, she was standing in front of her report card, staring at the grades above. The first line of the report card boldly stated, Jiangxing's first comprehensive mock exam results, overall ranking. First place, Chui, class 1 of senior year 3 at Jiangxing number 1 high school, language, 144, mathematics, 148, English, 150, science, 293, total, 735. She ranked first in the entire city with a score of 735. She was a full 20 points ahead of the second place. This alone demonstrates how outstanding she was. Usually, after the exam results came out, she wouldn't bother to look at them again, but today, she stared at this report card for a full 10 minutes. Her gaze didn't shift to the second or third place. Instead, she focused on the score of the student ranked 10th in the entire city. That was a guy named Lin Mo, whom she didn't know and had never even heard of. But now, she knew this name. Lin Mo had broken a well-known norm in Jiangxing. In past exams, the top 10 in the entire city were always dominated by Jiangxing number 1 high school. However, this time he suddenly mixed in. Qingchuan number 1 high school was merely the top school in the old district of Qingchuan, falling 2 orders of magnitude short compared to Jiangxing number 1 high school. But this Lin Mo's scores, In addition to the composition, he only lost 2 points in the language test. If he had written the composition, how many points would he have? If Lin Mo scored the same in language as she did, at 144, she would lose to Lin Mo by a margin of 9 points. This point difference represented a huge gap. If so, she would become the second in the entire city. Having been invincible for so long, for the first time, she felt the presence of a rival. This feeling was novel and fun, making her unable to resist wanting to personally compete with this guy named Lin Mo to see who was stronger. What kind of person was this Lin Mo? If he had written the composition, what would his language score be? What would his total score be? Chu-yi grew increasingly curious. Late at night, walking through the brightly lit streets, Lin Mo's footsteps didn't stop for a moment. Not far behind him, An Miaowei followed closely. The two maintained a distance of 2 to 3 meters. However, it was not like before. After Lin Mo's rebirth, the gears of fate had shifted and deviated from their track. As they were nearing home, An Miaowei, having held it in all the way, finally shouted, "Lin Mo, can we go back to the way things were? Lin Mo, can we still go back to the way things were?" An Miaowei stood quietly under a warm light, hugging her small pink backpack. Her delicate features appeared even more three-dimensional in the glow. The warm light made her complex gaze more captivating. At first glance, it seemed that her eyes were mixed with memories that stirred one's heart. But upon closer inspection, it was as if her gaze resembled the dew on morning lily petals, clear and transparent. Paired with her exquisite cheeks in that moment, she looked increasingly charming and endearing. This image of her would evoke a protective instinct in many, wanting to hold her close in their palms. At that moment, she subconsciously hugged her backpack a little tighter. She was nervous. In fact, even the words she was about to say had taken a long time of mental preparation to muster up the courage. The reason she chose to say this now was that she truly felt Lin Mo was drifting further away from her. If she didn't speak up now, perhaps there would be no opportunity in the future, and she would lose him forever. When Lin Mo heard An Miaowei's call, his footsteps paused for a moment. Although he had already decided to draw a clear line with her, when she asked, "Can we still go back to the way things were?" his heart was still momentarily stirred. In a past life, he had waited for her to turn back to him for over a decade, spanning his entire youth. Lin Mo was someone who valued emotions deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up his chance to attend a prestigious university to choose An Miaowei, who wasn't even a university student. At that time, to him, friendship outweighed his own future. Looking back on his school days, he realized how foolish he had been. The deeper the love, the greater the pain. Lin Mo stopped walking and turned around, his gaze lingering on An Miaowei's pure and captivating face. Those once beautiful memories surged to the forefront of his mind. "Lin Mo, when I grow up, I want to marry you. Lin Mo, will you always protect me? Lin Mo, can you take me to the amusement park? Lin Mo, do you know you're annoying? Can you stay away from me? I don't like you. Lin Mo, how many times do I have to say it? We're just ordinary friends." Lin Mo smiled wryly and shook his head gently. "Go back to the way things were. Go back to what?" His voice trailed off, a faint sigh dispersing into the air. He understood An Miaowei too well. The girl in front of him was no longer the little girl who clung to him all day long. Perhaps, having been the school beauty for so long, she had gradually lost herself amidst the praises of others, with too many people liking her. This wasn't a change of heart. She had never truly liked Lin Mo. Even the kind of affection one might have for an ordinary friend was absent. Lin Mo was very clear about this. If he lost to Su Ran in a confrontation, An Miaowei would have no hesitation in getting close to Su Ran. He knew that An Miaowei currently just lacked a support, still unaccustomed to his sudden departure. But that support could be anyone else, except for him, Lin Mo. However, that person would have to be better than him, because everyone hopes to gain more than they lose. Yet, right now, Su Ran was far from being better than him, and it was no wonder that Su Ran and An Miaowei hadn't become close yet. "Better head home early. We have classes tomorrow." Lin Mo said, turning to leave. He was still as indifferent as ever, which pricked at An Miaowei's pride. She was already on the verge of speaking up, yet Lin Mo still refused to turn back. Lin Mo, why? Why won't you talk to me? I've spoken to you like this, and you still won't forgive me? Do you think I'm not worthy of you anymore? Or do you need me to say I was wrong before you'll acknowledge me? If that's the case, then I'm telling you now I was wrong. Can you forgive my past stubbornness? And Miaowei's hands trembled slightly with agitation. She thought to herself that today Lin Mo had beaten Su Ran and taken first place in the whole school, so he must be in a good mood. At this moment, if she went to find Lin Mo and said a few soft words, with Lin Mo's generosity, he shouldn't hold a grudge against her anymore. However, reality gave her a harsh slap in the face. Lin Mo was still so indifferent towards her. An Miaowei prided herself on never having apologized to anyone or begged for reconciliation. In school, there were many boys who liked her, but under Lin Mo's brilliance, they all seemed so mediocre. If it had been someone else who had fallen out with her, she absolutely wouldn't have acted like this towards Lin Mo today. Lin Mo still held a special place in her heart. After all, he was the boy who had brought her breakfast for 2.5 years. He was still the top student in the whole school, and after all, Lin Mo was quite handsome. Now she realized that Lin Mo was still pretty good. It was just that she had become aware of it a bit late. And Miaowei looked at Lin Mo with a face full of grievance, but her heart was filled with hope. She hoped that Lin Mo would once again show her that sunny smile. However, after pausing for 2 seconds, Lin Mo, without looking back, quickened his pace and walked away. You did nothing wrong. You don't need to apologize to me. Let's end it here, go home early and get some rest. Lin Mo left so gracefully, and An Miaowei couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Lin Montak, you jerk. I've admitted my mistakes, and you still treat me like this. What did I do to deserve this? At this moment, An Miaowei felt an indescribable pain. Fine, since you said to end it here, then from now on, we'll be strangers. Woo woo woo. An Miaowei cried out loud. Her heart felt empty, as if missing a crucial piece. She couldn't put it into words, but tears kept flowing from her eyes. She could no longer stand, crouched down, and buried her head in her arms, crying uncontrollably. Lin Mo stood in the shadows at the corner, quietly watching the girl crying under the street lamp, whose sorrow tugged at his heart. She was once his childhood sweetheart, the girl he had liked for many years, the one he was willing to give everything for in the past. Standing at the intersection, memories flooded back into his mind. She had once been such a cute and innocent girl. She had once followed behind him, calling him Lin Mo Gidge. He had once fantasized about spending a lifetime with her, forever protecting and cherishing her. But in the end, she chose Su Ran. If given another chance, would she still choose Su Ran? Lin Mo had no answer in his heart, but he no longer wanted to know, because the image of An Miaowei in his heart had already faded to the point of being almost invisible. At this moment, he didn't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. Humans are truly complex creatures, pure, kind, innocent, fickle, and good at hiding. In reality, everything keeps changing, not just objects, but people too. Last time, Lin Mo lost to Su Ran, becoming An Miaowei's devoted admirer, and ultimately ended up with nothing. But this time, he won against Su Ran, yet refused An Miaowei, ultimately leading her to reconsider. Where the road ahead will lead, he didn't know, but he understood that this was the most correct choice he could make based on his true feelings at this moment. For him, pushing An Miaowei away was like putting an end to the bitter fruit of the past. At this moment, he held no malice towards An Miaowei. This was already the result of him letting go. Now, his heart suddenly felt bright and clear. He took a deep breath and solemnly said to the girl under the street lamp, "Goodbye." Then he turned and strode toward home. The moment he turned around, the wheels of fate began to turn once more. And this time, what kind of brilliance would Lin Mo's life experience? When Lin Mo arrived home, the house was brightly lit. "Mom, I'm back." As soon as Lin Mo spoke, Tang Susu came out to greet him at the door. "Why are you so late today? I was just about to go out to look for you." A deep worry was etched on Tang Susu's face. Lin Mo took his mother's hand and comforted her, saying, "I'm fine, Mom. You don't have to worry about me all the time. You should also think about yourself and Dad." Looking at her son, Tang Susu felt that he seemed a bit different today. After observing him closely, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It seemed like Lin Mo had gained a bit more spirit, sunshine, and maturity than before. She patted Lin Mo's hand, her face full of smiles, and said, "My son is grown up. He knows to care for his mother now. You are also a great contributor to our family." Talking about these things always made Tang Susu very happy. In this area, who didn't know that her son Lin Mo excelled in his studies and often ranked first in school. This made her feel particularly proud when she went out shopping for groceries or when people mentioned it. Hearing this, Lin Mo's smile grew even brighter. In our family, Mom is always the most important. The next morning, Lin Mo got ready early and set off for a walk by the river. Walking towards the sunrise, he felt particularly refreshed. After clearing things up with An Miaowei, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief, and before he knew it, his steps had become much lighter. As he appeared at the school gate, An Miaowei had just come out of her house. She glanced over, and when she saw that the familiar big tree where Lin Mo used to wait for her was empty, she felt a deep sense of loneliness. Behind her, An Miaowei's mother, Wang Lu, also came out with a bag, as today was the last parent-teacher meeting for high school. Just as An Miaowei and her mother stepped out, the door of Lin Mo's house also opened, and Lin Mo's mother, Tang Susu, came out. "Oh, Tang Jia, what a coincidence. Are you also going to the parent-teacher meeting?" "Yes, Wang Jia, you too?" "Yeah, we have to hurry, let's go together." "Sure." After locking the door, Tang Susu walked briskly over to join An Miaowei and her mother. "It's been a few days since we last met. Wei Wei has grown even more graceful, turning into a young lady." Tang Susu looked An Miaowei up and down, her eyes filled with admiration. However, An Miaowei felt a bit down. After her fallout with Lin Mo, she had yet to tell her mother. Now facing Lin Mo's mother, she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, An Miaowei's mother immediately became unhappy. "This child, how come you don't even have a smile when you see Aunt Tang?" "Really?" An Miaowei stood awkwardly to the side. "It's okay, don't be upset. I think Wei Wei just didn't get enough rest. With the college entrance exams coming up, it's understandable to feel stressed. She should eat well and replenish her nutrition." "Oh, dear sister, you don't know. I've been treating this girl well. She has meat in every meal. At night, there was still milk and hot porridge. This girl is really worrying. How come she doesn't gain any weight? Her height is just like that. She can't compare to your Lin Mo." An Miaowei couldn't help but smile wryly. She thought, is it really necessary to put down my own daughter like this? Just because you say my appetite is big, how can you compare my height to that Lin Mo guy? Lin Mo's mom waved her hand and said, "My Lin Mo is just tall and a bit thin. I actually hope he eats more." While Lin Mo's mom was talking, An Miaowei's mom suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, where's your Lin Mo? Why hasn't he come out yet?" He went to school a long time ago. It's a parent-teacher meeting today, and he's the class monitor, so he has to go early to make arrangements." "Oh, I see. Then let's hurry up and go, or we might be late." An Miaowei's mom and Lin Mo's mom chatted as they walked, and the two of them talked all the way. This kind of scene often happened since Lin Mo and An Miaowei started school. The close relationship between the two families was evident, and both sets of parents seemed to think that they were destined to be in-laws. However, at this moment, the more friendly they acted, the more awkward An Miaowei felt as she walked in front. She didn't want to face Lin Mo's mom, nor did she know how to deal with her. What if these two good friends suddenly got excited and made some kind of arrangement for her and Lin Mo? That would be. This parent-teacher meeting was quite grand. Colorful banners fluttered around the campus. The entrance was filled with red banners, with encouraging words written on them. The school seemed to deliberately use this method to attract parents' attention, reminding them that the college entrance examination was just around the corner and that they needed to get their children ready and not let them play all day. The school was bustling with people, and if you looked closer, you would notice more and more people heading towards one place. That was the school's honor wall. Although most people in real life are ordinary, almost everyone has their own expectations in their hearts. Who doesn't want their child to become an example for others? Look, that's someone else's child. At first, there might not be many people with this kind of thought, but as a story about a child named Lin Mo spread among the parents attending the meeting, more and more people began to squeeze towards the honor wall. At the same time, the name Lin Mo was becoming known to more and more parents. Is this the genius boy you all were talking about who scored 688 points without writing an essay in the language exam? He looks pretty good in this photo. Except for the language, he got full marks in everything else. This kid is just amazing. My child can barely pass. Tsinghua No. 1 High School is incredible. This year, they're likely to produce a top student for Qingbei. When Lin Mo's mom and her two companions arrived at the school, they intended to follow An Miaowei directly to Class 3-1 classroom. However, along the way, they heard too many people discussing Lin Mo. So, the two adults made a spontaneous decision. An Miaowei was forced to lead them to the honor wall. At this moment, the area in front of the honor wall was crowded with people. They stood at the back, about 10 meters away from the wall, and all they could see were heads, making it impossible to discern what was happening in front. They could only vaguely hear the discussions of the people ahead. I heard that the first place on the honor roll is a child named Lin Mo. At the same age of 18, why are other people's children so outstanding while ours is such a headache? I also heard that aside from the language, he got full marks in all other subjects, breaking Tsinghua High School's highest score record of 688 points that has stood for years. Yeah, with this score, he has a chance to get into Qingbei. If his language score were a bit higher, it would be certain. I really don't know how such excellent talent was nurtured by his parents. The discussions among the crowd were incessant. At this moment, An Miaowei quietly turned her back to her mother. She hadn't yet told her mother about her exam results. Suddenly, An Miaowei's mom happily exclaimed, "Wow, everyone seems to be praising your Lin Mo." As they walked along, the parents they passed seemed to always mention the name of her precious son. Although Tang Susu had become accustomed to the halo effect of being a top student that surrounded Lin Mo, encountering a situation like today was still a first for her. This genuinely made her feel a bit happy. It seemed her precious son was becoming more and more outstanding. A faint smile appeared on Tang Susu's face, like colorful clouds drifting by. However, when An Miaowei's mother suddenly made a remark, it immediately silenced the crowd around them. Next, their gazes turned to An Miaowei's mother and Lin Mo's mother, trying to gauge the situation. In just a few seconds, Tang Susu, Wang Lu, and An Miaowei found themselves surrounded by a crowd of parents. This sister here, you must be the legendary genius from Tsinghua No. 1 High School this year, Lin Mo's mother, right? Oh my, is there even a need to ask? Absolutely correct. Just look at how much they resemble each other. Hey, don't say it, but you really can't argue with that. I just saw the honor wall over there, and they really do look alike. It's uncanny. Tang Susu, Wang Lu, and An Miaowei were encircled by dozens of parents, with An Miaowei showing a face full of displeasure. If it weren't for the parents around, she would have likely caused a scene. That jerk Lin Mo has no clue about what girls like, but as she thought about it, looking at all the praise from these parents and classmates, she began to find an answer in her heart. Lin Mo truly was exceptional. Facing the surrounding parents, Tang Susu felt a bit at a loss. Being surrounded by so many people was an experience she had never had before. In the past, she would only occasionally encounter a few familiar neighbors or acquaintances who would chat with her and ask about Lin Mo, and she would talk openly with others about him. But the current scene felt like a dream. It was as if she had become a celebrity. Just like those influential people you only see on TV, surrounded by a crowd wherever they go. For a moment, she felt a bit unaccustomed to it. In contrast to Tang Susu's slight awkwardness, Wang Lu seemed quite happy at this moment. Before Tang Susu could say anything, she cheerfully addressed the people around her. Everyone has sharp eyes. That's right, this is the top student you all talk about, Lin Mo's mother. She's also my sister, and Lin Mo is very close friends with my daughter. Wang Lu was beaming with joy as she said these words, gesturing animatedly. The happier Wang Lu and Tang Susu became, the more uncomfortable An Miaowei felt. She lowered her head, looking lost. The more people praised Lin Mo, the sadder she felt, because that Lin Mo, who once had her in his eyes, was someone she had let slip away. Only after losing something do you realize its value, but it was already too late. After Wang Lu's introduction, the enthusiasm of the surrounding people grew even stronger. Lin Mo's mother, how is it that your son is so outstanding? Could you share some parenting insights? Lin Mo's mother, does he attend extra classes? Or does he have any hobbies? Lin Mo's mother, can I ask Lin Mo to tutor my son? Is it 100 an hour? No, 200. Lin Mo's mother, does your son have a girlfriend? How about considering my little daughter? She's 5 and in kindergarten now. The crowd's enthusiasm made Lin Mo's mother increasingly helpless. They were just too enthusiastic. However, even so, she patiently answered the question she heard. Our Lin Mo doesn't attend extra classes, he said. A master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. This parent, thank you for your fondness for Lin Mo, but he will not agree to tutor anyone. In the past, some classmates asked him for tutoring, but he refused. I have also asked him, and he said his level is just average and he doesn't have the qualifications to be a teacher. A crowd of parents surrounded Lin Mo's mother, continuously asking questions, and she was completely overwhelmed. An Miaowei's mother occasionally chimed in, but she knew too little about Lin Mo, and most of the time, she couldn't say much. Wei Wei, you and Lin Mo grew up together, so you must know him well. Why don't you share with everyone? An Miaowei's mother said proudly, emphasizing her words as if to assert her authority in the situation. She noticed that because Lin Mo was so outstanding, many parents were inquiring whether he had someone he liked. Lin Mo belonged to their Wei Wei, and no one could take him away. But An Miaowei felt incredibly awkward. She couldn't bear to meet the intense gazes of those around her. She couldn't bring herself to tell everyone that Lin Mo no longer liked her. Lin Mo is a very outstanding person. She finally managed to squeeze out those few words. Her voice was very soft, carrying a deep sense of sadness and melancholy that made people feel pity for her. Everyone nodded in agreement. Of course, Lin Mo was outstanding. If he weren't, how could his grades be so good? How could he be so handsome? Hey, this child, why is he shy? Just a few days ago, they were so close together, and now he can't even say a word, Wang Lu said casually, while Tang Susu smiled faintly at her. They both understood that the relationship between the two children was good. They even knew that when they were young and innocent, they had made promises to each other. Although the parents from both families hadn't openly said anything, they had already considered each other as in-laws. They were just waiting for the right moment to break that barrier. Right now, the kids were still young, and once they grew up a bit more, the opportunity would present itself. Lin Mo is a very outstanding person. When Lin Mo found his mother, he heard An Miaowei's words. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood in place, silent for a moment. Her words echoed in his ears. Outstanding? Am I really outstanding? Of course I'm outstanding. But the way An Miaowei said it seemed a bit dramatic. Lin Mo, I suspect you're being foolish. I told you not to follow me anymore? Lin Mo, are you sick? Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Can you just disappear from my sight? Lin Mo, you're such a loser. Look at Su Ran. He just graduated and is making several thousand a month, and you're barely making 1,000? In his past life, he had never heard An Miaowei say that he was outstanding, but now he was hearing it. His own excellence was no longer closely related to An Miaowei. Finally, the school's loudspeaker rang, and the parents took their children to their respective classrooms. Lin Mo finally squeezed through the crowd to bring his mother and An Miaowei's mother along. On the way, he had worn a hat and a mask to avoid trouble, fearing he might be surrounded. However, on the way to the classroom, he never once let his gaze linger on An Miaowei for even a second. As An Miaowei watched Lin Mo's back, she bit her lip, and the feeling of loss in her heart grew deeper and deeper. Back in the classroom, the homeroom teacher was already waiting at the podium. The seats in the class were filled to capacity. Initially, Each parent sat in their child's seat, with the children standing quietly behind them. However, when Lin Mo entered the classroom with his mother and An Miaowei's mother, he was instantly locked in by several gazes. The atmosphere in the classroom gradually became more lively. "Mom, this is the famous student from our class that I just told you about, Lin Mo. Mom, that's Lin Mo, my idol. Mom, why are you staring at Lin Mo like that?" Seeing Lin Mo arriving with his parents, the homeroom teacher quickly welcomed them with a smile. "You must be Lin Mo's mother. Please come in, please come in." The homeroom teacher was very easygoing and enthusiastic. Lin Mo's mother politely replied, "Hello, teacher. Thank you for taking care of our Lin Mo." "Ah, you are mistaken. Lin Mo has never made me worry. He puts my mind at ease, haha. Well, hearing you say that makes me feel relieved. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." "You're welcome. That's what I should do. Please take your seats. The class meeting is about to start." After that, the school will hold a lecture on the playground, and Lin Mo will need to share his learning experiences. As the homeroom teacher spoke, his gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Mo. At the same time, all the parents in the class also turned their eyes to Lin Mo. This is what other people's children are like. A tall, sunny boy standing at 1.8 meters, a super academic achiever, and most importantly, he is so handsome. It's truly enviable. How nice it would be if my child was like this. Lin Mo led his mother and An Miaowei's mother towards their seats. An Miaowei's mood had worsened compared to before. Aside from Lin Mo, there was another concern. She knew that the upcoming parent-teacher meeting would definitely mention academic performance, and she was at the bottom of her class. She had hoped to keep this a secret from her mother and get through it, aiming to do better next time. But ultimately, she couldn't escape it. Who would have thought that the school would suddenly organize a class meeting? Now, she could only pray that the homeroom teacher would leave some leeway when speaking and hope that her mom wouldn't be too angry. Lin Mo wanted to stand at the back of the classroom, but the homeroom teacher called him to the podium, which made countless parents even more envious. An Miaowei's gaze lingered on Lin Mo, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Especially the girl next to her, Gong Lily, leaned in to whisper, "Wei Wei, I've noticed that Lin Mo is getting more and more handsome. Do you really not like him? Just don't compete with me over him." Lin Mo didn't notice any of this. His attention was entirely on his mother. Not far from him, another person was also staring at him. Lin Montauk. Su Rant's gaze at Lin Mo was sharp. It was this person who had caused him to suffer humiliation within a short few days, becoming the laughingstock of Qingchuan No. 1 High School. He and his father felt that they couldn't hold their heads high at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. He was the top student at Qingchuan No. 2 High School, enjoying special treatment and admired by countless parents. But now, he felt like a transparent person, overshadowed by Lin Mo's brilliance. He was furious, he hated Lin Mo, and he hated everything about him. The class meeting was quite simple. The class leader only briefly praised the top 10 students in the class without announcing the results for everyone. He merely distributed each student's report card to the corresponding students. At that time, An Miaowei's report card was also handed to her mother. When the report cards were distributed, An Miaowei wanted to use the excuse of going to the bathroom to sneak away. But her mother, upon seeing the results, saw through her little scheme and dragged her back to her seat. "An Miaowei, what happened? Why did you do so poorly on this exam? Give me an explanation." Facing her furious mother, An Miaowei didn't dare to breathe a word. She could only lower her head, praying that time would quickly take away her mother's anger. An Miaowei kept her cool, and without any other options, Wang Lu could only angrily say, "You wait. I'll deal with you later." An Miaowei felt like crying, but had no tears. Just as she was thinking this, her mother suddenly got up and ran over to Lin Mo. "Haha, Xiao Mo, Annie heard that you did well on this exam. You're really impressive. Annie has always thought you would achieve great things. You're getting better and better, and looking more spirited too, ha ha ha." Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He didn't know how to respond to An Miaowei's mother. In his previous life, An Miaowei's mother had indeed treated her well, but she couldn't change An Miaowei's stubbornness. So, he forced a smile and said to An Miaowei's mother, "Annie, You're overvaluing me. What great things have I achieved? I just managed to keep my grades decent. Hey, don't be so humble. Annie knows you well. You've always been outstanding since you were little. Lin Mo smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, what if I'm outstanding? In my previous life, I treated An Miaowei well in every possible way, but she still betrayed me, didn't she? Lin Mo didn't respond, and seeing this, Lin Mo's mother smiled and said to Wang Lu, Wang Jie, don't praise him too much. He might get too proud. By the way, how did Wei Wei do on the exam? Hearing Tang Susu shift the topic, Wang Lu sighed and shook her head helplessly before saying, it's hard to explain. Compared to your Lin Mo, Wei Wei didn't do nearly as well. When the teacher read out Lin Mo's results, I was stunned. 4 test papers, 3 perfect scores. It's simply amazing. Lin Mo is really getting better and better. Even if he gave up points on a Chinese essay, he could still get first place. That's really impressive. However, Annie still wants to advise you. Being young and full of vigor is good, but don't do things that are not good for yourself. Especially during the college entrance exam. It's a tough competition. Every point counts, surpassing thousands of people. Lin Mo nodded. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Annie. I know how to manage myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the school's announcement system rang out. Dear parents and beloved students, please move to the auditorium for the analysis meeting about the first mock exam results and teaching quality at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. Lin Mo walked out of the classroom with his mother and classmates. An Miaowei didn't want to go because she knew it would be Lin Mo stealing the spotlight again. But she was forcibly dragged away by her mother, following in Lin Mo's footsteps towards the auditorium. On the way, Lin Mo's mother occasionally glanced at her son, who was a head taller than her, feeling a sense of indescribable pride welling up inside. There was comfort, happiness, as well as heartache and anticipation. Like all ordinary parents, she hoped her child would be better than herself and wished for them to have a better life. When they reached the auditorium, it was already packed with people. At the end of the long line, Su Ran was quietly swaying, holding a piece of paper filled with writing, revealing a cold smile. Lin Mo, do you think this is the end? We shall see. In Su Ran's hand was Lin Mo's speech draft. That's right, he had taken advantage of the moment before class meeting when Lin Mo went out to find his parents, sneaking over to Lin Mo's desk to grab the speech draft. Originally, he planned to tear it up, hoping Lin Mo would embarrass himself during the speech on the playground. He wanted the teachers and parents to see that Lin Mo wasn't as perfect as they imagined. However, when he successfully got his hands on the speech draft, he changed his mind, because he found that Lin Mo's speech was written exceptionally well. It not only provided clear and practical memory techniques and calculation methods, but also covered time management. These were all effective strategies that could be implemented in real life. In comparison, his own draft seemed pale and powerless, filled with cliches and lacking sincerity. He felt furious, angry at Lin Mo for always being one step ahead of him. He also felt jealous of Lin Mo's excellence. Unknowingly, the image of Lin Mo winning the results announcement with a significant advantage resurfaced in his mind. The mocking looks from classmates and the whispers of gossip played in his thoughts, lingering there for a long time. Moreover, during the class meeting, the homeroom teacher would surely mention this incident, and the parents in the class would inevitably discuss it. After that, there would be a quality analysis meeting on the playground, where both he and Lin Mo would have to speak as student representatives. It was driving him crazy. He felt suffocated under the pressure from Lin Mo. Just when he thought he was about to be engulfed by enormous pain, a terrifying idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If Lin Mo took the stage to give a speech with this draft, he would undoubtedly shine once again. But now the situation was different. The draft was in his hands. Just imagine, if Lin Mo went on stage without his speech draft, he would have to awkwardly stand there, stuttering and mumbling, speaking nonsensically without any logic. Such a scene would surely arouse suspicion and ridicule from the students, parents, and teachers. At that moment, he would confidently appear at the podium, holding Lin Mo's speech draft, explaining study methods in a clear and simple manner. The stark contrast would surely attract the attention of classmates and teachers. From then on, Lin Mo would face doubts from everyone, and he might even be labeled as someone of poor quality, merely a name without substance. Meanwhile, Su Ran would be making a comeback, changing the negative impression he had in the eyes of his classmates. As Su Ran thought about this, he couldn't help but look forward to seeing Lin Mo embarrass himself in front of thousands on the playground. Lin Mo, your speech draft is gone. This time, let's see how you deal with it, haha. Su Ran felt increasingly excited and expectant. The class meeting had been decided just yesterday, and the speech draft had been hastily written last night. He didn't believe Lin Mo had memorized an 800-word speech. As the meeting commenced and the school leaders delivered their speeches, he kept his eyes on Lin Mo. When their homeroom teacher was presenting the teaching quality analysis report, he was still watching Lin Mo. When Lin Mo was distributing water to the parents in the audience, he continued to fix his gaze on him. Now, let us warmly welcome Lin Mo from Class 3-1 to the stage as the student representative to speak. Finally, it was Lin Mo's turn to give a speech. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, his fists tightly clenched, a faint smile barely visible at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Mo, are you ready to face everyone's ridicule? Under the watchful gaze of teachers, parents, and classmates, Lin Mo slowly walked up to the podium. At that moment, Lin Mo remained composed and calm. He held nothing in his hands, appearing so ethereal and unencumbered. As soon as his speech draft went missing, he knew that Su Ran had initiated the third round of tricks. In his past life, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it, and he hadn't been so active and confident back then. During speeches, he would stutter and fail to leave a good impression on the parents. However, now his memories had been greatly enhanced. To be honest, he didn't even need a speech draft. He could perform better with impromptu remarks. Su Ran's little tricks were bound to fall flat. From time to time, whispers could be heard from the audience. Some parents wanted to see Lin Mo, but couldn't. At this moment, they were quite satisfied, and they couldn't be happier. This is the genius youth of Qingchuan No. 1 High School, Lin Mo. He's quite handsome. The school uniform doesn't diminish his aura at all. Daughter, learn well from him. Understand? Son, look at this. This is what a man looks like. As the saying goes, there's a golden house in books. There's a beauty like jade in books. Dad has always told you this, but you didn't believe it. Come, take a look at the way the female classmates are looking at Lin Mo. Tisk. 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 Dad, do you think I don't know that there's beauty in books? But I've inherited your excellent genes. My weight is already catching up with my height. How can I compare with him? Infidèle. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on your dad? You've been holding a grudge for a long time. Haven't you, you little rascal? Your wings are getting hard. Su Ran's gaze on Lin Mo grew increasingly anxious. He ground his teeth, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Lin Mo, speak up, speak up. Let's see what you have to say. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Even the teacher on stage was momentarily worried that something was wrong with Lin Mo. The parents and classmates in the audience began to look puzzled. What's wrong with Lin Mo? Why isn't he speaking? Su Ran was so happy that he was almost laughing out loud. Lin Mo, you finally have your day? Let's see how you end this. Immersed in joy, he wore a triumphant expression. However, before he could laugh twice, Lin Mo suddenly spoke up. Good morning, teachers, parents, and fellow classmates. I am Lin Mo from Class 3-1. I'm very happy to be here as a representative of the students to speak. I am also honored to stand here today to share my own learning methods with everyone. Now, there are less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination. Before I begin, I would like to talk about my understanding of learning. In fact, everyone's understanding of learning is different. To put it simply, learning accompanies each of us throughout our lives, whether we are facing the college entrance examination now or the uncles and aunts selling things on the street, or for the elite white-collar workers in the workplace. As long as one wants to survive in this world, they must continuously learn to avoid being eliminated. Only through continuous learning and improvement can the quality of our lives be enhanced. To put it broadly, learning can enhance our personal qualities and abilities, allowing us to gain more experiences to contribute to the country and society. Besides that, I want to say that learning is ongoing for these reasons and more. Everyone who comes into this world is blessed by heaven. It is a tremendous fortune. We have the opportunity to see this wonderful world, and that is a great honor. The universe is vast, the earth is beautiful, and life is marvelous. If we want to experience a better life, we need more knowledge to support it. To appreciate the beauty of the earth requires more knowledge for reliance, and to contemplate the grandeur of the universe demands even more scientific knowledge as a foundation. The world is so big, I want to see it. I don't want to waste my life. I want to be the best version of myself. Therefore, I learn with this purpose in mind. Lin Mo's speech resonated strongly. All the teachers, parents, and students in the audience were deeply captivated without even realizing it. There was not a single whisper in the room. Everyone was quietly listening to Lin Mo's words. This included Su Ran, whose smile had long faded, and An Miaowei, whose eyes held a hint of sadness. The entire venue seemed to have transformed into Lin Mo's personal showcase. His worldview and perspective on life deeply shook every parent and teacher present. Learning is only for the purpose of becoming the best version of oneself. This statement echoed in everyone's heart. Lin Mo continued his speech, starting from his understanding of the word learning and leading to his insights about life. He introduced the point that learning is only for becoming a better self, which received unanimous agreement from everyone present. What was even more remarkable was that he used almost entirely everyday language. This allowed everyone to easily relate to his words and find themselves in them. Everyone has their own understanding of life and learning, yet not everyone can articulate it so fluidly. Especially since Lin Mo was delivering an impromptu speech in this setting. This undoubtedly left more people astonished by Lin Mo's talent, while simultaneously holding genuine admiration for him. Particularly, Lin Mo's words, "The world is so big, I want to see it," stunned everyone. Some parents in the front row recorded the entire speech, while teachers from the school snapped photos. Little did Lin Mo know, his words would soon go viral throughout Huaxia. As An Miaowei watched Lin Mo on stage at that moment, her feelings were a mix of emotions. She increasingly felt that the Lin Mo before her was exceptionally outstanding, so much so that it made her feel a bit awestruck. She had heard Lin Mo speak about learning methods before, but she had never heard him express his understanding of life and learning in such a way. Moreover, she had never heard Lin Mo talk about his love for life, his expectations for this world, or his yearning for the mysterious and vast universe. Lin Mo's impression on her grew deeper, emanating a strong sense of mystery. When Su Ran came back to his senses, Lin Mo's speech had already progressed to his summary of learning methods. What surprised Su Ran greatly was that the content Lin Mo was discussing bore an 80 to 90% similarity to the script he had written, yet it surpassed it in its quality. This left Su Ran feeling dizzy. How on earth did Lin Mo manage that? He had thought that without a script, Lin Mo would struggle to give a proper speech. However, the current reality was, not only was Lin Mo smoothly delivering his speech, but he was also expanding on the content of his original script in a divergent manner. Theory connects with reality, and reality influences the formation of theory, each complementing the other. This undoubtedly elevated the content of his speech to a new height. Su Ran glared angrily at Lin Mo, the crumpled piece of paper in his hand crumpling even more loudly as he squeezed it. That piece of paper was now useless to him. "Lin Mo, you really are something. I truly underestimated you." In a fit of rage, Su Ran tore the crumpled paper in his hands, then slammed it heavily on the ground. "Lin Mo, I will be your adversary." Su Ran gritted his teeth and muttered this sentence softly before turning to leave. By the time the conference ended, he hadn't shown up. Why? After Lin Mo finished his speech, Su Ran didn't bring his own script. leaving him to improvise. Even if he performed normally, he would only become a stepping stone for Lin Mo. So it was better not to go. In this conference, Lin Mo was destined to remain that dazzling presence. Su Ran felt helpless. He no longer wanted to be a stepping stone for Lin Mo to highlight him. In this third confrontation, he lost without a fight, or rather, he had no strength left to resist. After he left, the conference continued. Lin Mo's speech was coming to a close just a few minutes later. Everyone's youth has been confused at some point. Fellow students, listen to me. Where there's a will, there's a way. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats, and the Qin Pass will ultimately belong to Chu. Those who work hard will not be let down. Endure hardships and taste bitterness, and 3,000 you soldiers can swallow Wu. A sword is honed over 10 years, and one day it will shine brightly. Before victory and defeat are revealed, who dares to say, I am weak? Whose youth isn't confused? My youth isn't confused. The audience gave Lin Mo thunderous applause. This applause continued long after he stepped off the stage. All eyes were on Lin Mo, reluctant to look away. This was the rising star of Qingchuan First High School. Who says Qingchuan County First High School is not capable? Who says a poor family cannot produce a noble child? Lin Mo had undoubtedly become a source of pride for these people. Moreover, there was much admiration for Lin Mo. Even without considering his achievements, this young man under 18 possessed a depth of thought and vision that few from previous classes could compare with. Such a person is destined for significant accomplishments and will undoubtedly shine with extraordinary brilliance in the future. Tang Susu looked at her son returning to her side, feeling proud and overjoyed. An Miaowei's mother also came over with a thumbs up, saying, Xiao Mo, your speech was excellent. Especially the part you just started with. It moved me a lot. Really outstanding, very good. Wei Wei, look at Xiao Mo. You should learn from him. Do you know? If you have even a tenth of Xiao Mo, I'd be incredibly happy. Wang Lu shot a glare at An Miaowei, who was shrinking back and turning her head away, not daring to look at Lin Mo. An Miaowei felt inexplicably embarrassed being called out by her mother, but couldn't help it. Oh, got it. Wang Lu rolled her eyes at An Miaowei and ignored her. After the conference, Lin Mo made an excuse to tidy up the venue, allowing his mother to leave early. Otherwise, he feared he would be surrounded by other parents again. After the meeting, many people on their way home discussed Lin Mo. They talked about how he scored 688 points to achieve first place at Qingchuan First High School. They discussed how he had agreed not to write an essay for a competition and still outscored his opponent by 1 point. They talked about his perfect scores in mathematics, English, and science. Especially, they mentioned his impressive performance during the conference speech. The world is so big. I want to see it. Whose youth isn't confused? My youth isn't confused. In no time, Lin Mo's name completely spread throughout Qingchuan County, and with the video going viral, it soon reached across the entire country. Even Lin Mo himself saw the video of his speech on his homeroom teacher's phone. In response, Lin Mo expressed his speechlessness and helplessness. It was just a speech, after all, where he spoke some truths that everyone could think of. There was no need for such hype. However, the school leaders did not share this view. Thus, the video of Lin Mo's speech was played in every class during weekly class meetings for all students to learn from. This was not only for the seniors, but also for the first and second-year students. Lin Mo had completely become the #1 figure at Qingchuan #1 High School. In fact, there were some people here who didn't even know the principal's name, but everyone knew who Lin Mo was. In no time, a trend of learning from Lin Mo swept through Qingchuan #1 High School. Many students followed Lin Mo around, observing his every word and action. During classes, they imitated Lin Mo by keeping their desks neat and tidy, leaving no books behind. After class, they learned from Lin Mo, never staying in the classroom for even a minute longer than necessary, rushing out to the playground for fresh air. I was wondering how Lin Mo studied so hard. Turns out he was secretly studying. Yeah, I also discovered that Lin Mo secretly studies. He has more fun during breaks than anyone else, but he reads even while eating, sleeping, and even going to the bathroom. So that's it. Lin Mo is so outstanding and works so hard. He truly is our role model. Come on, where did you hear that? Let me tell you what Lin Mo reads while eating and sleeping. It's extracurricular books, not textbooks. I don't believe it. The trend of learning from Lin Mo continued fervently for 2 weeks at Qingchuan No. 1 High School before gradually quieting down. During those 2 weeks, the video of Lin Mo's speech was wildly shared online, garnering millions of views and comments in just a 5-minute clip, and the numbers were still rising. It's worth noting that this was still 12 years before the internet became widespread. The attitude and determination Lin Mo displayed in the video amazed many people, and as his grades were revealed, everyone began to refer to him as the study god. Speaking of Lin Mo's grades, one must mention his Chinese score. According to a netizen, a student challenged him, and the study god dismissed it, claiming he could surpass the challenger without even writing an essay. In the end, the study god proved his worth, completely dominating the challenger without even writing an essay. Since the identity of the student who challenged Lin Mo was never revealed, everyone online referred to this unnamed student as a clown, with comments that became increasingly humorous. What kind of clown dares to bump into my study god Lin Mo? This clown really doesn't know his own abilities. He has no skills and still challenges Lin Mo. It's laughable. This clown is so funny. It's simply the most entertaining challenge I've ever seen. This clown must have lost his memory to dare challenge Lin Mo. He truly is overestimating himself. The discussions about Lin Mo online were rampant, even making it to the trending search list, where it remains steadily popular. In the wake of this, teachers from high schools across the country played Lin Mo's speech for their students, providing motivation for those preparing for the college entrance exams. Lin Mo's phrase, "The world is so big, I want to take a look," sparked a frenzy online, earning praise from countless people. Thus, Lin Mo became a legend at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. 2 weeks later, on a Monday, the arrival of a person once again broke the tranquility of Qingchuan No. 1 High School. In the morning, when a girl dressed in a white school uniform appeared in the schoolyard of Qingchuan No. 1 High School, she instantly captured everyone's attention. Not just students, teachers, and parents, but anyone who caught a glimpse of her couldn't help but stop and admire her, their eyes filled with appreciation. Her features were very harmonious, especially her pair of watery eyes, clear and bright like a pool of autumn water. Her face was exquisitely perfect, with skin as white and tender as sheep-fat jade, crystal clear and translucent. Her long, black, shiny hair cascaded down to her waist, smooth and flowing like silk, and her figure was long and graceful. Paired with her minimalist white backpack, she exuded an exceptionally ethereal charm. Such a perfect and exquisite girl could easily serve as the school beauty at any university, let alone at an ordinary county high school like Qingchuan No. 1. This girl's appearance and aura instantly overshadowed all the girls at Qingchuan No. 1, including An Miaowei. She walked casually through the campus, her beautiful face adorned with a faint smile, while countless students engaged in morning study leaned over the balcony to catch a glimpse of her. Wow, she's so beautiful. Yeah, so beautiful. Not only is her face pretty, but her figure is great too, and her aura is 1 in a million. Compared to her, even our school's beauty and Miaowei pales in comparison. I really want to get to know her and ask her name, but who exactly is she, right? It seems she's not wearing a school uniform. She probably isn't from our school. Maybe she's a transfer student? Hey, doesn't she look familiar? It seems like I've seen her somewhere. Impossible, right? A goddess-level girl like her, I think I've only seen in photos of movie stars. The students buzzed with excitement, all captivated by the girl's beauty, awestruck. Ouch! A student, distracted by her beauty, accidentally bumped into the railing in front of him. The sudden pain almost made him cry, prompting laughter from many others. The girl walked further inside, but stopped in front of the teaching building. She had just transferred and only knew that her destination was Class 3-1. Scanning the balcony edge, which was already crowded despite being only 5 stories high, she smiled slightly, winked at the crowd, and asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to Class 3-1?" In an instant, everyone stood frozen in place. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling like rippling spring water, her brows like distant mountains, her nose graceful and pointed, her lips red and teeth white, her skin as fair as snow, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting, pure and transcendent. Her charming and gentle aura made her look like a blooming hibiscus flower, stunning and alluring, drawing people in. Her voice was light and melodious, as enchanting as the sound of orchids in a quiet valley, and as sweet and lingering as a yellow warbler singing from the valley. It seemed to penetrate the eardrums like celestial music, making one feel relaxed and uplifted. In that moment, everyone was left speechless. When she asked this question, the entire venue fell silent, all sounds abruptly stopping. Many male classmates, faced with such an unparalleled beauty, were so agitated that they couldn't find the words to speak. She was simply too beautiful. Like an otherworldly fairy, her beauty was beyond compare. If she were just ordinarily pretty, then one could believe that as soon as she asked a question, someone would immediately step forward to offer her guidance. But her beauty was suffocating. The distance it created made her classmates dare not approach her. Her voice further left them in a daze, as they couldn't even dare to tarnish her with their gaze, merely staring at her in fascination. From a distance, they had not been able to fully perceive this, but as they got closer, they realized that the girl before them was on a completely different level from An Miaowei. An Miaowei could only be described as pretty, but the girl in front of them was beyond description, only able to be called a fairy descended to the mortal realm. Classmate, the Class 1 of Senior 3 is in the building behind, the first room on the left after you enter on the first floor. No male student spoke. Only one female classmate shouted towards the girl. The girl smiled and responded with a thank you, then slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked towards the building behind. The classmates who were observing may not have descended the stairs, but their gazes followed Chu-yi, watching her enter the building. After a long while, someone finally spoke. Class 1 of Senior 3, isn't that Lin Mo's class? Could it be that she's here for Lin Mo? Damn, now that you mention it, it really seems like it. There's an 80% chance of that. I'm so sad. It looks like I have no chance now. My rival is Lin Mo. Even without Lin Mo, you wouldn't have a chance. A girl like that is definitely either rich or noble. Just look at that aura. She must be a daughter from a wealthy family. Tisk, 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 this is getting interesting. Don't forget, in that class, it's not just Lin Mo, there's also An Miaowei. Are you saying that the current school flower and the former school flower are about to have a thrilling rivalry? Why do I suddenly feel a bit excited? In Class 1 of Senior 3, the sounds of reading rose and fell, while Lin Mo sat at the podium, managing the students' morning study. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. Lin Mo looked over and saw a girl smiling at the classroom. The classroom door was wide open, yet she was very well-mannered, gently knocking to remind them. A second later, the entire classroom fell into an eerie silence, with all students' gazes turning to the door. Everyone was dumbfounded. The girl before them was too beautiful, especially her aura. She resembled a noble lady, but also appeared very approachable. There was no need to elaborate on how the boys reacted. Even the girls were sizing up Chu-yi, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety about their own looks. An Miaowei also stared blankly at Chu-yi. She had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Before this girl arrived, she had been recognized as the most beautiful in the school. However, with the arrival of this girl, it seemed the title of school flower was about to change hands. She sensed a hint of threat. At this moment, Lin Mo was walking towards the beautiful girl before him. As the class monitor, he needed to deal with class-related matters first. Hello, classmate. May I ask who you were looking for? This was the first sentence exchanged between Lin Mo and Chu-yi. He appeared very casual, as if he were merely greeting any ordinary stranger. However, in his eyes, there was also a hint of astonishment, because this girl was indeed very beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had an ethereal grace about her. A well-educated young lady. This was Lin Mo's first impression of her. However, Lin Mo did not show any signs of losing composure. He diligently fulfilled his responsibilities as the class monitor and performed his duties well. Although he appeared so ordinary, some of the other boys in the class were unusually excited at that moment. They didn't speak, but their expressions and gazes were full of envy. An Miaowei was also somewhat moved at this moment. She raised her head, frowned tightly, and fixed her gaze on Lin Mo, who was walking by. "Hello, classmate. I am a new transfer student and have already reported my arrival. I have been placed in your class, senior year 1. The girl spoke with a demeanor that was generous and natural. However, she also took note of Lin Mo's expression. This was the first time she saw someone remain so composed upon meeting her. Lin Mo nodded but asked with confusion, "Why did you come alone? Didn't you go to find the homeroom teacher?" Generally speaking, on the first day of school for a transfer student, it is required to first meet with the homeroom teacher, who then assigns seats. I just arrived and haven't met the homeroom teacher yet, so I could only find a classroom first." "Oh, you haven't met the homeroom teacher yet. So how did you complete your enrollment procedures?" Lin Mo felt a hint of suspicion. This girl didn't seem ordinary and probably had a higher status than he imagined. Most importantly, in his previous memories, she had not appeared at all. It seemed the girl in front of him came specifically for him. Chu-yi smiled and said, "My family helped me with the procedures. All right, I'll take you to meet the homeroom teacher." Saying this, Lin Mo gestured for her to go first. However, the girl suddenly said, "Classmate, wait a moment. I'd like to ask if there's a student named Lin Mo in our class." As soon as she said this, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. It was as if the sixth sense had been validated again. Who exactly was this girl? Was she really here specifically for him? Who is she? Lin Mo was filled with doubt and thought carefully. Aside from Su Ran, he shouldn't have offended anyone else. The temperament of the girl in front of him was clearly not something Su Ran could come into contact with. Compared to him, the expressions of the others in the classroom were even more colorful. Some classmates whispered, "What's going on?" The absolute goddess, the new transfer student, is actually here for Lin Mo. Lin Mo is amazing. Gong Lily glanced at An Miaowei beside her. She saw An Miaowei with a complex expression, staring at Lin Mo one moment, and then looking at the girl, who was even more youthful and beautiful than her the next. "Wei this?" An Miaowei shook her head. Gong Lily sighed lightly. It seemed that class senior year 1 was really about to change. She had thought that Lin Mo and An Miaowei still had a chance to get back together. But now, suddenly, a powerful competitor had emerged, and she wasn't very optimistic about An Miaowei anymore. "Classmate, what's your name?" Lin Mo asked. The girl smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, with bright eyes and a beautiful smile that could captivate a nation. "My name is Chu-yi, E as in unwilling to part. Good morning, classmates. I hope you will take care of me from now on." Chu-yi's self-introduction was brief, and her name sounded quite ordinary to most of her classmates. They were more focused on her looks at that moment. However, not everyone was unfamiliar with her. A few students recognized that she was the top student from Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Isn't she Chu-yi from Jiangqing No. 1 High School? The legendary genius girl who has topped the school for 3 consecutive years. Oh my God! Now that you mention it, I remember. The top student from Jiangqing No. 1 High School is indeed Chu-yi, and she also ranked first in this mock exam. How did she end up in our class? Oh my God! Could it be because of Lin Mo? As they spoke, other students who had just caught on to the news erupted in excitement. It wasn't just them. Students from other classes gathered outside the classroom, struggling to process this shocking information. The new transfer student is actually Jiangqing's super beauty and academic goddess, Chu-yi. She actually gave up Jiangqing No. 1 High School just over 2 months before the college entrance exam to come to this small school in Qingchuan County. That's so bold. Why would she do that? What does Qingchuan High School have that would make her give up Jiangqing No. 1 High School? Could it really be for Lin Mo? I heard that Chu-yi's father is the richest man in Jiangqing. My goodness, a genius, a goddess, a wealthy young lady, an academic star. I'll just be Chewy's dog from now on. The principal and teachers of Jiangqing No. 1 High School must be crying tears of rage. Indeed, just having a Lin Mo is already shocking, and now there's a Chewy. It seems like they really are going to create a legend for Qingchuan No. 1 High School. Maybe the top student in Wadong province this year will come down to a competition between Chewy and Lin Mo. What a pity! Such a beautiful goddess. And she's also an academic star. And now she's in Lin Mo's territory. Lin Mo, I hate you. Boo-hoo-hoo. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You better get back inside quickly and stop embarrassing yourself here. For a moment, discussions about Chewy heated up both inside and outside the classroom. Even Gong Lily, who sat next to An Miaowei, couldn't contain her excitement. She never expected that this new goddess would also be an academic star. Moreover, it seemed she had some inexplicable feelings for Lin Mo. With such an outstanding and beautiful girl, which boy wouldn't like her? Perhaps Lin Mo would really end up with her in the future? Gong Lily sighed secretly and glanced at An Miaowei beside her, feeling a mix of emotions. Facing the discussions in the classroom, Chewy appeared calm and collected. Obviously, she was used to being the center of attention. Chewy, do you need something from Lin Mo? Lin Mo didn't directly mention his identity. He preferred to take the initiative. Chewy smiled gently, saying, after transferring here, I heard that there is a student named Lin Mo in Class 3 of the senior year who is exceptionally talented. Without even writing an essay, he scored a total of 688, and he got full marks in all subjects except for the language exam. So, I'm curious about what kind of person this Lin Mo really is. If possible, I'd like to have a discussion with him. Chewy didn't explicitly say that she transferred for Lin Mo. Alright, I'm Lin Montag. We can discuss academics, but I'm not as outstanding as they say. Those are just rumors. I hope I won't disappoint you. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the head teacher. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he led the way. The moment Chewy turned to follow him, a radiant smile lit up her pretty face. In their first meeting, she had a good impression of Lin Mo. He was handsome, spirited, polite, responsible, sincere, and good at studying. It is indeed very attractive for a boy to look at someone with admiration in his eyes, without any other thoughts. After the two left, the classroom began to stir. Many students who were studying on the balcony and in the hallway returned to the classroom to join the discussion. Oh my gosh, when the study god Chewy walked out with the class monitor just now, she smiled so brilliantly. She must have transferred to be with the class monitor. Oh my god, the sky is falling at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. The study god is going to be pursued by a goddess. So exciting. It looks like we're about to have big news at Qingchuan No. 1 High School again. Whoa, my goddess. Class monitor, I hate you. It was destined to be a day of unrest. No one had the heart to study, and the gossip kept going. Gong Lily glanced at the somewhat dazed An Miaowei and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. An Miaowei and Lin Mo had been childhood friends. They used to be so close. Although An Miaowei always said she didn't like Lin Mo, her reliance on him had not diminished at all. After all, Lin Mo had always been so good to An Miaowei. It was good enough to make her best friend, An Miaowei, envious. If it weren't for her relationship with An Miaowei, Gong Lily might have expressed her feelings for Lin Mo. What girl wouldn't like such an excellent and handsome boy? Lin Mo had been bringing An Miaowei breakfast for more than 2 years and often tutored her alone and walked her home. Gong Lily, being An Miaowei's best friend for 3 years, had seen everything and felt envious and frustrated inside. But despite all of Lin Mo's goodness, An Miaowei claimed she didn't like him. Although Lin Mo currently showed indifference towards An Miaowei, Gong Lily felt at least half of the reason was due to An Miaowei herself. However, she didn't say it out loud, keeping everything hidden in her heart. After all, this was her good friend. Wei Wei, you need to pull yourself together quickly. If you don't seize the opportunity to win Lin Mo back, you too will really be finished. Although this new girl, Chewy, looks pretty good, I see no signs that Lin Mo likes her. there's still a chance. Besides, putting that aside, you and Lin Mo have been childhood friends for so many years, and you have a deep emotional foundation. No one can easily replace your position. You still have a great opportunity, but right now, you need to get back on your feet quickly. Gong Lily held An Miaowei's hand, who was lying on the desk, and spoke earnestly for a long time. But there was one thing she didn't say out loud. If you really don't want Lin Mo, tell me early. I want him. If you wait too long, he'll be snatched away by someone else. Prompted by Gong Lily, An Miaowei directly buried her head on the desk. She thought she understood what Gong Lily was saying. She also realized that her feelings towards Lin Mo were not as negative as before. But what could she do? Lin Mo was the one she had pushed away with her own hands. Besides, she had already made a preliminary attempt, and Lin Mo's attitude towards her remained cold. No matter how much she regretted it, it was already impossible for things between them to return to the way they were at the beginning, even if she felt unwilling in her heart. Not long after, the homeroom teacher brought Lin Mo and Chu Yi back to the classroom. The chaos in the classroom immediately ceased. The students, seasoned veterans of this battleground, quickly returned to their seats and picked up their textbooks to read. As someone who had been through it all, the homeroom teacher glanced around and already understood the situation, though he said nothing. With a big figure like this joining the class, he was already thinking of sharing his joy with others, not to mention the students. Everyone, please stop for a moment and quiet down. The homeroom teacher stood in the center of the classroom podium, while Chu Yi stood at the classroom door, and Lin Mo returned to his seat. Under the teacher's organization, the classmates quieted down. Many students' eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, they were going to meet this goddess-level figure. How could that not be exhilarating? I'll take a few minutes of your time. Our class has a new student. Please welcome her. The homeroom teacher couldn't contain his joy. He led the applause. Seeing the teacher in such a good mood, the students' clapping became more enthusiastic. Chu Yi walked up to the podium with a gentle smile, her steps calm and graceful. She was hard to ignore. People couldn't help but take a few extra glances at her. At this moment, outside the classroom, a few heads peeked in curiously. The homeroom teacher took a step back, and Chu Yi moved to the center of the podium. To others, this was just an ordinary action, but the homeroom teacher understood that this was a sign of his respect for Chu Yi. The girl standing before them was the top student in the entire Jiang City. Moreover, she was the super scholar who had held the first place in Jiang City for many consecutive years. The homeroom teacher was naturally overjoyed at her arrival. He had been so excited upon hearing the news last night that he couldn't sleep. With Chu Yi joining, he now had 3 highly promising students in his class. In his heart, Chu Yi and Lin Mo were tied for first place. Su Ran, though her character was average, had decent academic results and was in 3rd place. From now on, his class would be even stronger. It was even possible that the provincial college entrance examination results in more than 3 months might come from his class. But who would be the one to achieve it was still uncertain. Even a teacher from the adjacent class 2 outside was envious. I wondered why the homeroom teacher of Class 1 was so happy. Turns out a top student has arrived. Class 1 is sure to soar. Producing a provincial top student was the highest honor. At this moment, the bitterness in his heart was comparable to that of the homeroom teacher at Jiang City First High School. Why wasn't he teaching Class 1? On the podium, Chu Yi scanned the class with her gaze. Her lips curled up slightly, forming a faint smile. Hello, everyone. Her voice was as crisp and charming as a lark, drawing everyone in involuntarily. Who wouldn't like such a nearly perfect girl? In this citywide mock exam, while I rank first, I believe you all know that Lin Mo scored 688 points without writing an essay. He had perfect scores in 3 subjects, including 88 in Chinese. This means that aside from the essay, he lost only 2 points on his Chinese exam. Based on this level of performance, Lin Mo's Chinese score should be at least 140 points. So, if he had written the essay, the first place in this exam wouldn't be mine, but Lin Mo's. I'm very curious, Lin Mo. Why didn't you write the essay? The homeroom teacher looked at the powerful aura of Chu Yi and suddenly didn't know what to say. Lin Mo didn't write the essay, and he was also quite upset about it. He had talked to Lin Mo about this matter. At that moment, however, Lin Mo met Chu Yi's gaze. But in his eyes, there was a hint of something different. Regardless of whether you wrote the essay or not, you're still first. That is the final result. You transferred to Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School just to find me because of this matter. Don't you think that's a bit hasty? Lin Mo didn't answer directly. Chu Yi coming here had already completely changed the previous storyline. The wings of this butterfly he had stirred had thoroughly disrupted the future. Previously, he and Chu Yi had never met. They were not from the same world. Chu Yi was a bit puzzled. Sensitive as she was, she noticed something unusual in Lin Mo's eyes. But was it pity? Or was it regret? She didn't understand why. Lin Mo, I think carefully before doing anything. Thank you for your concern. If possible, I would still like to ask you to answer my question. I'm really curious why you would give up writing the essay. Don't you want the honor of being first? Or is it? Chu Yi's words were quite tactful, which led to different interpretations by those who heard her. People in the classroom immediately connected it to the bet Lin Mo had made with Su Ran before. However, what Lin Mo was thinking was a different matter altogether. Lin Mo had just found some memories about this girl from the past, so there was a hint of sympathy in his gaze toward Chu Yi. Chu Yi was originally the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, Chu Qianhe. This Jiangcheng was no secret. However, 10 years later, Chu Qianhe ended up entering the real estate industry, becoming the biggest loser in Jiangcheng, and ultimately his company went bankrupt, leading to his tragic jump from a building. Along with Chu Qianhe's jump, there was also the once famous national goddess, Chu Yi. This incident became a topic of casual conversation for countless households. Because of that incident, there was a certain impact on society, so even someone like Lin Mo, who had always been oblivious to the outside world, knew about it. Therefore, when he confirmed the identity of this goddess before him, there was a bit more sympathy and pity in his gaze. Fate is unpredictable. Who could have thought that this outstanding woman, like a celestial being, would have such a tragic fate in the future? From Chu Yi's perspective, she was a very excellent and strong girl. But what kind of pressure could crush even her? Facing Chu Yi's question, Lin Mo felt there was nothing to avoid, but he still couldn't understand the behavior of this girl before him. I didn't write the essay because someone made a bet with me. If I scored lower than him, I would have to give my position as class monitor to him. That's all. Lin Mo said it quite indifferently. After saying this, his gaze fell on Su Ran over there. Su Ran, who was already unhappy about the old incident being brought up again, felt that Lin Mo and Chu Yi's interaction was simply adding fuel to the fire. Although the incident had happened so long ago, the painful experience of being slapped in the face still felt as fresh as if it were yesterday. Moreover, today's arrival of Chu Yi meant that from now on, he would forever be forsaken of the title of second in Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School. Because he wasn't even worthy of being second. He could only be the third wheel. This was undoubtedly like pouring salt on a wound, truly excruciatingly painful. At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted from Lin Mo to Su Ran. Chu Yi also saw Su Ran, but her expression was so indifferent. She had seen too many handsome and outstanding people like Su Ran. He didn't deserve even a bit of her attention. But Lin Mo was different. He was the first person to attract Chu Yi's gaze. If it was just about grades before, now Chu Yi was more interested in understanding Lin Mo, wanting to know why his gaze toward her contained a hint of pity. The class teacher was standing nearby, smiling so widely that everyone could see it. The students were all taken aback. It was the first time they had seen the usually serious old class teacher so happy. Chu Yi's arrival had ultimately brought him too many surprises, even more delightful than pie falling from the sky. So much so that, after scanning almost everyone in the class, the smile on his face had yet to fade. Eventually, his gaze landed on the last row where the atmosphere group was seated, located in the middle of the last two groups. There's no way. We can't let Chu Yi sit at the back. But there isn't a suitable spot available right now. The class teacher looked around, momentarily at a loss, because Chu Yi had just transferred, and he hadn't arranged the seating yet. For any student, choosing a seat was a significant matter, especially for a student like Chu Yi. The class teacher didn't dare to slack off. She was someone who was most likely to become the top student in East China province in the future. Such talent was not only highly valued by the school, but also by the media outside. And her extraordinary family would also pay great attention. Chu Yi absolutely could not encounter any mishaps just because she transferred into his class. He wanted to give Chu Yi a good seat, but he also didn't want to randomly swap positions with other students, as putting other students at the back would be extremely unfair. The class teacher was in a dilemma. The students seemed to have noticed the teacher's predicament and began discussing among themselves. Chu Yi said to the troubled class teacher, "Teacher, just arrange any seat for me. It doesn't matter where I sit." As soon as Chu Yi said this, the students instantly widened their eyes, marveling continuously. Truly worthy of the legendary academic deity, so domineering, right? But why do I always feel like her statement has a bit of Lin Mo's style? This I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Perhaps that's the commonality among academic deities. The class teacher was already feeling quite troubled, and with Chu Yi's statement, he not only felt more difficulty, but also a bit awkward. As the head of the class, how could he take so long to decide on a seat for his excellent student? The class teacher awkwardly smiled, then resolutely said, "How can a seat be arranged randomly? Chu Yi, don't worry, I will definitely arrange a suitable seat for you." Looking at the class teacher's serious expression, Chu Yi almost couldn't help but laugh. The class teacher scanned the seating arrangement of all the students again, but he felt that they were indeed all in suitable positions. "Hey, let Chu Yi sit in my spot. I can move to the back without any problem." At that moment, a voice rang out. The class teacher, like a lifeline for the old class, hurriedly glanced towards the source of the voice. It was Gu Xiaosheng, Lin Mo's best buddy. At the same time, he quickly shouldered his backpack, hugged the books on his desk, and turned towards the last row without even waiting for the teacher's consent. Such speed left everyone dumbfounded. Gu Xiaosheng's seat was by the window in the third row, while Lin Mo was seated near the aisle on the outside. This meant that Gu Xiaosheng intended for Chu Yi to be Lin Mo's deskmate. Lin Mo wanted to stop Gu Xiaosheng, but Gu Xiaosheng's actions were too sudden. Lin Mo didn't react in time, and Gu Xiaosheng had already moved his books to the back. At the moment he turned around, he winked at Lin Mo as if saying, "Mo Gu, you're great, Yi." However, Chu Yi squinted her eyes slightly as she watched him leave, her lips curving into a faint smile, revealing a look of genuine interest. Lin Mo looked at Gu Xiaosheng's expression and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They had been desk mates for a while now, and usually got along quite well, chatting during class and playing basketball after school. Although Gu Xiaosheng's academic performance was not as good as Lin Mo's, he still ranked among the top 10 in their class. The important thing was that their interests were quite similar, which made it easy for them to get along. He was Lin Mo's close buddy. This guy, he really is quite the brother. Even the class teacher was taken aback. This Gu Xiaosheng is no ordinary person with high emotional intelligence. I'll remember you, kid. You have a bright future. You took a loss today, but I'll make it up to you later. The class teacher immediately beamed with joy, shaking off any gloom. Classmate Gu Xiaosheng, thank you for giving up your seat to the new student and maintaining class harmony. Well done. I would like to commend you here. Since that's the case, let's tentatively assign Chu Yi and Lin Mo as desk mates. When the time is right, we will rearrange the seating according to circumstances to ensure that every student sits in a seat they prefer and that is suitable for them. All right, now let's welcome our new classmate Chu Yi. Please take your seat. The class teacher led the applause, smiling brightly. Okay, thank you, teacher. Thank you, classmate Gu Xiaosheng and classmate Lin Mo. I hope to have your guidance in the future. Chu Yi looked at Lin Mo with a gentle smile. Her smile was sweet, like the blooming flowers of spring, dazzling and captivating. Lin Mo responded softly, his eyes flickering for a moment, and then he joined the class teacher in applauding. He hadn't expected that his previously calm life would be disrupted by the sudden arrival of Chu Yi. What unexpected events might happen next? Lin Mo didn't know. This was a completely different experience from his previous life, a butterfly effect caused by him. The classmates in the room looked at Lin Mo and Chu Yi with meaningful expressions, and the sound of applause echoed throughout the classroom. No one expected that Chu Yi would transfer to Qingchuan No. 1 High School, let alone directly to Class 3-1. No one expected that after Chu Yi arrived in Class 3-1, she would directly become desk mates with Lin Mo. This matter would undoubtedly spread throughout Qingchuan No. 1 High School on the same day. It might even reach Jiangqing No. 1 High School. As for Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Chu Yi's former classmates and teachers could already imagine their ugly expressions. However, the same event looks different from different perspectives. For example, An Miaowei. The moment the class teacher announced that Chu Yi would be desk mates with Lin Mo, she suddenly felt an emotion she had never experienced before: jealousy. How long does it take to hate someone? Some people can't bring themselves to hate anyone in their lifetime, while others can develop hatred in just a few minutes. From the moment Chu Yi first entered the classroom to now, An Miaowei's envy of her had transformed into jealousy in just a few minutes. Because she realized that in front of Chu Yi, all of her pride had been crushed. And now, even this talented girl showed such interest in Lin Mo. Lin Mo's excellence once again exceeded her expectations. Until now, the only girl who had shared a desk with Lin Mo was An Miaowei. But that was about to change. Chu Yi took over that position, and it wasn't just a desk separated by an aisle. They were sitting right next to each other, in zero-distance proximity. An Miaowei felt as if something important in her heart had been forcefully taken away. It was as if a significant part of her had been invaded. But now, she seemed to be powerless to resist, merely watching everything unfold before her eyes. She could only watch as Chu Yi excitedly walked down from the podium, stood in front of her, and greeted Lin Mo. "Hello, Lin Mo, my desk partner. From now on, we'll be desk partners. I hope we get along well." Chu Yi extended her hand, delicate and fair, soft and beautiful like the white of green onions, a sight to behold. As they watched Chu Yi extend her hand, the boys in the class began to howl in envy, except for Gu Shaoxing, who was chuckling to himself. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out and gently grasping Chu Yi's slender fingers. Chu Yi withdrew her hand and smiled at Lin Mo, her gaze sparkling with charm, leaving everyone in awe. "Hello, Chu Yi. I hope so too." After saying that, Lin Mo shifted his chair a bit forward, trying to create some space behind him for Chu Yi to settle in. Chu Yi had previously attended Jiangqing No. 1 High School, which was a prestigious institution, and her former classes had individual desks. Sitting side by side like this was a novel experience for her, filling her with curiosity and anticipation. Seeing Lin Mo lean his body close to the desk, the space still felt a bit cramped, but she figured if she turned slightly sideways, it would be fine. Even so, contact was inevitable. As Chu Yi moved in, she nearly pressed against Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo felt the tension in the back of his head, and the muscles in his face were a bit stiff. Yet he maintained his indifferent expression, icy and unbothered, showing no signs of excitement despite the close proximity to a beautiful girl. He could faintly smell the delicate fragrance emanating from Chu Yi, subtle yet refreshing, quite pleasant. Before Lin Mo could react, the atmosphere in the classroom had already exploded. His classmates were casting envious glances all around, especially the boys. "OMG, Lin Mo, I hate you. She just got here on her first day, and you're already close with her. Goddess, my goddess. Boo-hoo. If only I could transform into Lin Mo's school uniform right now." "What the heck are you thinking? I'm the one who should be Lin Mo's school uniform," Compared to the direct expressions of envy from the boys, the girls were much more subtle in their reactions. They merely exchanged glances and whispered their frustrations about Lin Mo's closeness with Chu Yi. However, they had long since gotten used to this. First, it was because of An Miaowei, and now it was because of Chu Yi. Meanwhile, An Miaowei's face was a picture of displeasure as she watched this scene unfold. Although she and Lin Mo had grown up together, there had never been any intimate contact between them, except for their innocent childhood days when they didn't know better. But now, things had changed. She had already sensed her special feelings for Lin Mo, but she wasn't ready to admit it yet. However, what was established could hardly be changed, could it? Even the girl sitting next to An Miaowei, Gong Lily, could feel a hint of killing intent emanating from her. An Miaowei's breathing had become quite rapid, scaring Gong Lily into quickly grabbing An Miaowei's hand to comfort her. Wait, it's okay. Stay calm. While saying this, Gong Lily's gaze was still on Lin Mo, lamenting that she had no chance of her own. Chui, you are truly enviable. The homeroom teacher on stage cleared his throat twice to ease the atmosphere. All right, everyone, quiet down. Next, I have 2 more points to mention. First, although Chui is new here, just like all of you, she is my student, and I will treat her equally. So, to some mischievous students, don't think about bullying her. If I find out who bothers her, just wait and see how I deal with you. Second, I hope everyone can learn well from Chui and Lin Mo from now on. They are your role models, and I hope everyone can achieve satisfactory results in the college entrance examination in over 2 months. Is that clear? Clear. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, he left, and his words still echoed in the students' ears. When he said clear, what he meant was that everyone shouldn't bully Chui. Now she's on equal footing with Lin Mo who let her be the top student in the city. Who dares to disagree? Plus, starting today, she will also be the school flower of our Qingchuan No. 1 high school. Wow, if that's the case, then An Miaowei is... Look, she's still looking down, as if she's crying. Ah, so pitiful. Ever since the last mock exam, she has become like this. It's really disheartening. Lin Mo doesn't even pay attention to her anymore. So sad. Pitiful? Look at how she treated Lin Mo back then. We all saw it. Yeah, why do you care about her? Anyway, now that Lin Mo has Chui, An Miaowei is free, and I have a chance again, Although I can't compare to Chui, she was once the school flower, just walking away with a 6. On the first day that Chui came to Qingchuan No. 1 high school, she was called upon by various teachers in class to answer questions. Every time, she was able to handle it with ease. As a result, the classmates gradually got used to it, just like they did with Lin Mo watching this academic prodigy. However, it was unclear whether the teacher's actions were due to Lin Mo and Chui sitting at the same table, but almost every time the teacher called out Chui's name, they would soon after call Lin Mo. This left Lin Mo feeling quite helpless. He just wanted to study quietly. Chui was also aware of the teacher's actions and wanted to compete with Lin Mo in her heart. Lin Mo, why have the teachers almost only called on us to answer questions in these classes? Lin Mo looked at Chui and helplessly said, You have a strong aura about you. Chui smiled gently. So, that means we both share half the responsibility. Your aura is not weak either. Lin Mo shrugged. This girl seemed simple and innocent, but she was also clever and shrewd, not someone who would be taken advantage of with a strong personality. No wonder she made such a bold move to transfer schools at such a crucial moment. Time passed second by second, and Chui and Lin Mo got to know each other through various interactions and conversations. Their back and forth and answering questions in class nearly covered all subjects, and those repeated answers seemed like a battle between the two. Teachers and classmates watched in excitement. They were looking forward to seeing more. After so many rounds of competition, they still hadn't determined a winner. Both of them were too outstanding, so remarkable that it was impossible to declare a victor. After Chui arrived at Qingchuan No. 1 high school, the brilliance surrounding her not only did not dissipate, but instead became even more intense. In her daily interactions, she was extremely humble, gentle, and polite, showing no airs at all. Especially with her warm and virtuous personality that also carried a hint of masculinity. Everyone jokingly teased, was she really the daughter of the richest man in Jiangxing? Of course, teasing aside, everyone's fondness for her grew stronger. However, this did not include Lin Mo. He was only interested in 2 things at the moment. First, his current academic performance, and second, the path he should take in the future. He hardly worried about his performance. The path he should take in the future was far more important. because he knew very well that he was just a child from an ordinary family. Starting too late, he had already lost at the starting line. Especially while interacting with Chu Yi, this feeling was particularly strong. Ever since Lin Mo was forced to be Chu Yi's deskmate, he increasingly realized that this girl was not simple. Perhaps others only saw her grades, her beauty, and her background. But it seemed that no one had noticed that this girl exhibited excellent qualities in other aspects. For example, her aesthetic sense, her eloquence, and her temperament. From the content of their casual chats, it was evident that Chu Yi displayed a very high level of skill in painting and music. Lin Mo learned that Chu Yi had already passed the piano grade 9 exam in her third year of middle school, and after entering high school, she did not continue with the exams, treating it merely as a pastime. In terms of painting, she preferred ink wash painting and sketching, with a particular fondness for ink wash painting because its expressive essence provided her with a sense of spiritual tranquility. When discussing these topics, she demonstrated a level of understanding of ink wash painting that showed considerable expertise, almost ready to pass on her knowledge. And besides these, Chu Yi even had a certain understanding of business principles. This might stem from the influence of her family, but this was also her absolute advantage compared to her peers. There's a saying that your high school or college classmates or teachers might be the most remarkable people you meet in your life. Because during school, it is the only time when ordinary students can learn in the same classroom as top geniuses. Once you leave school and enter society, you might never have the chance to interact with them again. Lin Mo was deeply aware that there is no absolute equality in the world. One's birth already determines a significant portion of one's fate. If you want something, and others can't give it to you, then you must strive to obtain it yourself. He didn't have the kind of background that Chu Yi had, but he also had his own advantages compared to her. Living a lifetime, his experiences over the past 10 years, and his understanding of society were his precious wealth. In this life, he must make a push for it. Although he didn't have a golden finger, his life itself was his golden finger. Lin Mo took out his vintage leather-bound notebook with a lock and began to study it earnestly. For the entire duration of the break, he did not leave his seat. When Chu Yi returned to her seat, she saw Lin Mo deep in thought at his desk and couldn't help but wonder what he was so engrossed in that he didn't even go out for some fresh air after class. Chu Yi walked up to Lin Mo and noticed that on his desk lay that very vintage locked notebook. This piqued her interest in Lin Mo's notebook. Lin Mo, why didn't you go out to relax and breathe some fresh air after class? Chu Yi's bright eyes blinked as her gaze slid over Lin Mo's hand and rested on his striking profile. Lin Mo glanced back and replied lightly, not really interested. As he spoke, he casually closed the notebook and slowly put it in his drawer. Then he stood up to leave his seat, allowing Chu Yi to sit down. Thank you, Chu Yi said with a bright smile. As she walked into her seat, her gaze inadvertently wandered to Lin Mo's drawer. Finally, curiosity got the better of her. She pointed to Lin Mo's drawer with her left hand and asked, "That notebook seems very precious to you." Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Yes, this is the first gift my dad gave me in life." "Oh, I see. No wonder you take such good care of it." Chu Yi nodded thoughtfully. "So such an important notebook. What do you usually use it to record? Do you write a diary?" Chu Yi asked tentatively. She wasn't gossiping or casually prying into others' privacy. She was just a bit unable to control her curiosity about Lin Mo. This boy in front of her was indeed someone rare who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. She just wanted to understand Lin Mo better, nothing more. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Chu Yi to ask this. If it were anything else, he might choose to answer, but the contents of this notebook could not be shown to others. It recorded significant memories of major events after 2012 concerning Lin Mo, as well as his analysis of future trends in various industries and his plans for making money in the future. This was definitely top secret. So, he didn't want to tell Chu Yi the truth. After all, he didn't really know what kind of person Chu Yi was. What if she turned out to be a reckless, rich girl whose actions had no consequences? That would ruin everything for him. It's nothing, just some daily thoughts, Lin Mo replied casually, then walked toward the classroom door. He didn't want to expose too much of himself to others. He understood the principle that keeping things secret leads to success, while spilling them leads to failure. However, just as he was about to leave the classroom, Su Ren suddenly burst in with excitement, blocking Lin Mo, who was about to go out. Lin Mo, do you dare to compete with me again? Su Ren was beaming with enthusiasm. However, when he said this, it drew laughter from the classmates who were watching the drama unfold. Pfft, this guy lost to the class monitor last time because he didn't write an essay, and now he dares to provoke again. What a brave soul. Just afraid he'll end up with a slap in the face again. Right? Ha ha ha. This is killing me. Faced with Su Ren's provocation, Lin Mo was puzzled. Have you got some serious issue? Competing every day. What are we even competing about? What's so great about it? After saying that, he strode toward the door. Being ignored and hearing the faint mocking laughter in the classroom made Su Ren's face fall immediately. Lin Mo, why are you acting so cocky? It's just a single win over me. What's so impressive about that? If you're really that great, then compete with Chu Yi. If you win against her, I'll admit you're amazing. Su Ren shouted toward the door. Lin Mo initially wanted to ignore it, but unexpectedly, Su Ren's words ignited the enthusiasm of the classmates, who began to shout out. Everyone knew that Chu Yi transferred here just to compete with Lin Mo, but since she hadn't stated it explicitly, she lacked a formal opportunity. Now it was there. Su Ren had clearly brought this up with ill intentions. But who among the audience didn't want to see these two academic stars duking it out? Instantly, the whispers of speculation shifted from Su Ren to Lin Mo and Chu Yi. To this, Lin Mo expressed his boredom. However, Chu Yi smiled and said, since there's nothing else to do, let's compete. I wonder what Lin Mo thinks. Chu Yi had transferred to Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School just for Lin Mo, and now, with this opportunity for a friendly competition, she was quite happy. Deep down, she was proud and hoped she could win. Lin Mo originally wanted to leave, but he didn't expect Chu Yi to agree to Su Ren's suggestion. To others, Chu Yi might be seen as the best, but perhaps in her own eyes, if she didn't surpass Lin Mo, she wouldn't feel like she was truly number one. She wanted to defeat Lin Mo and become the real first. Since Chu Yi has said so, then let's compete. We'll see who has the highest total score on the next mock exam, okay? After Chu Yi nodded, Lin Mo agreed, and her happiness was evident. Yes, just like that. But just competing is a bit dry. How about we add some stakes? That would make it more fun. Lin Mo's agreement to compete with Chu Yi reignited the atmosphere in the classroom. Classmates began buzzing with excitement, and the happiest one was Su Ren. This time, it seemed he had pushed for the competition between Lin Mo and Chu Yi, but in reality, he had already had plans of his own. This time, he wanted to win against the oblivious Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo and Chu Yi were still unaware of anything. Lin Mo looked at Chu Yi and was momentarily taken aback. Although a bit speechless, he realized that without stakes, it indeed lacked interest. Whatever. Chu Yi, how do you want to play? If you lose, just promise me a small request. If I lose, I'll promise you a small request. How about that? Lin Mo directly responded to this condition. Sure, let's do it that way. Yet Lin Mo remained calm. He was still as unflappable as ever. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Perhaps it might disappoint Chu Yi. Right now, he was confident he could win against her. As the news spread, the match between Lin Mo and Chu Yi quickly became the hottest topic at school. This was the most exhilarating matchup since Lin Mo's previous showdown with Su Ren. Although to the two participants, it was merely a simple competition, everyone understood that these two academic prodigies were actually competing for the title of the top student in the upcoming college entrance examination in Jiang City. Although the exam was a routine occurrence, everyone would eventually see the outcome. However, when they declared war face-to-face, the nature of the event immediately changed. This ultimate PK was something everyone in Jiang City looked forward to. As the news spread, the school leaders and teachers took it very seriously. Soon, This event became a topic of conversation for most people during their breaks. However, compared to Chu Yi's serious preparation, Lin Mo appeared relatively relaxed. His review time took up only about half. The rest was spent doodling in his notebook, sometimes lost in deep thought. At this time, he was quite serious. From Chu Yi's perspective, Lin Mo's profile was very beautiful, exuding a sense of tranquility and elegance. She had seen many outstanding boys, but for some reason, Lin Mo caught her eye in a way that was hard to explain. Moreover, Lin Mo's notebook not only had a password lock, but he carried it with him even during class breaks. It seemed that what was inside was quite important to him. This piqued Chu Yi's curiosity. What could be recorded in there? However, her questions went unanswered. On the first day she got to know Lin Mo, she was pleasantly surprised. Although he looked a bit cold, once he opened up, he could always share viewpoints that were enlightening. Not only in terms of academics, but also in terms of perspectives on life. Speaking of this, she had to mention how, after watching the video of Lin Mo's earlier speech, her admiration for him was overflowing and she praised him continuously. Lin Mo's demeanor also left a strong impression on her. It seemed as if the boy before her wasn't supposed to possess the maturity typical of his age. That calmness, detachment, ease, grace, clarity, and charm were completely mismatched with his 17 or 18-year-old appearance. This only made her more curious. What kind of experience could allow a person to possess both youthful vigor and maturity? She knew many rich kids, and compared to Lin Mo, they seemed somewhat lacking. Such a unique person made her want to communicate more. Perhaps it could be even more interesting. This curiosity drove her to start asking her classmates about Lin Mo's past. When she learned that Lin Mo had been delivering breakfast to his childhood friend An Miaowei for over 2 years, only to be disliked by her, her gaze fell upon An Miaowei. Looking at the girl who looked decent but now appeared somewhat gloomy, she felt puzzled. Why didn't this girl appreciate such a good boy like Lin Mo and instead push him away? Was she foolish? An Miaowei and Lin Mo had been childhood friends, having known each other for so many years. Normally, their bond should be quite strong. She envied that kind of relationship because she had never had a true friend. Those who wanted to be close to her either admired her looks or her family background. Every relationship has its reasons, and her intuition told her that something must have happened between An Miaowei and Lin Mo, which led Lin Mo to reluctantly give up after investing so much. Through her understanding of Lin Mo, she could tell he wasn't the kind of person to give up halfway. If he chose to let go, there must have been many reasons behind it. Is the difficulty because of the reasons related to their families on both sides? Or does An Miaowei have connections with others as well? Chu Yi secretly speculated, and in her heart, she subconsciously believed it was An Miaowei's problem. Although she had only known Lin Mo for a day, she could tell what kind of person he was just by looking into his eyes. With her background, she naturally learned to understand a person through their gaze. Otherwise, how could she not know when she was being deceived? The next morning, when Chu Yi stepped out of the special car, she did not enter the school gate immediately, because she saw An Miaowei at the school gate. At that moment, An Miaowei was holding a bag of snacks whose contents she did not know. Standing at the school gate, she kept looking inside, as if waiting for someone. After a brief thought, she understood that An Miaowei was waiting for Lin Mo. Because now Lin Mo would not wait for An Miaowei in the morning. He would set off early, going for a walk by the river before heading to school when it was time for early self-study. So, An Miaowei was waiting for Lin Mo at the school gate. Chu Yi's arrival made An Miaowei feel an intense sense of crisis. If she didn't let go of her pride, then Lin Mo would have nothing to do with her. Chu Yi stood silently at the roadside not far away, observing. Soon, she saw Lin Mo appear at the school gate as well. However, she did not expect that when Lin Mo saw An Miaowei, he didn't even glance at her. It was as if he didn't see this living person at all and directly walked into the school gate. What did An Miaowei do to make Lin Mo so resolute? Lin Mo, wait for me! An Miaowei jogged after him. This time, facing Lin Mo's indifference, she did not retreat directly. Seeing her determined steps, it was clear she had already made up her mind. But would things go as she wished? At least it didn't seem to be going smoothly at the moment. Lin Mo walked on without looking back, and An Miaowei's words fell on deaf ears. Lin Mo, look, I bought your favorite red bean buns and millet porridge. They're still warm. You should eat a few bites. Lin Mo was tall and walked quickly, while An Miaowei could only jog along, desperately trying to hand him the bag of snacks. However, Lin Mo continued to ignore her completely. He had already made up his mind not to have any more ties with An Miaowei. In his previous life, he had chased after An Miaowei, delivering food to her. But what was the final outcome? She still ran off with Su Ran. Lin Mo found it ridiculous and laughable. History always seems remarkably similar. Time truly feels cyclical. This is fate. Didn't she say a few weeks ago that she would no longer pay attention to him? What was this all about now? An Miaowei, you are truly fickle. Thus, he walked, she chased, but gradually she found she couldn't keep up. In the distance, Chu Yi was laughing at this scene. She really couldn't understand what An Miaowei was thinking. What kind of logic could lead to such behavior? Initially, it was An Miaowei who kicked Lin Mo away, and now she was shamelessly clinging to him. With such a person, who would dare to be sincere with her? Now, she found Lin Mo increasingly perplexing because she knew Lin Mo was not the kind of cold-hearted person. What was the story behind Lin Mo ignoring An Miaowei? Lin Mo, what kind of person are you? Yesterday, Chu Yi had just transferred schools and became desk mates with Lin Mo, betting on their scores for the upcoming joint examination. This big drama was far from over. Early this morning, yet another surprise awaited them. As soon as they entered the classroom, many students witnessed something that made their pupils tremble. An Miaowei had brought breakfast to give to Lin Mo. What's happening? What's going on? Oh my goodness! They whispered among themselves. Many students pretended to focus on their textbooks, but their peripheral vision was still scanning An Miaowei and Lin Mo. Holding a bag of breakfast, An Miaowei cautiously handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, try this. Eat it while it's hot. When An Miaowei extended the bag, Lin Mo merely glanced at it. You don't need to do this. We've already drawn a clear line between us. We're just ordinary friends. Lin Mo still didn't want to pay attention to An Miaowei. He truly couldn't understand what she was thinking. Back then, when he brought her breakfast, she didn't want it, and now that he had distanced himself, she was chasing after him? After being rejected again, although An Miaowei felt hurt, she didn't turn around and leave. When she had pushed Lin Mo away before, he hadn't just walked away either. Strangely enough, everything she did now was being compared to how Lin Mo had acted in the past. She believed that Lin Mo still liked her. After all those years of feelings, it was impossible to just forget. If she gave up now, and Chu Yi took advantage of the situation, she would truly have no chance left. Lin Mo, just try it. It's really delicious. I added an egg and didn't put cilantro because I know you don't like it. Really, just taste it. Seeing that Lin Mo wasn't responding, An Miaowei gritted her teeth and actually reached out to put the breakfast directly on Lin Mo's desk, turning to leave. Did you have breakfast already? If so, I'll just leave it here for you. You can eat it later if you get hungry. Just as Lin Mo was about to push the plastic bag containing the breakfast back toward her, he was suddenly taken aback by the appearance of Chu Yi, who was now wearing the school uniform. This was the first time Chu Yi was seen in the school uniform of Qingchuan No. 1 High School. At that moment, she seemed to have lost a bit of her usual ethereal aura, but gained a touch of youthful liveliness. This was Chu Yi's charm. Generally, beautiful people look great no matter what they wear. But in her case, it was truly remarkable. No matter what she wore, she and the outfit seemed to shine. She was simply stunning, not only in her face but also in her figure. The boys in the class were already mesmerized, and Lin Mo couldn't help but glance at her for a moment. I haven't had breakfast yet, Lin Mo. If you don't want to eat it, can you give it to me? Chu Yi asked sweetly, smiling like a cunning little fox. Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, An Miaowei immediately glared at her, gritting her teeth as she said, Chu Yi, this is my gift to Lin Mo. But you've already given it to him, and now it's Lin Mo's. Chu Yi Berlin get per lai fu li. Lin Mo glanced at Chu Yi. and from her smiling expression, he could tell that she was trying to help him out of a tight spot. However, this way of helping, at that moment, An Miaowei looked at Chu Yi as if she were an enemy. Lin Mo is mine. An Miaowei's current state was almost unrecognizable compared to her former self. This was not only reflected in her attitude toward Lin Mo, but also in her style of doing things. For instance, she used to exude a goddess-like demeanor, always composed. But now, she was acting like a lovesick teenager. This left the classmates who were watching in shock. Just yesterday, they had seen An Miaowei sulking on her desk, and today she was taking the initiative to attack. Did she see Chu Yi as a threat to herself? Clearly yes. In front of such an outstanding girl like Chu Yi, An Miaowei felt an unprecedented sense of inferiority. How intelligent is Chu Yi, not to mention that they are both girls. With just a word or a glance from An Miaowei, she could already perceive An Miaowei's aggression. This was a declaration of sovereignty. Chu Yi smiled, thinking that she had nothing to do with Lin Mo. They were still rivals. However, since things had developed to this point, playing along with her was fine. Chu Yi's thoughts stirred, her eyes slightly turned, glancing at Lin Mo, then looking at An Miaowei said, "It seems you know Lin Mo quite well. Come on, elaborate. Let me understand more about my aloof deskmate." Chu Yi said this with a faint smile. It seemed harmless, but An Miaowei was not pleased. "What do you want to know about Lin Mo? Go ask him yourself. I can only tell you that we have been playing together since we were kids, going to school together, and leaving school together." Suddenly, the classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere. The onlookers held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Anyone who spoke up now would easily offend all three of them, because at this moment, anything said by outsiders would be wrong. Only Gong Lily asked about An Miaowei's condition, but the response was just, "It's nothing." Chu Yi, seemingly deep in thought, intentionally elongated her tone and laughed. "Oh, I see. No wonder you can be so dedicated to bringing breakfast to Lin Mo. It's truly enviable." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo suddenly stood up and returned the plastic bag containing breakfast back to An Miaowei's desk. This action stunned the people around. It seems Lin Mo is really determined to completely sever ties with An Miaowei. Ah, what a pity. How did these two end up like this? Poor An Miaowei sigh. Poor? Lin Mo was so humble before. Hey, look, An Miaowei seems to be crying. As Lin Mo returned the breakfast to An Miaowei's desk and turned to leave, An Miaowei's eyes filled with tears, and she buried her head on the desk, beginning to sob. Although she had already prepared for failure, when it actually happened, the pain still made her heart ache uncontrollably. At this moment, her tears were completely out of control. An Miaowei's regret deepened within her heart. Chu Yi was also a bit stunned by the actions of these two. She had intended to tease An Miaowei and vent for Lin Mo, who had been wronged, but she didn't expect her to cry. As a girl herself, with a naturally kind disposition, she couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy in such a situation. "Lin Mo, you're too heartless. Go comfort her." Chu Yi waved at Lin Mo, signaling him to go comfort An Miaowei. Clearly, she still didn't understand An Miaowei's position in Lin Mo's heart. "You can go if you want, don't drag me into it." This was the first time Lin Mo spoke to Chu Yi coldly, and it was also the first time Chu Yi saw this icy demeanor from him. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then she pouted and muttered, "Fine, if you don't want to go, I can't be bothered." Looking at the girl who was crying heartbreakingly and the indifferent Lin Mo, she couldn't help but feel emotional. This situation was truly complicated. Lin Mo seemed to have gained another secret. So, what position does An Miaowei hold in Lin Mo's heart at this moment? There was once an opportunity for regret placed before me, but I didn't cherish it, only to regret it after losing it. If heaven could give me another chance, I would definitely say 4 words to that person. Stay away from me. If I had to add a deadline, I hope it's 10,000 years. After An Miaowei's breakfast delivery plan ended in failure, she gained a deeper understanding of Lin Mo's indifference. For this childhood friend, now a cold and aloof academic deity, the distance between them was growing wider. She could only blame herself for taking Lin Mo's kindness for granted in the past. She could only blame her past self for being too selfish, enjoying his goodness while being unwilling to give even a little in return. After crying, An Miaowei quietly rested her head on the table, occasionally glancing over at Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of emotional turbulence. An Miaowei was at a loss about what to do. What could she do to win Lin Mo's heart back? How could she restore their friendship? At that moment, her gaze towards Lin Mo was filled with longing. Despite her recent setback, her desire to reconcile with Lin Mo remained steadfast. She quietly observed him during class, stealing glances here and there. She didn't want to miss any of Lin Mo's details. However, her actions made Chui feel a bit awkward. As Lin Mo's deskmate, she could easily see An Miaowei's gaze directed at him and couldn't help but feel like a third wheel. If she hadn't witnessed Lin Mo's attitude toward An Miaowei firsthand, she might have thought she was imagining things. Lin Mo, An Miaowei has been staring at you for 2 whole classes. Chui whispered to him. Lin Mo didn't even look up. Let her do whatever she wants. What does it have to do with me? He replied casually, leaving both Chui and An Miaowei able to hear clearly. Chui felt a bit helpless. She wanted to say more, but since Lin Mo had already expressed his attitude, she didn't know what else to say. So, she turned back to her book. Just then, An Miaowei suddenly smiled. It was unclear what had crossed her mind, but she seemed to regain her vitality in an instant. She quickly rummaged through her backpack for something. Before long, she pulled out a notebook, an A4-sized one. The cover featured a picture of a little boy and a little girl sitting on the grass under a blue sky. It looked very cheerful and warm. This was the notebook Lin Mo had given her 3 years ago. Half of it had been used, filled with Lin Mo's notes. After taking it, An Miaowei had never written anything in it again. She just occasionally reviewed it before exams. However, with more than a week left until the city's second mock exam, why was she breaking her usual routine and pulling out this notebook now? Could it really be that she wanted to study hard? Clearly not. After flipping through a few pages casually, she walked over to Lin Mo's side with a pen in hand. Lin Mo, could you help me explain this knowledge point? I don't understand it. An Miaowei looked pitiful, evoking sympathy. Lin Mo still didn't look her way. If you don't understand, go ask the teacher. I'm busy, he said coldly. This left Chui stunned. It deepened her understanding of An Miaowei and Lin Mo's relationship. An Miaowei was quite remarkable. She managed to bounce back so quickly and found a way to approach Lin Mo. However, asking questions like this seemed too unmeaningful. Moreover, while she appeared to be holding the notebook toward Lin Mo, she was inadvertently waving it in Chui's direction. This little thought, Chui being as clever as ice and snow, certainly knows it well. An Miaowei has really taken her, Chui, as a rival in love. But Chui asks herself if she has any feelings for Lin Mo at all. She has only been at Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School for 2 days and has only known Lin Mo for a few days. She really doesn't understand what An Miaowei is thinking. To avoid any misunderstandings, she chooses to remain silent and pretends not to see. After all, An Miaowei hasn't made things clear yet, and she doesn't want to retaliate. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to indirectly admitting that she has feelings for Lin Mo. Chui contemplates quietly and continues to read. But then she hears An Miaowei say to Lin Mo, Lin Mo, just tell me. You used to tell me stories I still remember. I told you I'm busy. Before An Miaowei could finish her sentence, Lin Mo coldly interrupted her. He was already annoyed. As for An Miaowei, he no longer has any feelings for her. It's over. What's the point of dragging this out? Why torment others and himself? Lin Mo no longer gives her any facial expressions. An Miaowei senses that Lin Mo's impatience has reached a certain level, so she quickly restrains herself. Fine. Since you're not in the mood now, I'll wait until you're in a better mood to tell me. Don't forget. After saying that, she returned to her seat. Lin Montag was speechless. An Miaowei really was unwilling to give up. In just a few days, the change was so drastic that he even doubted whether the woman in front of him was still An Miaowei. What's lost is always the hardest to get back, right? Lin Mo didn't think much more about it, and continued to write furiously. It was already the 5th semester of senior year, and the study tasks were becoming increasingly heavy. He had to research ways to earn money during the break every day after returning home, so he could only try to finish his homework at school whenever he found the time. Although those questions were just a glance for him, there were simply too many of them. That's how senior year is. There's always an endless amount of homework. With his grades, he could completely skip writing it, but as the class monitor, if he led by example and didn't do homework, it would lead others astray. Chu-yi looked at Lin Mo, who was writing furiously, and curiously asked, "Do you usually like doing homework this much?" "I never do homework, and the teachers don't care about me." Lin Mo was amused by this sudden remark. Who likes doing homework? No matter how much theoretical knowledge you learn, a person just becomes an exam machine. But for ordinary students, they have to write like this. If you don't do homework now, you'll have to find other time to make it up. No matter when you make it up, it's still yours. You can't escape it. Moreover, if you write it, you might learn a few more points of knowledge or recall forgotten knowledge. Why not do it? Chu-yi nodded, agreed. After saying that, she also took out a book of difficult problems. Lin Mo thought that the matter of An Miaowei would pass just like that. At least she wouldn't come to find him easily again. If she did come, at least she would change her excuse. But this time he still underestimated An Miaowei. After school in the evening, he unexpectedly ran into An Miaowei at the school gate. However, it was obvious that An Miaowei had been waiting by that familiar streetlight for a while. "Lin Mo, let's go home together like before." At this time, there were still quite a few students coming out of the school. There were not a few people who knew An Miaowei and Lin Mo, and many had heard about their story. So when the students heard An Miaowei say this to Lin Mo, they once again stopped and began to gossip. "Go home together? An Miaowei still isn't giving up? Woo woo woo. I also want An Miaowei to accompany me home." The gossiping crowd was in an uproar, and just at that moment, Chu-yi walked out holding 2 books. "Lin Mo and Miaowei, you two haven't left yet?" Chu-yi smiled as she walked towards Lin Mo and An Miaowei. As soon as Chu-yi approached, the surrounding classmates quickly made way for her. It was very obvious that everyone present knew who Chu-yi was. The moment they saw this scene, expressions of excitement appeared on their faces. The 2 goddess-level figures from Qingchuan No. 1 High School had appeared at the same time, and the male lead was none other than the legendary academic genius, Lin Mo. The story suddenly became interesting. Hee, there's a good show to watch now. Do you think Chu-yi will quarrel with An Miaowei later? Are you thinking too much? Can these 2 really argue? For Lin Mo, Chu-yi has only just arrived. How could she possibly like Lin Mo so quickly? Besides, An Miaowei, despite being more enthusiastic about Lin Mo lately, it seems Lin Mo isn't that interested in her anymore. I don't think there's anything worth watching. Oh, come on. As if Chu-yi wouldn't like Lin Mo, but don't forget why Chu-yi is here this time. She came for Lin Mo, and Lin Mo is so handsome. Which girl wouldn't care? Look at An Miaowei. Now that Chu-yi is here, she probably regrets it. So, just watch, young people. Based on my experience, the good show is yet to come. Your experience? You've got no memory, just a kid with a big mouth. Chu-yi walked up to Lin Mo and An Miaowei, looking graceful and composed. Her demeanor was dignified, and even after a tiring day, she stood there like a beautiful sight. Lin Mo was already troubled by An Miaowei and didn't expect Chu-yi to come over at this moment. This made the situation even more complicated. Although An Miaowei had nothing to do with him now, he didn't want to deal with her, but being entangled by her was indeed quite annoying. Although Chu-yi wasn't bothersome, her presence might make An Miaowei act out. If she dragged him into it again, that would be a hassle. It was really giving him a headache. Lin Mo didn't want to stay there for even a minute. Chu-yi, it's getting late. You should head home early. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, he turned and walked away, causing An Miaowei's smile to instantly freeze. What did Lin Mo mean by that? He chose to ignore her question and directly showed concern for Chu-yi instead. Chu-yi seemed to understand Lin Mo's intention as she gave An Miaowei a faint smile. An Miaowei, you should head home early too. After saying that, She also turned to leave. When An Miaowei turned to look at Lin Mo, his figure had already disappeared around the corner, and she hurriedly chased after him. Lin Mo, wait for me! All the way, Lin Mo walked quickly, and An Miaowei had to jog a bit to keep up with his pace. Yet, Lin Mo didn't stop even once. At the same time, he turned a deaf ear to everything An Miaowei said along the way. Didn't An Miaowei also turn a deaf ear to his sincere feelings in the past? After returning home, Lin Mo studied some future trends in various industries based on his memories and read some books on macroeconomics before resting. He needed to ensure he had enough sleep to cope with all the things during the day. In addition to assignments from various subjects, there was also the special care that the teachers were giving him and Chui. There was no way around it. Being good in academics made him, and those with poor grades, too conspicuous, always being called on. Chui's aura was too strong, and he had suddenly shot to fame, so everyone wanted to see him and Chui compete. For several days straight, teachers from all subjects had continuously called on him and Chui to answer questions in class. He didn't know how long this situation would last. Alright, there was also An Miaowei. Lin Mo had already planned to have a good discussion with An Miaowei's father after the college entrance examination was over about this matter. He didn't want to make things awkward now because he didn't want to affect An Miaowei's exams. Otherwise, Lin Mo wouldn't show any mercy. He just hoped An Miaowei could recognize reality and stop being so bothersome. Early the next morning, Lin Mo packed up early and prepared to head to school. However, at that familiar streetlight turn, An Miaowei was already waiting with 2 breakfast bags in hand. Good morning, brother Lin Mo. Look, I prepared something for you. Dang, 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 roasted sweet potatoes, and your favorite red date, soy milk. Hurry and try it. Before Lin Mo could walk over, An Miaowei had already run over with the breakfast. Her enthusiasm was palpable. Even after 8 years, no, counting the previous time, it had been 26 years, Lin Mo once again heard that familiar address. Brother Lin Mo. It really felt strange. The treatment of being pursued before was something he had not wanted. This time, he completely did not want it. Classmate Miaowei, please stop this. It's pointless. We're almost adults now. Speak and act more maturely. Consider my feelings too. We both agreed long ago that we would only be classmates. Let me say it again today. There is no possibility between us. I hope you will only see me as an ordinary classmate and friend in the future. Lin Mo did not want to be entangled by Miaowei anymore, hoping she would know when to back off. He also did not linger and quickly walked past her. Brother Lin Mo, don't be like this. Wait for me. At this moment, An Miaowei was no longer the An Miaowei from the past. No matter how cold Lin Mo acted, An Miaowei seemed unfazed. She caught up to him, finally managing to present the breakfast in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo stopped, looking at An Miaowei, seeing her somewhat pitiful expression. He recalled the memories from before. 5 years later, facing his persistent affection, An Miaowei had coldly said the most hurtful words. Now Lin Mo returned the sentiment. An Miaowei, do you know you're really annoying? Do you know I really dislike you right now? I will never like you. So please stay away from me. After uttering these words, Lin Mo strode away, leaving the stunned An Miaowei behind. Rather than waiting all day to be harassed, it was better to cut things off decisively. Once he left, An Miaowei squatted on the spot and began to cry, heartbroken. Lin Mo's harsh words echoed in her ears. She watched Lin Mo getting further away, but felt powerless to do anything. Should she continue? Was there any meaning in continuing? Was it truly impossible to mend things? An Miaowei did not know. In the following days, An Miaowei stopped bringing breakfast to Lin Mo and didn't cling to him to discuss problems anymore. She began to silently follow behind Lin Mo, doing whatever he did, becoming a transparent figure. In the past, Lin Mo had thought that companionship would be the most enduring confession. But the difference now was that An Miaowei readily accepted his kindness, while he rejected everything from her. Time passed day by day, and the second mock exam was tomorrow. Everyone was nervously preparing for the exam. Lin Mo and Chui were no exception. This time, under the principal's mobilization, the students of Qingchuan No. 1 High School seemed to be a bit more spirited. Everyone was seriously preparing for the upcoming new challenge. In addition, everyone was looking forward to the showdown between Lin Mo and Chu Yi. However, when everyone had already tacitly agreed that Lin Mo and Chu Yi would be the protagonists in the next few days, Su Ran suddenly, through his own efforts, became a prominent figure in Jiangcheng within just a few hours. At the same time, he also pushed Qingchuan No. 1 High School into the spotlight. He had actually infiltrated the City Education Bureau and stolen the answers to the mock exam. As Lin Mo and Chu Yi's first official showdown approached, both the teachers and students were filled with anticipation. However, no one expected that at this critical moment, Su Ran would become embroiled in a scandal for stealing the answers to the second mock exam. As soon as the news broke, the entire Jiang city was shaken. The college entrance examination had been reinstated for several years, and Jiang city had never experienced such a severe incident. This suspect not only slapped the Jiang City Public Security Bureau in the face, but also embarrassed the Jiang City Education Bureau. It was said that the main perpetrator of this incident was a student with quite good grades named Su Ran. This left most people in Jiang City puzzled. They simply couldn't understand why someone with excellent academic performance would resort to stealing answers. Does he really need to do this? Isn't such behavior digging his own grave? Who could say otherwise? What a pity. He was doing well academically, and now he's ruined himself. What pity! He deserves it. After the incident was reported, the Education Bureau promptly released an apology video through their official website and local media channels, and they urgently postponed the citywide mock exam by a week. This incident of answer theft during the citywide second mock exam occurred suddenly. Fortunately, we responded quickly, and the suspect was apprehended at the crime scene, preventing serious consequences. However, this incident has sounded the alarm for us. In the future, we will continue to improve our confidentiality measures and management processes, striving to eliminate the suspect's sense of invulnerability from the very beginning. Su Ran's case spread like wildfire in Jiang City, and it became common knowledge. The news soon reached Qingchuan No. 1 High School. The homeroom teacher was greatly shocked. When he heard about the incident from other teachers in the office, he was so furious that he almost couldn't catch his breath. This Su Ran really gives no peace of mind. I shouldn't have allowed him into my class in the first place. Every day, he just brings trouble to me. Being mischievous was one thing, but this time he even pretended to be sick to sneak in and steal the answers to the second mock exam. Suran, Suran, I can't accommodate this little troublemaker. Do whatever you want from now on. The homeroom teacher cursed furiously in the office. As a teacher, he understood how serious the consequences of stealing answers in exams of this level could be. Being banned from participating in this year's college entrance examination was inevitable. He might even face jail time, depending on the severity of the incident. But the reality was that not only Su Ran would be punished, even he, as the homeroom teacher, would also face repercussions. Furthermore, the head of the department and the principal might also have to deal with criticism from the Education Bureau. This incident was truly serious. The news soon spread rapidly within Qingchuan No. 1 High School with a flurry of discussions. Have you heard? Su Ran somehow managed to steal the answers for all subjects in the city's second mock exam. That's really impressive. Such explosive news. By the way, how exactly did that guy Su Ran pull it off? I know. He reportedly took a sick leave a day in advance, falsely claiming he was at home recuperating. Then he disguised himself as a teacher from the Education Bureau, under the pretense of delivering documents to scout out the place. After locating the file room where the exam answers were stored, he hid in the toilet of the Education Bureau building and waited for a long time. He only made his move late at night when it was quiet, but unexpectedly, his light attracted the attention of the patrolling security guards, and he was caught on the spot. Wow, incredible! Su Ran is really a warrior. If he were alive in a time of war, he'd probably make a great spy. At this moment, legends about Su Ran are swirling everywhere. However, the Su Ran, who became famous overnight due to one battle, has yet to make an appearance. He probably won't be coming back. The students almost unanimously believe that Su Ran will be expelled. I guess he was so humiliated after losing to Lin Mo last time that he wants to win this time. This guy is really foolish. To win against Lin Mo, he actually resorted to such underhanded tactics. Now, he has ruined his own reputation. Who says otherwise? While everyone was discussing Su Ran, a flood of media reports about him began to appear online and in newspapers. Some media even claimed that they had exclusive first-hand information about Su Ran, which was absolutely true. Out of curiosity, many people bought their newspapers, but unexpectedly, those reports not only concerned Su Ran, but also mentioned a name that many students from Jiang City had heard of, Lin Mo. Hey, did you see today's newspaper? Su Ran actually said that he was instructed by Lin Mo to steal the answers. What a stretch. I didn't read the newspaper, but I saw a news report. Isn't Lin Mo the high school student from Qingchuan No. 1 High School who became popular online about a month ago? I even watched a speech video back then. It was very genuine. I was so moved. Well, don't get too moved just yet. I heard that in the last mock exam, Lin Mo didn't even write an essay and still scored 688 with full marks in math, English, and integrated science. When I first heard that score, I found it suspicious. Now, combined with the timing of this answer theft, I think it's highly likely that Lin Mo also stole the answers last time. Otherwise, how could he score that high? That makes sense. It's chilling when you think about it deeply. Once a rumor has some inexplicable basis, it can develop into a situation where three people can make a tiger. The heat around Su Ran hasn't died down yet, and soon Lin Mo was pushed to the center of the storm. At this moment, Su Ran is still squatting in the police station. With his own deception exposed and no hope of a comeback, he took advantage of some reporters interviewing him to deliberately mention Lin Mo's name in an attempt to drag Lin Mo down with him. His intentions are truly malicious. This time, he really wants to take Lin Mo down with him. At this moment, Su Ran is like a mad dog, or rather, one that has rabies, shouting Lin Mo's name. Lin Mo also saw the news, but he was not worried at all about Su Ran's slander. The innocent are always clear. Although false accusations are terrifying, without evidence, what is there to worry about? That day, Lin Mo still went to school as usual. However, in the classroom, 2 police officers were already waiting. As everyone expected, Lin Mo was taken to the music classroom upstairs for questioning. Their homeroom teacher also went with them. After Lin Mo was taken away, the entire floor of students gathered around. The students at the door of the interrogation room quietly perked up their ears to listen, while those further away began to discuss animatedly. This is it. Lin Mo wouldn't really have stolen the answers, would he? I can't believe I liked him so much before. Boo-hoo, my idol has fallen. How can you still cry? I warned you not to like Lin Mo before, but you wouldn't listen. Tell me, which one of your favorites hasn't fallen? Kuan, Yin, Fong, and now there's even Mo. Many people present originally had some trust in Lin Mo. After all, he was a legendary figure from Qingchuan No. 1 High School. However, facing such a scene, they couldn't help but start to doubt Lin Mo. After all, even the police officers have come. More and more people were pessimistic about Lin Mo, but at this time, An Miaowei expressed her absolute belief in him. Lin Mo absolutely did not steal the answers. Lin Mo absolutely did not cheat. An Miaowei couldn't believe she had the courage to say this loudly in front of so many people in such a situation. Even Gong Lily, who had always been closest to her, looked at her in shock. An Miaowei seemed genuinely different from before. Her current state showed that she really liked Lin Mo. Even at this moment, she was defending him. Unfortunately, Lin Mo no longer liked her. As for An Miaowei's words, there were quite a few who responded positively to her. But today seemed different from usual. Even she felt it deeply. When she said that sentence, she could feel the mocking glances from some people. Our former school belle is speaking up for Lin Mo. Haha, how rare. I remember you said you didn't like him before, right? Why the sudden change of heart? But it seems a bit late now. Lin Mo doesn't seem to like you anymore. Some people who once had feelings for An Miaowei constantly mocked her. An Miaowei silently endured it and didn't say anything further. Not far away, Chu-yi watched the situation quietly, pondering deeply. Lin Mo had not yet come out, and the discordant voices in the crowd continued. An Miaowei, if you're speaking for Lin Mo now, don't regret it in the future. Last time, almost everyone's grades dropped somewhat, but Lin Mo's improvement was terrifying. Everyone witnessed this. Thinking back, maybe it was all a scheme by Su Ran and Lin Mo to deceive everyone. Yes, it must be. Su Ran pretends to be at odds with Lin Mo on the surface, but secretly they're cooperating, stealing answers and cheating together. That's their goal. What kind of PK between study gods? It turns out it was all a ruse. Wow, the implications are chilling. Many students gradually fell into this kind of rhetoric. More and more chose to believe that Lin Mo had cheated rather than the opposite. After all, achieving full marks in 3 subjects was simply explosive. No matter how outstanding Lin Mo was, they could no longer believe that such results could come from an ordinary top student like him at Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School. Moreover, even Chu-yi had never achieved such a phenomenal score. As the discordant voices grew louder, Chu-yi's lively voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. I also believe Lin Mo. As expected, when she spoke, the surroundings gradually quieted down. This silence quickly spread. I believe Lin Mo did not cheat. He is not that kind of person, Chu-yi said seriously. At first, only An Miaowei was speaking up for Lin Mo, and those dissatisfied students had been hurling insults at An Miaowei without her being able to retort. But once Chu-yi spoke, it was different. Not only was she the current school belle, but the boys who liked her could line up from this classroom to the gate of Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School. She was also a top student from Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, a favorite among teachers. Furthermore, she was the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man. Marrying her would mean a life of ease for the next 3 generations. Chu, the school belle, how long have you been at Qingchuan No. 1 Middle School? You don't know Lin Mo well enough. Take our advice and stay away from him to avoid getting involved. Exactly, just look at Lin Mo. His true colors are showing. He can't possibly compete with you. These people continued to persuade Chu-yi not to meddle in others' affairs. But how clever and principled Chu-yi was. I said, I believe in Lin Mo. Although we haven't sat at the same table for long, through my observations during this time, his character is beyond question, and his abilities are also beyond question. His previous achievements were simply because he didn't want to be too high-profile. I believe that his results in the mock exam truly reflect his real level. Chu-yi's words resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the venue. Some students began to waver. They started to whisper among themselves, debating whether Lin Mo was worthy of their trust. However, at that moment, a boy squeezed his way out of the crowd. Listening to you discuss Lin Mo, I couldn't hold back any longer. I won't even go to the restroom. Today, I'm here to argue with you all. I'll tell you, ever since I met Lin Mo, I've been in complete admiration of him. Why? Do you know how amazing he is? Do you know why he scored 150 in math, 150 in English, and 300 in comprehensive science this time? Why? Because that's the total score of the paper. If math had a score of 200, I would believe without hesitation that Brother Mo has the ability to score 200. Before Chu-yi came, Lin Mo and I sat at the same table for a long time. I know his character very well. Previously, in order to keep a low profile, he tried to hide his abilities. Gu Shaoxing immediately started to speak passionately to the crowd, and the scene could be compared to Zhuge Liang debating with a group of scholars in ancient times. It was truly a spectacular scene. And the next moment, when Lin Mo came out with a smile, the expressions on everyone's faces became even more interesting. They looked at the harmonious interaction between Lin Mo and the police officer, their faces full of disbelief. Was it really over just like that? Lin Mo was fine? Thank you, Lin Mo, for cooperating with the investigation. I hope you continue to work hard in your studies and exams, creating more brilliance. Keep it up, future provincial champion. At the door, after exchanging a few words with Lin Mo, the police officer, holding a test paper, slowly left under the gaze of the crowd. At that moment, the people outside finally reacted to what was happening. Lin Mo had withstood the investigation. Seeing this, Chu-yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. An Miaowei's expression also revealed joy, but when her gaze unintentionally glanced at Chu-yi, she still appeared unhappy. Gu Shaoxing hurriedly approached Lin Mo. "Brother Mo, are you okay?" "Don't worry." Lin Mo remained calm and composed. Just as Lin Mo was chatting with Gu Shaoxing, someone from the earlier doubters asked unwillingly, "Teacher, is Lin Mo really okay?" The homeroom teacher smiled and said, "Of course." Just now, the police brought in a comprehensive science test paper, and Lin Mo not only scored full marks again, but also completed it in just 1 hour. This incident was merely Su Ran's attempt to take revenge on Lin Mo, so he slandered Lin Mo. "All right, the rumors are self-defeating. Let's all go back. What does gathering here look like?" After the teacher finished speaking, they walked away. The matter concerning Lin Mo came to a close, but there was still the issue of Su Ran that needed to be addressed. Not long after, the Jiangxing Education Bureau, in conjunction with the Public Security Bureau, released the handling results regarding Su Ran. Announcement on the handling of Su Ran. Su Ran, 18 years old, currently a student in class 1 of the 3rd year at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, has excellent academic performance. In this incident, his behavior was extremely irresponsible towards all students and teachers and had a very negative impact on society. However, considering that Su Ran's actions, while bad, did not result in serious consequences and that he usually has excellent academic results, he is indeed a rare talent. After careful research and decision by the organization, Su Ran will be banned from taking exams for 1 year and will be required to repeat the year, prohibited from participating in this year's college entrance examination. As soon as the announcement regarding Su Ran's handling was released, it immediately garnered a strong reaction in society. Well done. These people who always look for shortcuts without considering others' feelings need to be taught a lesson. Most people were quite satisfied with the official handling of Su Ran's case. After being stripped of his eligibility for the college entrance examination and having his expulsion enforced, Su Ran never reappeared on the campus of Qingchuan No. 1 High School again. All his belongings were packed up and taken away by his family. His apology ultimately appeared in video form during the school-wide meeting announcing the punishment handling result for Su Ran at Qingchuan No. 1 High School and was also reported by the official media of Jiangxing City. In the video, Su Ran's face was sallow, lacking any spirit, and he appeared submissive, not even daring to look at the camera. Seeing such a scene, the students applauded in satisfaction. "Bad seed. Serves you right. You got what was coming to you, haha. Exactly, you deserve it." This guy is a classic example of shooting himself in the foot. Watching Su Ran's ultimately disgraceful outcome, those who had earlier stood up for Lin Mo applauded in satisfaction. However, the few who had spoken in support of Su Ran were now filled with resentment towards him. "Oh, come on, don't look at me. I was just misled by Su Ran's nonsense back then, and wrong Lin Mo thinking back. It just makes me furious. It's all Su Ran's fault for being so hypocritical." Exactly. If it weren't for Su Ran misleading us, how could we not believe Lin Mo? He's always been the top student in our school. Why are you still looking at me? Don't you believe me? Should I show you my heart to prove it? Thus, the Su Ran incident gradually calmed down. But the ripples caused by this incident had yet to dissipate. In classrooms, playgrounds, and on the streets, discussions about the Su Ran event could still be heard. However, as with any hot topic, interest in it was waning, and fewer people were paying attention. A life without waves is destined to be bland. Perhaps this is life. This is what it means to be human. Su Ran finally exited the stage in disgrace. Now, the spotlight at Qingchuan No. 1 High School was entirely on Lin Mo and Chu-yi. Everyone's attention gradually shifted to these two. Lin Mo, the top student who had long dominated the rankings at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, suddenly emerging as a dark horse during the city's first mock exam. Chu-yi, the top scholar at Jiangxing City No. 1 High School, who suddenly transferred to Qingchuan No. 1 High School. Their first official confrontation was bound to be interesting. Following the Su Ran incident, this matter quickly spread, centering around Qingchuan No. 1 High School. Chu Yi was actively preparing for battle, while Lin Mo remained as usual, seemingly unaffected. Although their states differed somewhat, everyone was still filled with anticipation for the PK between these two. Who would continue the undefeated legend? Chu Yi, or would Lin Mo create a new legend? At this moment, no one knew. Everyone was eagerly awaiting. The voices supporting Lin Mo and Chu Yi were evenly split. The day finally arrived. The city's second mock exam ultimately used the backup Type 2 exam paper. Such backup papers are prepared for every major exam, but they had never been used in such a manner before. And it seemed that everything had long been predetermined. This exam was extraordinary. The questions were not just difficult. Generally speaking, backup papers are quite challenging, and the teachers who prepared the exam had not anticipated using this set of papers. When the language exam ended, many students began to complain. This set of papers is simply brutal. Who says it isn't? Damn it, Sue Ran. I probably won't pass this time. My parents will definitely team up to punish me. Of course, this question is really problematic. All the students had no idea that this was just the beginning. Only a moment after the math exam started, the examination hall fell into a sudden silence. A few seconds later, gasps of shock echoed around. What the hell? What's going on? The last question has so many lines of text. If you didn't know better, you'd think we were taking a language exam. What kind of twisted test is this? This question. All the students were stunned. After the math exam ended, the students practically stumbled out of the examination room, looking as if they had been drained of all energy. They needed to rest their brain cells well to recover to their original state. This question is too hard. I feel like I've exhausted my entire lifetime of IQ on this one. Woo, I couldn't even solve the third-to-last multiple-choice question. Is the last question even something a person can write out? Especially in examination room number 1. After finishing the exam, the top students usually would compare answers for the last question. But this time, no one spoke. The reason? The last question was simply impossible to tackle. Even Chu Yi was frowning in thought, clearly struggling with the last question. Lin Mo, how many auxiliary lines did you draw for the last question? Chu Yi couldn't help but lean over to ask Lin Mo. Her question instantly attracted the attention of all the top students in room number 1, who gathered around, hoping to hear the answer from the math genius. 5 auxiliary lines. For high school, this question has already gone way beyond the syllabus, Lin Mo replied casually. Hiss. Hearing Lin Mo's answer, the group of top students collectively gasped. 5 auxiliary lines? No way. 5 auxiliary lines. There were actually 5. This question is too impressive. Damn, that's incredible. I didn't even draw 4 auxiliary lines. I feel like this exam is going to be a disaster. So I forget it. Anyway, there's no way I'm getting into the top 10 this time. Me too. Are you guys only shocked that it needs 5 auxiliary lines? Aren't you shocked that Lin Mo actually solved it? I'm impressed. Lin Mo is awesome. Lin Mo is invincible. A genius is always a genius. Even Chu Yi looked at Lin Mo with some admiration. She hadn't even solved the last question. Lin Mo, I only drew 3 auxiliary lines. Can you teach me how to solve this question? Chu Yi blinked her eyes, looking at Lin Mo with anticipation. What the hell? The genius school flower is asking the math genius for help. Lin Mo is amazing. Lin Mo is invincible. Lin Mo, the math genius, is amazing. Cheers erupted around them. Lin Mo looked up at Chu Yi, smiling, and nodded. Sure. He then began to explain the question from the start. Once Lin Mo drew the 5th auxiliary line, a bright light instantly shone in Chu Yi's eyes. She was smart. Seeing the position of the 5th auxiliary line, she immediately understood the next steps. Lin Mo, thank you, I get it now. Chu Yi looked up, smiling radiantly, her beauty dazzling like a blooming flower, causing the male students around to be momentarily mesmerized. Chu Yi was indeed the genius school flower, beautiful and academically outstanding. At the entrance, An Miaowei quietly watched this scene, her eyes gradually getting moist. Once, Lin Mo had explained questions to her like this. Back then, he only had eyes for her, but now, if the results of the first mock exam left a vivid memory for the students of Jiangqing High School, then the results of the second mock exam can be said to be a nightmare for all high school students in Jiangqing. Initially, when the first day of the second mock exam ended, they thought that the language arts and mathematics sections were already difficult enough. Who would have thought that the English and comprehensive science sections on the second day would be so beyond description? As they put it, these questions are truly outrageous. Many students couldn't even understand the reading comprehension and closed test sections in the English paper. As for the comprehensive science section, many students from advanced classes left the major questions at the back of their papers completely blank. The level of difficulty is evident. After the exam, some students who were a bit emotionally fragile even cried. It was a deep sense of defeat, even though it was just a mock exam. Who could easily accept such results after 10 years of hard work? And let's not forget that once the scores are released, there's also the issue with parents. Parents don't care about rankings. They only care about how many points their child scored and why it's so much lower than last time. Although some may not have dropped in rank, their total scores might drop by several points. In some subjects, they might even fail. When parents find out the scores, will it be singles for boys, singles for girls, or mixed doubles? On the night of the exam's conclusion, during self-study time, no one in Class 3-1 left after class ended. Everyone remained at their desks, focused on studying. When the homeroom teacher came to check, he was stunned by the scene. Such a sight was rare. Normally, when class ended, students would instantly become energized and rush out of the classroom. But now, they seemed to genuinely love studying. Looking at the defeated students, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but reflect. I have to say, one doesn't gain wisdom without experiencing setbacks. Experiencing defeat and pressure during a mock exam is far better than facing it for real on the battlefield later. Although he was one of the teachers who created the mock exam, and his initial attitude toward it was casual, he stood at the door and advised, everyone should head home early and aim for better results in the third mock exam. After the homeroom teacher left, no one still left the classroom. Only Lin Mo and Chu Yi quietly packed their desks. Chu Yi glanced at the always calm Lin Mo and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Even she felt hindered during this exam and didn't perform well, yet Lin Mo didn't show any emotional fluctuations. Chu Yi couldn't help but secretly admire him. Therefore, she believed even more that Lin Mo's calmness was due to his strength. She had already witnessed this during the math class when she sought his help with questions, motivated by her own interests. Lin Mo, who do you think will win between us this time? Although Chu Yi appeared nonchalant on the surface, when she asked this, Lin Mo knew she lacked confidence. If she were confident in her victory, she wouldn't have asked that question at all. The result of this exam was already predetermined when we submitted our papers. No matter how it turns out, it doesn't matter. This contest has ended. What I need to face now is the college entrance examination. Lin Mo still didn't directly answer her question, but considering Chu Yi's current situation, he was 90% sure he would win. He said this partly to leave himself some room, and partly to give Chu Yi a bit of leeway. This is what a master does, preserving oneself while leaving room for others. Chu Yi was sharp and intelligent, and she could sense Lin Mo's implied message. Don't ask, I no longer have any rivals in my heart. She didn't say much more and acknowledged Lin Mo's strength. She knew she had made the right choice by coming to Qingchuan Yizhong. Lin Mo was truly remarkable. Perhaps he had been hiding his strength all along. Although she didn't quite understand why, Chu Yi felt very happy. The boy in front of me, always filled with mystery, faces everything with a calm demeanor. Although he is only 18 years old, his aura is not something a child of that age should possess. It seems that he carries a deep enigma within him that makes people unable to resist the urge to explore. Chu Yi smiled as she watched Lin Mo leave. She laughed at herself for finally finding a rival and finally having a friend. A friend who is very simple, not because of her beauty or family background, but simply because of this kind of friendship. This made Chu Yi feel a sense of fulfillment. coming to Qingchuan #1 High School was indeed the right decision. In the adjacent seat, An Miaowei watched the two people leaving one after another, feeling envious and jealous. But she was not Chu Yi, nor was she anyone else. She would never be able to get close to Lin Mo. She was unwilling. The next 2 days were the grading period for the second mock exam. The students' sadness and gloomy moods lingered over them like an inescapable illness. Even the magical power of time did not free them from their suffering. The classroom was quieter than usual, and almost no one compared answers. They were all silently waiting for the results to be announced. After the exam, the previously discarded test papers were handed out as homework. Looking at the difficulty of the questions on the papers, all the students cried. If it weren't for Su Ran, the second paper wouldn't have been used, and there wouldn't have been such difficult questions. Su Ran, I hate you. Su Ran, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The students all pointed their fingers at Su Ran. If it weren't for Su Ran stealing the test papers, how could they have used the ridiculously difficult backup exam? The next day, the first class was Chinese. When a man in a Zhongshan suit, wearing glasses, walked into the classroom with a stack of test papers, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. Class begins. Stand up, Lin Mo shouted. Good morning, teacher. Everyone shouted in unison. All 56 students seemed to lack energy at that moment. The Chinese teacher looked in surprise at these 56 students who seemed to have lost their souls. What's wrong? Didn't you eat? Young people should have some spirit. Learn from Lin Mo, who stands up and calls out with such vigor. Come on, everyone, let's do it again. Louder. Class begins. Good morning, teacher. That's better. Good morning, students. Please sit down. The students slowly sat down but still kept their heads down, with only Lin Mo and Chu Yi behaving as usual. What's wrong? Early in the morning, you all look so downcast. Get some energy. It's just this exam was a bit difficult. To be honest, I took it myself, and I just barely passed. Hearing the Chinese teacher say this, many students started to laugh. It turned out that even the teacher just barely passed. The class finally seemed to regain its joy. All right, since everyone is a bit more awake now, let's take a look at the results of the second mock exam. Finally, this moment arrived, and the muscles on everyone's faces tensed up. The results of this exam were so poor that many students didn't want to face or dare to confront this moment. But there were still many students eager to know the scores of the two top students, Lin Mo and Chu Yi. Students, let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate Lin Mo and Chu Yi for scoring 146 points each, tying for first place in Chinese. Clap! As the language teacher's powerful voice resonated, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Lin Mo and Chu Yi. The results of the first round of their academic challenge in language arts had been announced. Lin Mo and Chu Yi tied for first place. This was truly astonishing. With this result, everyone in the class felt a deep admiration for Lin Mo. Last time, Lin Mo hadn't written the essay, not because he couldn't, but because he simply didn't want to. Lin Mo is really impressive. I didn't expect he had been hiding his abilities so well before. Yeah, who would have thought that Lin Mo's previous top scores were actually after holding back? That's really discouraging. Holding back? More like he was taking it easy like the ocean. Ocean, why are you all just water? At this moment, the language teacher looked at Chu Yi with approval. But when he looked at Lin Mo, his eyes were filled with joy and pride. These were two completely different attitudes. When he looked at Lin Mo, he felt happy for him. After all, Lin Mo was a student he had always taught and watched grow into a towering figure. He liked Lin Mo more, and was also pleased that Lin Mo had achieved such results. As for Chu Yi, although she was also his student, he didn't know her well since she had only recently transferred to their class. Therefore, he could only admire her abilities and feel happy for himself, as both of the top scorers in Jiangqing's language arts were from his class. The fact that both of them had the same score was shocking. This was something he could brag about for 2 or 3 decades at Qingchuan #1 High School. Lin Mo calmly walked up to the podium to receive his exam paper. Lin Mo, you did well. Keep it up. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Chu-yi followed Lin Mo and had a faint smile on her lips. She had predicted Lin Mo's language arts score, but she never expected that they would have the same score. This truly surprised and delighted her. If Lin Mo performed at the same level as the last mock exam, then he would definitely be first. Chu-yi was even more certain of her guess. Lin Mo was indeed extraordinary. He had been hiding his true abilities all along, aiming for a meteoric rise in the college entrance examination. Just how high could he soar? Chu-yi, you did well too. Keep up the good work. Thank you, teacher. I will. As Chu-yi took her exam paper, everyone's gaze was fixed on her and Lin Mo. They looked up at Lin Mo and Chu-yi with admiration, as if gazing at towering peaks. It was stunning and aspirational, especially when these two stood at the podium. One was a tall, handsome academic god at 1.8 meters, and the other was a 1.7 meter tall, leggy campus beauty. They were a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. No matter how you looked at it, they were just so well suited for each other. In the face of such a scene, some were envious, while others were naturally jealous. Just like the good friends sitting not far away, An Miaowei and Gong Lily. They stared at Chu-yi with wide eyes. Lin Mo, do you really like Chu-yi? An Miaowei muttered to herself, looking sorrowful. Why, we both know it's you. You really need to work hard. Otherwise, you will only drift further away from Lin Mo. Especially after the college entrance examination. If your scores differ too much from Lin Mo's, he definitely won't be in the same school as you, and you might not even be in the same city. If that's the case, it will be difficult for you to see him again. And with Chu-yi's grades, they might end up in the same school in the future, making it even harder. Gong Lily was advising An Miaowei, while secretly sighing. When Lin Mo liked An Miaowei in the past, she had taken advantage of him quite a bit. Now it's all gone. An Miaowei naturally knew that Gong Lily was right. But she also understood how big the gap was between her and Lin Mo now, especially with Chu-yi by Lin Mo's side. She was so outstanding that she overshadowed An Miaowei's only advantage. She might never be able to stand by Lin Mo's side, like Chu-yi does now. What else can she do besides feeling envy and jealousy? An Miaowei was also very unwilling, but she felt helpless. She thought perhaps she couldn't go to the same school as Lin Mo in college, but at least they should be in the same city. She kept motivating herself, insisting that she had to get into a university in Beijing and that she could do it. After the Chinese language results were announced, the outcome was still as most people had predicted. Indeed, the average score was despairingly low. It could be said that this was the worst Chinese exam performance for almost all the students in their class ever. Out of a possible 150 points, the average score was 92.3 points. Who could accept this result? If it weren't for Lin Mo and Chu-yi being in Class 3-1, the average Chinese score would probably have been failing. Indeed, Lin Mo and Chu-yi were impressive. They single-handedly upheld the banner of their class, becoming the only class among the 10 in the school with an average score that passed. Moreover, Lin Mo and Chu-yi tied for first place with a score of 146, and this news quickly spread throughout Qingchuan No. 1 High School. As the news spread, students and teachers at Qingchuan No. 1 High School once again felt the terrifying strength of Lin Mo. Not only did he score 146 points in such a difficult exam, far exceeding the school's third-place score of 128 points, he even tied with Chu-yi for the first place. It should be noted that Chu-yi was once the first-ranked beauty scholar in Jiangxing. For several years, no one could rival her. Now, suddenly, Lin Mo emerged and pressured Chu-yi from her first-place throne. Such a scene was indeed exhilarating. Now, everyone was genuinely starting to take a strong interest in Lin Mo and Chu-yi's scores in other subjects. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to it. A day later, all the scores from the second mock exam were announced. And on the long-standing red honor wall of Qingchuan No. 1 High School, Lin Mo's photo remained firmly in the top position. The second position had already been replaced with a lively, cute photo of a goddess. Chu-yi. She actually only came in second? What the heck? What's going on? Lin Mo first? How many points did Lin Mo actually get? He surpassed the beauty scholar Chu Yi. Excuse me, hey, don't block my view of Lin Mo and Chu Yi's scores. Unbelievable. Lin Mo is terrifying. What the heck, how many points did Lin Mo actually score? Amidst the shock, Lin Mo's name resonated throughout Qingchuan No. 1 High School once again. However, just as those astonished by the honor wall rankings were reacting, Lin Mo and Chu Yi's scores began to circulate among the crowd. This exam was too difficult. The third in the school only scored over 620 points. I bet the third in the city won't even reach 700 points. Classmates, the sky is falling at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. The sky is falling in Jiangcheng. What a shocking event. Lin Mo and Chu Yi's final scores have been announced. Chu Yi scored a total of 706 points, ranking third in the entire school with a full 80 points ahead. Awesome. As expected of Chu Yi. As expected of the beauty scholar. Wait. Oh no, bro, let me finish. Chu Yi scoring 706 points is impressive, but Mo total score of 746 points. Amazing society, my Mo tough and not talkative. What? Lin Mo scored 746. Whoa, is that for real? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Damn, I finally squeezed in and saw the score. I swear on my life, Lin Mo's score is indeed 746. Lin Mo scored 146 in Chinese, and perfect scores in the other three subjects. Oh my god! Lin Mo is simply unbelievable. This time he actually beat Chu Yi by 40 points. He must be the top student in the entire Jiangxing area. Incredible. Truly incredible. Who would argue with that? Last time in the mock exam, he lost only 2 points in Chinese except for the composition, and the rest were perfect scores. I thought that was already amazing, but I didn't expect this time the questions were extremely difficult, and he still scored perfect in the other three subjects. Is it possible that his limits are not here? In my opinion, the scores in math, English, and integrated science were too low. Otherwise, he could have scored even higher. Yes, it must be like that. With the scores for all subjects announced, this highly anticipated second mock exam in Jiangxing came to an end. However, Lin Mo and Chu Yi's story seemed only to have just begun. This exam brought too many surprises to Qingchuan No. 1 High School and too many astonishments to Jiangxing. No one expected that there was such a formidable academic genius hidden in Qingchuan No. 1 High School, who actually surpassed Chu Yi by 40 points. This is simply terrifying. No one can understand how Lin Mo managed to achieve perfect scores in 3 subjects under such difficult exam conditions. What level of ability is this? Such scores, even in the college entrance examination, would be absolutely explosive. First in the country? Even in top-tier schools like Tsinghua and Peking University, he would definitely be at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Yet, such an incredible genius had been quietly staying at Qingchuan No. 1 High School for so long. This truly surprised everyone. And Lin Mo's achievements not only shocked the locals, but also gave many parents something to say when educating their children. Don't tell me this exam was difficult. Isn't the top scorer of your school 746? If others can score that much, how can you say it's difficult? Look at Lin Mo, and then look at yourself. We spend so much money sending you to the best school, and you had 630 last time, but this time you only scored 590. When those kids faced their parents' scolding, they often found themselves speechless, only able to sigh deeply. Su Ran, I hate you. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained calm in the face of these results. They would never know that the reason he was so impressive now, aside from his inherent talent, was that he had lived once more. In his previous life, he had already shown astonishing talent. Combined with the accumulation of 4 years in university and his super memory in this life, his understanding of high school knowledge points and his control over answering questions had reached an extraordinary level. Now, when he looked at those exam papers, he saw not just sheets of paper, but real entities existing in this world he lived in: linguistics, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology. So when facing those questions, he could answer them as easily as he understood himself, just as he understood the knowledge points being tested. Chu Yi noticed Lin Mo's excellence. Though she lost this time, she accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. Even after falling from the pedestal, she had no regrets about coming to see Lin Mo. Because from her observations of Lin Mo during this time, she had already anticipated the result of this exam. She was glad that her judgment about Lin Mo was correct. In the time to come, she wanted to humbly seek Lin Mo's advice on studying to improve her own abilities. At that moment, she would fulfill the promise she made to Lin Mo to agree to one thing he asked. As for what that thing was, it would depend on what Lin Mo had to say. Lin Mo, congratulations. You're the first in Jiangcheng, Chu Yi said with a flower-like smile while looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled back. Thank you, this time it was just luck. You don't need to be modest. You scored 746 on such a difficult exam. With that kind of ability, becoming the top student in the country shouldn't be a problem. I can't even compare to you. Indeed, when the questions are difficult, the gap becomes very obvious, Chu Yi said with a light sigh. Lin Mo comforted her. Everyone has their strengths. Maybe I'm just good at taking exams. All right, you don't need to comfort me. By the way, Lin Mo, we agreed that whoever loses has to fulfill a request from the other. I'll do my best to meet your request, as long as it's within my ability, Chu Yi said seriously. Lin Mo thought carefully for a moment. It seemed that there were indeed places where Chu Yi could help him, but it wasn't the right time yet. If it can wait, 2 months later, after the college entrance exam, I have a project worth several hundred million. Do you want to know more about it, young lady? Forget it. I don't know if she would be interested then. I don't want to be mistaken for a scammer and end up being sent to prison. Chu Yi's words attracted the attention of the entire class, especially the boys, who perked up their ears. They all knew who Chu Yi was, the genius school belle of Jiangcheng, their idol, and now she was saying she would fulfill a request for Lin Mo. So, what would Lin Mo ask for? Wow, just thinking about it was so exciting. What request? Lin Mo himself didn't even know what to ask for, while Chu Yi was smiling at him, quietly waiting for his response. Kiss her, kiss her. Suddenly, a voice came from the back of the classroom, leaving everyone stunned. Lin Mo turned around to see Gu Xiaojun giving him a knowing glance. This guy. After a moment of silence, the entire classroom erupted in excitement, with a group of people chattering and clamoring for a kiss. Even if Chu Yi's character was gentle and calm, hearing the students stir up trouble at this moment made her cheeks flush. Lin Mo couldn't help but glance at these troublemakers who seemed to thrive on chaos. Okay, everyone stop messing around, Lin Mo said, trying to calm them down. Chu Yi, I'm sorry, let's talk about this next time. Lin Mo apologized to her. Chu Yi looked at the apology on Lin Mo's face, and her fondness for him increased a little more. Okay, next time then. Seeing that there was no exciting development between Lin Mo and Chu Yi, the surrounding students let out a sound of disappointment. Even Gu Xiaojun was anxious for Lin Mo. Such a rare opportunity. Why wouldn't he seize it properly? At that moment, in front of the honor roll, a figure dressed in black with a black hat appeared. Looking at the name at the top of the list, his hands unconsciously tightening. Lin Mo, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could I be mocked by the students? If it weren't for you, how would I have resorted to stealing answers? If it weren't for you, how would I have had my college entrance exam qualifications revoked? Under the hat, a somewhat handsome face twisted into a grimace, and a pair of gloomy eyes glimmered with a resentful light. He stared fiercely at Lin Mo's name as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. He was Su Ran. At night, outside the classroom, Lin Mo and Chu Yi were leaving together when they encountered the long-waiting An Miaowei once again. Lin Montak, Yi. As An Miaowei approached Lin Mo, he completely ignored her and walked away. It was now past 10 o'clock at night. The lights in the campus had long been turned off, and the students had already left. Only the sparse trees and the dim street lights cast mottled shadows on Lin Mo and Chu Yi. Just as An Miaowei caught up, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a figure dressed entirely in black emerged swiftly from behind a large tree. He was running fast. In his hand, a cold gleam flickered, seemingly a sharp blade, and he was charging straight toward Lin Mo. Chu Yi sensed the danger and suddenly cried out, Lin Mo, get down! As she shouted this warning to Lin Mo, She herself rushed forward to intercept the person wielding the blade between him and Lin Mo. There was no time for thought. It was purely instinctive behavior on her part. An Miaowei, startled by the sudden appearance of the shadow, instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, Lin Mo also realized the danger. Seeing the person with the dagger rushing toward him, he lifted his hand without hesitation and aimed a stab at Chui. Lin Montauk frowned tightly. Why was this girl getting in front of him in such a dangerous situation? He didn't have time to think too much. He quickly grabbed Chui and pulled her toward himself, turning sharply to embrace her in his arms. In that critical moment, Lin Mo exposed his back to the attacker, and the assailant lunged forward with a swift thrust toward Lin Mo. Chui could only watch helplessly as the man in black charged toward them. Lin Mo, she screamed in shock. But Lin Mo was too close to the attacker with the dagger. He had no way to avoid this strike. The person wearing a black mask and tactical suit saw his goal within reach, and a strange arc formed at the corner of his mouth under the streetlight. Lin Montauk, you're dead. He thrust the dagger forward with all his might. Slash! The short dagger pierced through the air, stabbing into Lin Mo's right shoulder. It was only at the last moment, just as the dagger was about to plunge into his back, that he instinctively stepped left. That small step allowed him to evade a fatal blow. Although the strike hit Lin Mo, it didn't cause a direct lethal injury. However, the assailant seemed even more exhilarated. He violently yanked out the dagger, ready to charge again. Although Lin Mo was in excruciating pain in his right shoulder, his reflexes were sharper now. His every nerve was now operating at high speed. So just as the assailant was about to stab again, Lin Mo released Chui from his left arm and immediately kicked back with his leg. Although the kick wasn't powerful, the attacker was completely unprepared for it. Moreover, Lin Mo was half a head taller than the man, and in this dangerous moment, his instinctive kick directly struck the man's chest, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Behind him, the man in black saw that his strike had missed and charged madly at Lin Mo again. Lin Mo, you're dead! The man in black screamed, his voice echoing like a demon from hell. As he rushed toward Lin Mo, he did so without hesitation. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, his eyes sharp. Bah! Finding an opportunity, he gathered all his strength and kicked out fiercely with his leg. The man in black had not expected Lin Mo to fight back and took the hit directly, his body flying backward and crashing against a tree. Cough, cough. The man in black lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and unable to get up. It seemed he had made some noise, as a security guard and a crew-cut man in a suit rushed over from the school gate and subdued the man in black. Chui hurriedly came over to support Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you okay? Are you fine? Lin Mo shook his head. Chui looked at the red blood on Lin Mo's school uniform, tears streaming down her face. She held back her sobs and quickly took off her school jacket to apply pressure above the wound on his right arm to stop the bleeding. The suited man quickly subdued the man in black and handed him over to the security guard before swiftly walking towards Chui. Miss, are you okay? I'm fine. Hurry and get the car ready. Lin Mo is injured. I need to take him to the hospital. Understood. The suited man nodded heavily at Chui and quickly ran towards a black Benz at the school gate. Lin Mo knew that this man was definitely Chui's driver and bodyguard. He wanted to sigh and say, "It's great to be rich," but the pain from the wound kept him awake. Chui, I've fine. I can handle it myself. Lin Mo, don't talk. Conserve your strength. Your right arm has been pierced, and you're losing too much blood. You could be in danger at any moment. This time, you have to listen to me no matter what. I'm taking you to the hospital. Lin Mo didn't say anything more. At this point, his face was starting to go pale, a sign of excessive blood loss. Watching Lin Mo's bright red blood continuously flowing from his shoulder, Chui was filled with worry. She prayed repeatedly. It was hard for her to finally have a friend like Lin Mo. She didn't want to lose him. In that moment of crisis, she had instinctively tried to block the attack for Lin Mo, but instead, he had protected her in his arms. Chui had never experienced being shielded by someone with their life before, so every time she recalled the moment Lin Mo had protected her, a sense of indescribable safety would arise in her heart. Lin Mo, are you okay? At that moment, An Miaowei finally reacted and rushed over. She reached out, trying to touch Lin Mo's forehead, but he avoided her hand. An Miaowei, Lin Mo is seriously injured. I need to take him to the hospital. Please let Lin Mo's mom know not to worry. Thank you. Okay. An Miaowei nodded in agreement, glancing at the injured Lin Mo and then at Chu Yi's worried eyes. She bit her lip, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She knew that when the man in black suddenly attacked, she had been so scared that she stepped back, and when Chu Yi bravely stood in front of Lin Mo, she had completely lost her chance. She couldn't compare to Chu Yi, whether it was in stature, appearance, grades, or family background. Chu Yi was far superior to her. And now, Chu Yi's courage was also much stronger than hers. However, she still had one last question in her heart. If the man in black had attacked her instead, would Lin Mo have shielded her from that stab? Not far away, the driver had already pulled the car over. Chu Yi quickly helped Lin Mo into the back seat. Lin Mo's condition was getting worse. His face was growing paler. Chu Yi was extremely anxious. Lin Mo, hang in there, we're going to the hospital right away. Chu Yi said in a panic, tears streaming down her face. Lin Mo weakly smiled and gently patted Chu Yi's hand. Don't worry, I won't die. I'm Lin Mo, the invincible. Still putting on a brave face. And you're in this condition. Chu Yi wiped her tears and tried to force a smile, but it was more bitter than crying. The driver couldn't help but glance at the scene in the rearview mirror, his expression somewhat strange. His young lady seemed to be overly concerned about this injured student. Could it be that the young lady wanted to transfer schools because of this guy? It seemed that this incident had to be reported to the master. His mission as the young lady's bodyguard included not only protecting her, but also finding out the reason behind her desire to transfer schools. Now it appeared that it was most likely because of this injured guy. When Lin Mo woke up, he found himself lying on a large bed adorned in a starry blue color. On the ceiling, there was star-patterned wallpaper, and in the center of the room hung a crystal tassel chandelier, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Looking around, Lin Mo was even more astonished to find that this bedroom, which was as large as an average person's living room, was entirely painted in a light pink latex. The walls were designed with patterned wallpaper, and even the floor was covered with a light pink carpet intricately patterned with various designs. The nearest piece of furniture to the bed was a vanity table, which was also pink and even more spacious than his own desk. In the center was a mirror, flanked by 3 tiers of small compartments, filled with a set of exquisitely crafted boxes arranged from large to small. Diagonally opposite the vanity, 2 light beige sofas were placed, piled high with Disney plush toys. In another corner, several pots of orchids were waiting to bloom. He struggled to sit up in bed, raising his hand to massage his temples, feeling that his mind was still somewhat muddled. In a room like this, it was easy to guess that the owner must be a girl, and her family background must be quite good. Lin Mo immediately deduced that this was Chu Yi's room. Glancing at his shoulder, which had been bandaged, Lin Mo had a rough guess about the situation. However, this outcome still surprised him. Chu Yi actually let him sleep in her room. That was a bit unbelievable. Just as Lin Mo was pondering while leaning against the headboard, a middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Mo looked over and saw that the newcomer was about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a black tang suit made of cotton and linen and wearing cloth shoes. He had a square face with a resolute expression. Although there were crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, his gaze was bright and focused, exuding a serious demeanor. Moreover, when he looked at Lin Mo, there was a flash of authority in his brows, creating a strong sense of pressure. At this moment, he was slowly walking towards Lin Mo, who was lying on the bed. "You're awake," the man said to Lin Mo in a calm tone. His voice was deep and resonant. Although his pitch was not high, it carried a certain power that echoed in the room. With his broad physique and resolute face, he immediately exuded a very strong presence. Lin Mo recognized this man. He had seen him in the news many times before. Indeed, he was Chu Qinha, the richest man in Jiangcheng. The aura he carried was something most ordinary people couldn't withstand. However, Lin Mo was someone who had seen significant events. Moreover, the two of them had gone through serious matters together. What else could disturb his inner peace? His mindset had long surpassed the superficial appearance of age. Therefore, when faced with the powerful presence of Chu Qianhe, the richest man in Jiangcheng, he still maintained a sense of calm. Lin Mo looked at the newcomer and nodded gently. "Uncle Chu, how are you?" Chu Qianhe was momentarily surprised, then smiled. "Lin Mo, you truly deserve to be the future top scholar in Jiangcheng. You are quite perceptive. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Just from this point alone, you qualify to be friends with Yi." When Chu Qianhe said this, the tone of "just from this point" was relatively higher. Lin Mo keenly caught this change. He hadn't expected Chu Qianhe to clarify his stance right from the start. Yes, in just a few short sentences, this man who could command the winds and clouds in Jiangcheng had expressed his attitude towards Lin Mo. If it weren't for your good academic performance, you wouldn't even qualify to be friends with Chu Yi. Even if you have some abilities, you could at most only be her friend. Nothing more than that. He was telling Lin Mo that he and Chu Yi were not from the same world. In fact, Lin Mo had thought about that direction before, and now that Chu Qianhe mentioned it, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, since the other party didn't explicitly say so, he didn't want to explain much about his relationship with Chu Yi. The two of them didn't have anything special going on. It wasn't a secret. "Uncle Chu, you flatter me. I'm honored to become friends with such an outstanding classmate like Chu Yi," Lin Mo casually explained, but he didn't expect that after hearing this, Chu Qianhe's expression turned slightly cold. However, in a moment, he smiled at Lin Mo again. "How did you rest last night? My Yi is a bit inconsiderate. She didn't let you stay in the hospital after you were hurt so badly. She almost delayed your treatment. I spoiled her too much in the past, and didn't teach her how to treat guests properly. I apologize for her negligence." Hearing these words, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Chu Qianhe truly deserved to be the richest man in Jiang City. He was cunning, and every word was laden with meaning. On the surface, his words seemed to show great concern for Lin Mo, but if you observe his expression and tone, you would realize that Chu Qianhe was actually implying that the two of them were not suitable for each other. Because Chu Yi was a young lady and wouldn't take care of others. Even when she got married in the future, she would marry someone of equal status. Not a high-ranking official, then a business tycoon. Someone like Lin Mo was not worthy of Chu Yi. Chu Qianhe was trying to solve the problem from the root. He was just short of directly telling Lin Mo, "Stay away from my daughter." How could the clever Lin Mo not understand his meaning? Nevertheless, Lin Mo reassured himself that there was nothing else going on between him and Chu Yi. For this girl, he only felt admiration and pity. He smiled and said to Chu Qianhe, "Uncle Chu, you're being too modest. I really have to thank Chu Yi for saving me. I'm truly grateful." Seeing that Lin Mo had declined his insinuations twice in a row, Chu Qianhe was momentarily unsure of Lin Mo's thoughts. Could he really not hear the implications in his words, or was he just pretending to be naive? He probed again. He is just a warm-hearted child. Not to mention that you sit at the same table. Even if you were just ordinary classmates, she would also help you without hesitation, so there's no need to say thank you. All right, it's good that you're awake. Rest well. I've already instructed the butler to arrange for someone to take care of you. If you have any requests, just let me know. You don't need to worry about classes. I've already arranged for someone to request leave for you. I've also sent someone to inform your parents to ease their worries. Uncle Chu, thank you for your concern. I noted it down, Lin Mo replied. Seeing that Lin Mo still hadn't reacted, Chu Qianhe finally started to lose patience. Perhaps in his heart, he already regarded Lin Mo as just a bookworm with exceptionally low emotional intelligence. He had spent so much effort talking, which simply wasted his precious time. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat disdainful of Lin Mo. Are you and E really just classmates and ordinary friends? Chu Qianhe confirmed again. Really, I and Chu Yi are just ordinary friends. I think you misunderstood. We don't have any other relationship, Lin Mo explained. Hearing Lin Mo's decisive words, Chu Qinha's expression finally improved a little. However, he still looked somewhat gloomy and continued, "E is a child with cleanliness issues. If you really were just ordinary friends, would she let you stay in her bedroom?" Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that what Chu Qinha was referring to. He couldn't help but show a wry smile. This he also didn't know. "I'm just an ordinary friend of classmate Chu Yi." In the corridor, Chu Yi was holding a notebook, standing at the door and stopping in her tracks. Listening to Lin Mo's voice from inside the room, although they were just classmates, she felt a wave of disappointment and gloom rising in her heart for some reason. Could it be that in his heart, she was really just an ordinary friend? In her mind, the image of Lin Mo protecting her in such a dangerous situation last night flashed through her thoughts. Chu Yi bit her lip, feeling a mix of emotions. As for why she put Lin Mo in her own bedroom, it was simply because it had gotten very late after she bandaged his wounds last night, and she subconsciously thought to do so. When she remembered that she had no place to sleep, Lin Mo was already lying asleep on her bed. Moving him to the guest room was not her style. Perhaps because she stayed up too late last night. When she woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. The first thing she did was rush over to check on Lin Mo. She was afraid that her dad would see Lin Mo lying on her bed and would kick him out. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario she imagined did not happen, and Lin Mo had already woken up. However, the situation seemed a bit off. What did her dad say to Lin Mo? "Knock, knock, knock." Standing outside the door, Chu Yi knocked and entered the room. "Lin Mo, how are you feeling today? Are you better?" Not knowing if it was the rebelliousness of a young girl, Chu Yi looked at Lin Mo with concern, ignoring the presence of Chu Qinha beside her. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive," Lin Mo teased. Chu Yi smiled gently. "Good, as long as you're okay. I contacted the teacher and Annie last night, told them not to worry about you. Just focus on recovering these days." "Thank you, classmate Chu Yi. All right, just take care of yourself. Don't worry about anything else. Are you worried about not reviewing for a few days and losing to me in the next exam?" "Losing to you? That's not embarrassing at all. Anyway, I've already beaten you once. What's the harm in letting you win once?" "HME, hearing you say that makes me want to kick you." The communication between Chu Yi and Lin Mo became increasingly natural. Just when they were happily chatting, Chu Yi's expression suddenly grew darker. He knew his precious daughter well. It was impossible for her to care so much for an outsider. It seemed that this Lin Mo truly wanted to win his daughter over. "He's here? What do you have in your hand?" Chu Qinha casually interrupted his daughter's conversation with Lin Mo. But both Chu Qinha and Lin Mo's gaze focused on the notebook in her hand. Chu Yi was startled. She hadn't expected her dad to see the notebook. At that moment, she was holding Lin Mo's notebook. When she helped the unconscious Lin Mo get out of the car, that notebook had fallen out from him. Chu Yi knew that Lin Mo kept the notebook very secretively. She was aware of how much he valued it, so she took it back. "Dad, this is Lin Mo's notebook." "Chu Yi, this really is his notebook?" Chu Qinha suddenly became interested. Since it had a lock, it must be very important. What exactly was written inside? Was there anything about his precious daughter? Chu Qinha's subtle change in expression was fully captured by Lin Mo. This wealthy man from Jiangcheng was indeed not an ordinary person, and he had a strong desire for control. But such a capable person ended up losing everything and being ruined. Lin Mo didn't want to care about how Chu Qinha was doing, but thinking about Chu Yi's future tragic ending, he still felt a bit reluctant. Last night, Chu Yi subconsciously blocked him, saying that Chu Yi was a very kind girl, and Lin Mo truly hoped she wouldn't have a bad outcome. If he could change Chu Yi's ending, Lin Mo would be very happy. With this thought in mind, he began to ponder. Moreover, if he wanted to appear more assertive, he had to leave a deep impression on Chu Qinha. Thus, he found an excuse to send Chu Yi away. In the room, Chu Qinha was holding Lin Mo's notebook. His eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Lin Mo, who was resting with his eyes closed nearby. If the notebook contained information about his precious daughter, he wouldn't let Lin Mo off easily. However, as he continued to look, his expression changed. The more he read, the more uneasy he felt. The content recorded in this notebook was not about his precious daughter's situation. Instead, it was something even more important and truly shocking. Flipping through from the beginning to the end, it was not hard to find that this notebook documented major changes in various industries around the world from 2012 to 2018, along with corresponding timelines. As a reminder, the notes only recorded parts and keywords. Not everything would be understood just by looking at it. Lin Mo was clever enough not to reveal all his cards. What was written in the notebook indicated that he was preparing to negotiate with some big shot. Chu Qinhe was definitely a big shot, so he certainly knew what to write and what not to write. Among the content, some thought-provoking questions were included. The most detailed and abundant entries were related to the real estate industry, which seemed to be a primary choice. There were also some terms that puzzled Chu Qinhe, but these words appeared without specific explanations, such as live streaming sales, e-commerce, short video operations, AI, artificial intelligence. To Chu Qinhe, these seemed to be merely future concepts and just names. He was currently preparing to enter the real estate industry, and Lin Mo's notebook mentioned it in detail. However, the descriptions within it surprised him greatly. In 2012, it was indeed a rising period, and Chu Qinhe was well aware of this. But in the following years, the profits in real estate would multiply several times. Chu Qinhe was extremely shocked because, based on his experience and the conclusions drawn from discussions with other big shots in the same industry, it was inevitable that housing prices would rise. However, according to inflation, an 8% increase in a year was already very strong. Would it be too exaggerated to multiply several times? Yet, the notebook detailed things as if it were entirely possible for prices to multiply. He found this hard to believe. A 50% increase in housing prices over just a few years was nothing short of a fairy tale. However, there was a simple piece of information that left him stunned. Investing in a newly established company called Miaowei could yield returns over 100-fold. Miaowei was established in February 2012. He had heard of this company. Just a few days ago, they had approached him hoping he could invest a small amount, which he had declined. A small new company wanting him to invest? Yet Lin Mo had high expectations for this Miaowei company. How could an ordinary person like Lin Mo know about this newly established small company? With doubts, he continued to read, but the more he read, the more shocked he became, even trembling slightly while holding the notebook. He found it hard to imagine how Lin Mo had written all this content. He was just an ordinary high school student from an average family. How did he have such a deep understanding of many industries' business patterns and the direction of the world economy? One could even say he had predicted the entire world structure 10 years into the future. This was too crazy. How did Lin Mo achieve this? Could it merely be through analysis? That was impossible, because many of the insights and analyses were so perfect when viewed from his perspective. Chu Qinhe realized that he still did not understand Lin Mo enough. Relying solely on investigation to gather information was not enough to know this bookworm, even a fraction. He had once shared similar thoughts with Lin Mo and had his own speculations about many industry secrets, but he never expected that a high school student could have thoughts that mirrored his own. In fact, in some areas, Lin Mo had even provided additional insights. Lin Mo is indeed a genius. Chu Qinhe suddenly had an idea. Could he recruit Lin Mo to work for him? Although Lin Mo was still immature, given the talent he had already demonstrated, it was only a matter of time before he grew. As long as he invested in Lin Mo now, the latter would surely grow into a towering figure in the future. At that time, with this powerful ally by his side, he might really be able to take things to the next level. Investing in various fields, climbing to the top of the Forbes rankings, becoming the richest man in Huaxia, or even a true global business tycoon was not out of reach. Chu Qinhe's subtle changes couldn't escape Lin Mo's keen eyes, but he said nothing and continued to observe silently. I want to know, what method do you have to prove that these contents are correct? After a moment, Chu Qinhe raised his head and said in a deep voice while looking at Lin Mo. At this moment, the pressure from Chu Qinhe was overwhelming, as if a mountain was pressing down, making it hard to breathe. As a self-made wealthy individual, Chu Qin's aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He appeared refined and easygoing, but deep down, he was filled with aggression, especially towards enemies, showing a cold-blooded ruthlessness and no compassion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed to his current position. Lin Mo tried to maintain his calm. He had to seize the initiative, or he would face utter defeat. This would be his most dangerous confrontation yet. And standing before Chu Qinhe, he felt like a vulnerable, defenseless child. Thus, Lin Mo ignored the pressure from Chu Qinhe and stared directly into his eyes. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Looking at Lin Mo's resolute gaze, Chu Qinhe was moved. Was Lin Mo really just a high school student? Just a regular high school student from an ordinary family? Most people couldn't even stand firm before him. But Lin Mo was able to maintain his composure and look him straight in the eye. Just this level of courage was impressive enough. Uncle Chu, what method do you have to prove that what I wrote is all wrong? Lin Mo smiled and countered, showing no fear of Chu Qinhe's imposing presence. Hearing this, Chu Qinhe raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to respond with such a method to address his question, rather than rushing to argue a lot. Interesting, very interesting. Let's not talk about other things for now. Let's talk about housing prices. On what basis do you believe that housing prices will increase several times in the next few years? You have to understand, right now in Jiangxing, in many places, even if parking spaces are given away for free, no one is buying houses, and they're still doubling in price. Are you out of your mind? Moreover, even if there is an increase, it will be a minor rise in line with current market prices, not as exaggerated as you wrote. Chu Qinhe shook his head. This was the one thing he couldn't understand. Uncle Chu, I'm afraid I can't answer this question because the answer is worth a fortune. Lin Mo shook his head, his expression calm and without hesitation. Lin Mo wasn't foolish. Information was his bargaining chip. If he revealed his chips in advance, it would be foolish indeed. Interesting. There's 10,000 yuan on this card. Consider it payment for your answer. Seeing this, Chu Qinhe was rather straightforward, taking out a silver card and placing it on the table, signaling Lin Mo to take it. However, Lin Mo remained unmoved, not even glancing at the card that Chu Qinhe had offered. Chu Qinhe was also a clever person and naturally understood what Lin Mo meant. He chuckled. Little guy, your appetite is quite large, but considering that you saved yi, is this 100,000 enough? He took out a silver card again and pushed it towards Lin Mo, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo glanced at the silver card and then pushed it back. 100,000 isn't enough. Isn't your appetite a bit too big? Chu Qinhe frowned, looking somewhat displeased. He had already shown enough sincerity, but unexpectedly, Lin Mo remained stubborn. Now, all his patience had run out. He tossed his notebook aside, snorted coldly, and prepared to leave. Uncle Chu, in business, it's like a battlefield. The most expensive thing isn't the value of the item itself, but the information gap. A small information gap can allow one to seize the initiative, making their worth soar 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold. Conversely, the same seemingly small information gap can lead investors to bankruptcy or even drive them to suicide. The information gap I currently control is worth its weight in gold. I'm not joking. It truly holds that value. As for whether Uncle Chu wants to be the one whose worth skyrockets or the one who ends up in despair, the choice is yours. Lin Montag spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinhe paused, turned his head, and looked deeply at Lin Mo. Lin Mo showed no signs of retreat, calmly meeting Chu Qinhe's gaze. Chu Qinhe stared at Lin Mo for several seconds, as if trying to see through something in Lin Mo's eyes. But in the end, he couldn't. In Lin Mo's clear pupils, there was only tenacity, confidence, and wisdom. Young man, you've won. Speak. What do you want in exchange? After pondering for a moment, Chu Qinhe sat back down in his chair, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight arc, revealing a smile. Uncle Chu, I don't need anything. This answer is a gift from me to you. Oh. Chu Qinhe was taken aback. He had prepared for Lin Mo to make a lion's demand, yet Lin Mo said it was free? What was the point of all that before? Seeing the look in Chu Qinha's eyes soften, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He had won this most intense confrontation. Why did Lin Mo, having clearly won, choose to give up his conditions and offer his answer for free? It seemed like a waste of effort. No, this was the most difficult psychological tactic. If he had told Chu Qinha for free from the start, then Chu Qinha would definitely not regard him with much importance, because such a simple answer would subconsciously lead him to believe that the information lacked credibility. Moreover, if Lin Mo exchanged wealth for information, firstly, it would demonstrate that he currently had no standing to demand too much money, at most a few $100,000, which would be insignificant. Secondly, it would make Chu Qinha uncomfortable. Allowing a small character to overshadow him would surely not earn Lin Mo any favor. However, by choosing to inform Chu Qinha for free after their confrontation, the significance changed completely. First, it made Chu Qinha value his answer. Second, it caused Chu Qinha to see him in a new light. Third, it allowed Chu Qinha to owe him a favor. The favor of the richest person in Jiang City is far more precious than a few $100,000. How could this old fox, Chu Qinha, not see through Lin Mo's thoughts? This strategy was intricately connected, and he had used it countless times while climbing up in the past. The more this was the case, the higher his evaluation of Lin Mo became, and he felt more and more that Lin Mo was a promising talent. A child with such capability and ambition has limitless potential. Uncle Chu, before answering this question, I'd like to ask, why are houses not selling now? Chu Qinha was taken aback by the question. He knew that houses weren't selling, but he truly didn't understand why. Seeing Chu Qinha's expression, Lin Mo realized he definitely didn't know, so he explained directly. Houses aren't selling now because they're not a necessity. Life can be lived in rural areas, and renting is also a way of living. Chu Qinha nodded, agreeing with Lin Mo's viewpoint. It was precisely for this reason that even with low housing prices, there weren't many buyers. Renting a house costs only a few hundred yuan a month, which adds up to just tens of thousands of yuan over 10 years. Why would anyone spend several $100,000 or even $1 million to buy a house at once? Since you understand this, why do you still believe that housing prices will rise several times in the next few years? That sounds absurd, Chu Qinha asked, puzzled. Lin Mo smiled lightly. He naturally knew the reason from his future knowledge, but even someone like Chu Qinha couldn't grasp it now. Uncle Chu, let me ask you another question. If you were just an ordinary family, would you want your future son-in-law to have a house? Of course. Who wouldn't want their daughter to have a place? I hope they live better, Chu Qinha replied without hesitation. But the next moment, his expression changed as he realized something. Are you implying that when it comes to marriage, having a house is almost a necessity? After all, no one wants their daughter to get married and have to live with her in-laws. That's true, but even so, it shouldn't lead to housing prices skyrocketing in just a few years, right? Chu Qinha shook his head. Although he had found a clue, it wasn't the key reason. Indeed, this alone wouldn't cause a rapid increase in housing prices. But what if houses become a necessity for ordinary people? Lin Mo slowly articulated this thought, his gaze fixed on Chu Qinha. In an instant, Chu Qinha's murky eyes suddenly brightened. If houses became a necessity for ordinary people, if they became a necessity, then the number of people buying houses would reach a terrifying level. In 2012, half of China's population still lived in rural areas. So many people would be the main force in buying houses. Houses aren't like rice. With such high prices, how could they possibly become a necessity? Chu Qinha raised the key question. It seems almost impossible, but it's actually quite simple. In China, there's a saying, no matter how poor, you can't let your children suffer. No matter how poor, you can't let education suffer. As long as houses are tied to children and education, then houses will become a necessity, Lin Mo said heavily. Impossible. Tying education to housing is absolutely impossible. Chu Qinha decisively shook his head. Lin Mo's heart was filled with complexity as well. He remembered in his previous life, When he first heard about the linkage between housing and education, his first thought was that it was impossible, because if that were the case, then children from rural areas would be destined to miss out on education in the city. But this was indeed the reality. Chu Qian's thoughts mirrored Lin Mo's previous skepticism. "Uncle Chu, don't get agitated. I said if, not definitely," Lin Mo explained, and only then did Chu Qian's emotions stabilize as he began to think carefully about the issue. Children, education, houses. Chu Qian mulled over Lin Mo's words, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He understood. If what you said is true, then housing prices could indeed double, or even more. Chu Qian took a deep breath, acknowledging what Lin Mo had said. In this way, the entire real estate industry will welcome a wave of explosive growth, and the increase in housing prices will surpass that of any other industry. With profits reaching an astonishing level, it's enough to take a risk and gamble. If profits reach 3 times the astonishing level, many people would be willing to pay any price, even resorting to crime. And if one can secure a piece of land in advance, then after the housing prices rise, building and selling houses would lead to profits that would exceed 3 times the astonishing level. The most important thing is that it's still legal. After the excitement, Chu Qianhe gradually calmed down. But what if the development of things doesn't go as you envision? Then who will bear the risk? Chu Qiang Frau Wen. Lin Mo smiled lightly, clearly well-prepared, and said, "Even if things develop differently from what I said, Uncle Chu entering the real estate industry now won't incur any losses, right? Moreover, land is cheap now, and Uncle Chu can buy more land. In 2 years, won't you know if what I said is correct? If not, when housing prices rise and land prices soar, there won't be many opportunities left to enter the market, and it would be easy to get trapped. It can be said that no matter what, for Uncle Chu, it won't be a loss. If what I'm saying is true, then in just a few years, Uncle Chu's wealth could multiply several times, right?" After Lin Mo finished speaking, Chu Qianhe fell into silence, deeply impacted by Lin Mo's words. His fingers rhythmically tapped the table, a glimmer of light in his eyes, and he was almost impatient to start implementing it right away. Indeed, as Lin Mo said, it was impossible to lose. Even if housing prices didn't double, selling at the current price would still yield profits. Historically, it wasn't uncommon for housing prices to double. Just 4 years ago, there was a brief period of explosive growth in housing prices. What he had to do was to gamble, to bet that what Lin Mo said was true. If he won the bet, he would not only be the richest man in Jiangxing, but could also become the richest man in East China. If he lost the bet, it wouldn't bring him much loss. He could still make a small profit. Thinking about Lin Mo's intricate plan, Chu Qianhe was greatly impressed. Brilliant, truly brilliant. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is too smart. How could he think of this?" Chu Qianhe was very clear in his heart that this prodigy Lin Mo would undoubtedly astonish the world in the future. He was just lacking an opportunity, a chance to showcase his abilities. He thought even more than Lin Mo because he only had 1 daughter and no sons. This family fortune could only be inherited by his daughter, Chu Yi. But clearly, although Chu Yi was intelligent and clever, she didn't like the business world and couldn't manage the vast Chu family enterprise. He needed to pave the way for his daughter, to find her a capable assistant. Lin Mo was the best choice. Moreover, his precious daughter seemed to have special feelings for Lin Mo. Thinking of this, Chu Qianhe looked at Lin Mo again, pondering. This kid, not only is he outstanding in appearance, knowledgeable, articulate, but most importantly, he understands strategic planning and possesses a strong business acumen. Furthermore, this kid is smart and knows how to gauge the situation, thus judging the trend of events and making the most appropriate decisions. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Mo and his daughter, Chu Yi, were a perfect match, simply made for each other. In just a short hour, Chu Qianhe's view of Lin Mo had undergone a dramatic change. Just when Lin Mo thought everything was settled, Chu Qianhe suddenly started laughing. "I admit you are very smart, but I already know your outcome. Tell me, what use are you to me now?" Chu Qianhe stared into Lin Mo's eyes. His expression was calm, but his tone carried a hint of threat. Hearing this, Lin Mo's expression remained calm, but inside he was frantically complaining. This Chu Qinhe was indeed a cunning old fox who had climbed to this position step by step. He was really hard to deal with. However, Lin Mo had prepared for this. That notebook of his was specifically written for this purpose. With his current powerful memory, did he really need to record anything in the notebook? No, not at all. Lin Mo was very clear about one thing. If he waited to slowly accumulate strength before investing, many opportunities would already be gone. As a student from an ordinary family, what qualifications did he have to invest at the beginning? Therefore, to invest early, he had to first team up with a big shot. That notebook was his bargaining chip. Thus, although it contained a lot of business information, it was all very vague and ambiguous. Even if the other party got the notebook and wanted to breach the contract, they wouldn't gain much valuable information. Lin Mo was not a fool. How could he easily expose his trump card? The business world is like a battlefield. Without a trump card or backup plan, one could be completely devoured. His idea was to join forces with a businessman worth tens of millions, so he wouldn't be completely suppressed and could maintain a certain degree of influence. But now, with Chu Yi's appearance, Lin Mo saw Chu Qinhe, a top big shot worth billions. Such a big shot could showcase Lin Mo's business acumen even more, but his influence would be almost zero, because the gap between their identities and status was too large. They were simply not on the same level. Lin Mo believed that if it weren't for Chu Yi's relationship, he would definitely be devoured by Chu Qinhe without a trace. He knew that Chu Qinhe was still testing him, and this confrontation between him and Chu Qinhe had just begun. Rip! In the astonished gaze of Chu Qinhe, Lin Mo began to tear the pages of the notebook one by one. You tore it? Do you know its value? It's worth a fortune. Are you crazy? Chu Qinhe shouted angrily. Lin Mo ignored Chu Qinhe's roar and looked out the window, saying softly, Uncle Chu, what's precious is not this notebook, but this. Lin Mo pointed to his head. Chu Qinhe was momentarily stunned, but then he reacted, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, the things in the notebook were written by Lin Mo. The important part was Lin Mo himself, not the notebook. So, what if you tore it? I've already seen it. I don't need you. As long as I enter the real estate market now, can I still make a fortune? Chu Qinhe said coldly. Lin Mo shook his head. No, you are wrong. Where am I wrong? Chu Qinhe asked, puzzled. Businessmen seek profit and pursue maximum benefits. Although Uncle Chu knows that housing prices will rise in the future, do you know when the prices will be the highest? Do you know which piece of land in Jiangxing is the most valuable? Do you know which city's housing prices will rise the most? Do you know in which year the housing prices will suddenly crash and leave you trapped without a way out? With 3 consecutive questions, Chu Qinhe was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Lin Mo, his hawk-like eyes sparkling with a strange light. This child is actually so terrifying and so amazing. Chu Qinhe took a deep breath and slowly asked, Do you understand all of this? Lin Mo nodded. He indeed understood. Chu Qinhe's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. You must be Lin Mo. After graduation, you can become an investment advisor for my Chu Group. I can offer you $1 million a year, after tax $1 million. $1 million a year. The bait thrown by Chu Qinhe was quite generous. If it were anyone else, they might go crazy with excitement. However, Lin Mo shook his head. $1 million a year was indeed incredibly attractive, but it wasn't enough for him to agree. Uncle Chu, how long do you think it would take to earn a small target with my help? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Chu Qinhe frowned slightly. What is a small target? 1 million? Lin Mo slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that they didn't yet have a concept of a small target. 100 million. Lin Mo extended a finger and said lightly. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinhe inhaled sharply. 100 million, referred to as a small target. Is this really arrogance, or does he truly have this capability? Even with his current status, earning 100 million isn't easy. The business world is not just talk. Do you understand what 100 million means? Chu Qinha asked in a serious tone. Lin Mo nodded. Of course I understand, but I'm confident that I can achieve over 100% return on investment within 3 years. As for how long it will take to earn 100 million, it depends on how much capital Uncle Chu is willing to provide for investment. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinha fell silent. He pondered for a long time before raising his head. You are the most outstanding young person I have ever met, and also the craziest. You are the first young person to speak to me like this. You remind me of 30 years ago when I risked all my wealth for a future. Back then, I also had your kind of madness. I admire you, so I will set a small target to play with you. Chu Qinha laughed heartily, his entire demeanor exuding generosity. Setting aside 100 million to play around with. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. It's only someone like Chu Qinha who could make such grand claims. I'll set up a special investment company for you, with the initial capital being a small target. You can use it as you wish, but there are 2 requirements. First, you can only invest in the company's name. Second, you must get my approval. If within a year, the company's value doubles, not only will I give you $1 million a year, but I will also give you 1% of the shares of the Chu Group. Don't think this is ridiculous. The protagonist can earn at least 100 million for Chu Qinha in a year, and 1% of the shares is enough for him to continue working for Chu Qinha. It's not an exaggeration, and if successful, Chu Qinha would essentially be cultivating Lin Mo as a son-in-law. Of course, if you can't do it, then I hope you keep your distance from my daughter. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chu Qinha spoke lightly, but the implied threat was unmistakable. After hearing this, Lin Mo remained unfazed and even smiled. I have one request, which is that this investment company must carry the Chu Group's brand. Besides that, once successful, I also want all the shares of that investment company. Oh! Chu Qinha raised an eyebrow, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Mo, as if trying to see through his heart. Lin Mo met his gaze calmly. After a long time, Chu Qinha smiled and said, Young man, you seem to think you have already won. I can agree to your request, but the shares of the Chu Group will be off the table. Are you willing? Uncle Chu, it's a deal. Lin Mo agreed without any hesitation. Young man, do you truly understand the strength of the Chu family's entertainment group? Do you know how much one share is worth? Seeing Lin Mo agree so quickly, Chu Qinha chuckled. Lin Mo nodded. I know, but my choice won't change. What a joke. Lin Mo could still do simple math. Although owning 1 share of the Chu family's entertainment group could instantly increase Lin Mo's wealth by several hundred million, he mustn't forget that with that share, the Chu family would not take his words seriously. He could just lie back and collect dividends. Moreover, if the Chu family's entertainment group went bankrupt, he would have nothing at all. On the other hand, Lin Mo completely controlled a small company. Even though it might seem that his wealth couldn't compare to 1 share of the Chu family's entertainment group, he could have absolute say in his own company. With his vision for investment, he could turn 100 million into 1 billion, 10 billion, or even 100 billion. After Chu Qinha left to handle the matters of the new investment company, to him, 100 million was just pocket change. If Lin Mo truly had the capability, he wouldn't mind continuing to cultivate Lin Mo and let him become his son-in-law. If Lin Mo lacked capability, then he could let his daughter see the reality of this person. In any case, the 100 million in the investment company's account couldn't be taken away by Lin Mo. The initiative was still in his hands. After Chu Qinha left, Chu Yi walked in, her face full of anxiety. Lin Mo, my dad didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Lin Mo smiled. Don't worry, classmate Chu Yi. I had a great conversation with Uncle Chu. How could he make things difficult for me? Really? Chu Yi looked doubtful. Lin Mo chuckled. Of course it's true. Then that's good. Chu Yi let out a sigh of relief. Then, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Mo, who was leaning against the bed, revealing a hint of gratitude. Lin Mo, thank you for saving me last night. A faint blush appeared on Chu Yi's face as she recalled how Lin Mo had held her in his arms. Even now, her heart raced like a startled deer. In such a dangerous moment, Lin Mo was willing to use his body to shield her, which filled Chui with an indescribable sense of emotion. Classmate Chui, have you forgotten that you were the one who stood in front of me first? Lin Mo shook his head and smiled. So, there's no debt between us. The room fell silent, yet it sank into another kind of wonderful atmosphere. Lin Mo, suddenly, Chui spoke up, her pretty face filled with entanglement. Lin Mo turned to look at her. Chui bit her lip, as if gathering courage, and said, "Can we be good friends?" In Chui's mind, she was still recalling Lin Mo's words she had heard at the door. "I and classmate Chui are just ordinary friends." Good friends? Sure, from now on, classmate Chui, we are good friends. Lin Mo smiled, his gaze gentle. It had been over a month since he met Chui, and he admired this excellent classmate very much. Moreover, if it weren't for Chui's reminder last night, he probably wouldn't have been so lucky to only get injured. How could he refuse such an outstanding girl who wanted to be good friends with him? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Chui's face lit up with a happy smile, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Lin Mo looked at Chui. Her smile was so bright and enchanting. When she smiled, her brows curved and her long eyelashes fluttered like a captivating fairy. She smiled so purely, without any impurities in her smile, that it was truly irresistible to want to get close to her. I have to admit, Chui is the most beautiful girl Lin Mo has ever seen, and Miaowei is not even in the same league. The most important thing is that her character and personality leave Lin Mo with no issues to pick at. He dreaded the sudden silence in the air. Chui blinked, realizing that Lin Mo's gaze had fallen on her. If other boys stared at her like that, she would feel disgusted and turn away. But for some reason, when Lin Mo looked at her, she not only didn't feel disgusted, but also felt a hint of joy in her heart. Chui didn't understand what was happening to her. Maybe it was because Lin Mo was different from other boys, or perhaps it was because Lin Mo's eyes were so clean and clear. The book said that when the opposite sexes gaze at each other for more than 10 seconds, the seeds of love begin to sprout. Lin Mo thought to himself, the book really is accurate. In his past life, after being heartbroken by An Miaowei, he had been alone in the workplace, never showing tenderness to any other girl again. He had frozen his shattered heart, repeatedly disguising himself as tough and indifferent. He wouldn't allow himself to soften again, to be hurt again. But now, in his youth, that hard ice layer seemed to be gradually melting. Not just the ice layer, but even his heart seemed to be melting. If one is heartless, what's the point of youth? For most people, they want to meet someone they like and who likes them during their youth, to have an unforgettable romance. But for Lin Mo, that dream had long been shattered. Because during that supposed youthful and spirited time, he met An Miaowei, and his heart was completely broken. The sweet memories of youth turned into dull and lonely years. But now, he was here once again. He could add a brilliant splash of color to his dull and lonely youth. He could shine with dazzling brilliance in his youthful years. Compared to Lin Mo, Chui only felt a bit flushed. Although she was very smart, this strange feeling was something she had never experienced before. Finally, she conceded, slightly lowering her head, her pretty face already turning very red. What is happening to me? Chui murmured to herself. This strange feeling was unfamiliar, yet held a hint of anticipation. Classmate Chui, you really are very beautiful. Lin Mo spoke, softly complimenting her. Chui's face turned even redder. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at Lin Mo, feeling a surge of secret joy in her heart. Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks felt hot. Lin Mo, when you call me, you can drop the classmate and just call me Chui, or like my dad, just call me, okay? Chui spoke, her voice as soft as a whisper, filled with shyness and a hint of expectation. She hoped Lin Mo could call her that he could see her as a good friend, because Lin Mo was her only good friend. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face as he softly replied, okay, you really are very beautiful. The sunlight shone through the window into the room, and Lin Mo looked at the pretty girl's flushed face, feeling a warm current rising quietly in his heart. Such a girl is truly wonderful. Oh no, it's the feeling of being moved. Lin Mo rested at Chu Yi's house for a full 5 days. During this time, he shared meals and lived with one of the top wealthy families in Jiang City. This is something that ordinary people can only dream of their entire lives. Even though Lin Mo had previously climbed to the position of a company manager, this was his first experience of such a situation. Despite his broader perspective, when faced with the extraordinary villa located in Jiang City, Hongqiao Gubei, named the Tang Palace, he could only look up in awe. Just a year ago, he wouldn't have dared to think about even entering this place to take a few photos for social media, let alone eat and sleep inside. This was a true top-tier luxury residence. The villa, resembling a grand castle, was a place that ordinary people could never set foot in during their lifetimes. The lavishness inside was beyond description. Except for Chu Yi's room, the rest of the areas were decorated in an Italian style. The artistic furniture and the oil paintings on the walls all showcased the family's status and strength. Moreover, this villa covered an area of 3,000 square meters and had over 10 servants. Yes, just servants, not counting the security guards and cleaning staff. It was said that the construction cost of this villa was over 1 billion. Not just its value, but the actual construction cost. There's a saying that might sound exaggerated, but it fully illustrates Chu Qian's absolute power. The security uncle and cleaning aunt of the richest family in Chu's villa were in a long-distance relationship. Even more astonishing than all this was that after just 5 days of recuperation at Chu Yi's home, Lin Mo's injuries were treated by a private doctor hired by the Chu family. Generally, for a penetrating wound, it takes about half a month to heal if treated in a hospital. However, the doctor who had been invited to treat Lin Mo applied a special medication, and surprisingly, by the 5th day, his wounds were almost completely healed, leaving only a short scab scar. This part reflects the author's personal experience. There exists a kind of medication that, when dropped onto a wound, allows it to heal automatically within half an hour without leaving a scar. Generally, it would take 2 to 3 days to heal completely, and minor knife wounds typically heal within 5 days. Although the wound still had some lingering pain, such a recovery speed was nothing short of miraculous. This was Lin Mo's first personal experience of the powerful effects of wealth, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. He wondered just how expensive this miraculous medication could be. He asked Chu Yi, but she refused to discuss it, and Lin Mo did not press further. Even though he didn't get an answer, he sensed that Chu Yi must have felt burdened about the price, which he guessed must be in the tens of thousands. This short experience over a few days made Lin Mo once again marvel at the fact that, to a certain extent, money can truly transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. There's nothing that wealthy people cannot achieve. If there is, it's simply because you don't have enough money. After 5 days of recovery, Lin Mo's injuries had almost healed, and he wanted to go home to see his parents. He missed them greatly after 5 days and wondered if they were worried about him. Even though Chu Qian had told him that someone had already contacted Lin Mo's parents, he still felt uneasy. After parting with Chu Qianhe, he intended to go home alone, but unexpectedly found Chu Yi, who had changed into a new dress, standing in front of him. "Lin Mo, I've never been to your house. Let me go with you," Chu Yi said, looking at him nervously. She had specifically worn her favorite dress today. Seeing Chu Yi like this, Lin Mo couldn't bear to refuse. That would have been too regrettable. So he smiled and nodded, sure. Half an hour later, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of Lin Mo's house. Lin Mo and Chu Yi walked together to Lin Mo's house. Chu Yi felt a little excited, although she couldn't quite put her finger on why. She had visited numerous luxurious villas before, none of which had stirred her emotions. But arriving at Lin Mo's small house made her feel nervous and unsettled. She started to imagine how she would greet Lin Mo's parents when they welcomed them. "Hello, Uncle and Annie. I am Lin Mo's classmate. My name is Chu Yi." No, that sounds too stiff. It needs to be more natural. "Hello, Uncle and Annie. I am Lin Mo's deskmate. My name is Chu Yi." No, still feels a bit off. "Hello, Uncle and Annie. I am Lin Mo's good friend. My name is Chu Yi." Chui kept rehearsing in her mind, her palms sweating with anxiety. However, when Lin Mo opened the door, they found the house empty. Chui felt a wave of disappointment, but Lin Mo suddenly became nervous. The door wasn't locked. Under normal circumstances, when a door is left unlocked, it usually means someone is home. Their family had long since developed the habit of locking the door when they went out. But today, the door was ajar, and yet there was no one inside. Lin Mo sensed that something was wrong. He searched the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, but there was not a single person at home. Moreover, the wardrobe where they kept the piggy bank was also open, and the house seemed a bit messy. It looked like something was missing. Could it be that a thief broke in? Lin Mo felt increasingly worried. Strange, where did Mom and Dad go? Dad, Mom, are you home? Lin Mo shouted inside the house, then stood at the door and yelled outside. Mom and Dad? Your precious son is here. This was the first time Chui saw Lin Mo so anxious, and she felt her own heart racing with worry. She didn't know what was happening at Lin Mo's house, but she could tell that something was definitely wrong. Just as the two of them were anxiously pacing at the door, suddenly, a voice came from the small courtyard next door, where An Miaowei lived. Is Lin Mo here? Hearing his mother's voice, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of unease still lingered in his heart. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about the situation. He quickly ran toward An Miaowei's small courtyard. In just a few seconds, Lin Mo appeared in An Miaowei's courtyard. When he arrived at the door, he saw his mother holding a pile of cash, tearfully chatting with An Miaowei's mother. Lin Mo felt something was wrong and hurriedly ran towards his mother. Chui sensed that the situation was serious and hurriedly followed Lin Mo's footsteps. Wang Jie, I'm begging you, please help us. If we don't have this money, old Lin is really going to face disaster this time. Oh dear sister, it's not that I don't want to help you. You know our family situation. I really can't come up with 100,000. I'm sorry. I truly am. But this time I really can't help you. As Lin Mo got closer, he overheard this conversation. What's going on? Why is Mom borrowing money from An Miaowei's family? And why 100,000? Could it be because of him? Wang Jie, I can't borrow 100,000 from you, but if you can lend me any amount, even just 10,000 would be fine. I really mean it. Trust me. Once our family gets back on its feet, I'll pay you back immediately. Ah, good sister, I truly can't help you this time. I don't have 10,000 yuan. You know that our family situation is just like yours. We're struggling every month, barely making ends meet. Our Weiwei is in her senior year now, about to go to university, and the usual expenses are quite high. There's hardly any money left at home. I really can't help you. I'm begging you. Just let me off the hook. Look, your little Mo is here. You should quickly ask him. He's so clever. Maybe he'll have some good ideas on how to borrow that 100,000. As An Miaowei's mother spoke, she pulled away the hand of Tang Susu, who was holding onto her clothing. Tang Susu stumbled and almost fell, but Lin Mo stepped forward and quickly supported her. Are you okay, Mom? Lin Mo asked with concern. Chui hurried over as well, supporting Tang Susu from the other side. At this moment, Tang Susu was heartbroken and couldn't help but continue to speak softly to Wang Lu. Right now, she could only hope for her good friend, hoping Wang Lu could lend her some money to help her family through this crisis. However, Wang Lu's attitude remained resolute. No money, no way to lend. Tang Susu was devastated. She never imagined that just 3 days after her son was stabbed and injured, her husband had also suffered a severe car accident while driving, resulting in multiple fractures and organ damage. Although her son had recovered, her husband was still lying in the intensive care unit, waiting for money to undergo a second surgery for organ trauma recovery. Each surgery cost 200,000. Poor Lin Mo's father, who had been working day and night to save money for his son's education, house, and marriage, was now faced with a catastrophe. Who would have thought that this accident would drain their family's savings and push them into the abyss? The intensive care unit incurs high daily expenses. Tang Susu had exhausted all her resources and spent all the money she could gather. If they couldn't think of a solution to borrow money soon, the surgery wouldn't be able to proceed. She could only watch as her husband, Lin Mo's father, Lin Guodong, was dying right before her eyes. It was too cruel. Tang Susu had already shamelessly borrowed money from relatives and friends she could reach. However, she had only managed to borrow a few tens of thousands from more than a dozen relatives, which was a drop in the bucket compared to the hundreds of thousands needed for the surgery. The reasons they gave were almost uniform. No money. Truly no money. But everyone knew what they meant. Lin Mo's father really had no hope this time. It was expected that within a short span of 3 days, they would need to perform 2 organ recovery surgeries. Each surgery costs $200,000, so 2 surgeries would cost $400,000. In this day and age, how many ordinary families can scrape together $200,000, let alone $400,000? Everyone thought that even if Tang Susu promised to repay the money and assured them, once the money was lent out, it likely would never be repaid. Why? Because even if Lin Mo's father survived, he would be a half-invalid, unable to earn money, and would burden the family. Even if he could repay, it would be 7 or 8 years later when Lin Mo graduated from college and perhaps started working before he could pay it back. But who could predict what the situation would be like 7 or 8 years later? No one was willing to gamble on that uncertain future. This society is so cruel. Unless it's between close siblings, relatives rarely lend such large sums of money. Even some people, even if they are biological brothers, won't lend a hand. After all, every family has its own difficulties, and Lin Mo's relatives are not exactly wealthy people. Mom, don't cry. Don't cry. Your son is back. Let's face whatever it is together. Facing the heartbroken and weeping Tang Susu, Lin Mo comforted her while embracing her shoulders, giving her support. He couldn't understand what had happened to make his family so sad. Could it be that something happened to Dad? Lin Mo felt an inkling of a guess in his heart. Mom, it's okay. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Lin Mo spoke to comfort her, while gently patting her back. Chu Yi watched this scene, feeling deeply moved. Lin Mo's tenderness contained a man's responsibility. Fortunately, with Lin Mo's reassurance, Tang Susu's emotions gradually calmed down a lot. In fact, when Lin Mo came over, all the grievances and despair that Tang Susu had felt over the past 2 days had already erupted. Facing her son, she wanted to restrain herself, but when that overwhelming despair surged in her heart, she ultimately couldn't hold back. Once her emotions settled, Tang Susu first glanced at Lin Mo's injuries. Son, your wound. It's nothing. It's almost healed. A few more days of rest and it should be fine, Lin Mo replied. This time, I owe it all to Yi for saving me. As he spoke, he slightly moved his arm, and his gaze fell on Chu Yi behind him. Tang Susu followed Lin Mo's gaze and saw the girl, like a fairy, squatting beside her with a worried expression on her face. This was the second time she had seen Lin Mo bring a female classmate home, and this girl was surprisingly beautiful. She already knew that Chu Yi was Lin Mo's deskmate, and that it was she who had saved Lin Mo this time. Tang Susu forced a smile at Chu Yi and said, You must be Yi. Thank you so much for saving our Lin Mo. We really appreciate it. Sorry, Annie. I made you see such a scene right after you arrived. Tang Susu felt a little awkward. But Chu Yi shook her head gently and replied in a soft tone, It's okay, Annie. This time, Lin Mo saved me too. We're good friends now, so helping each other is only natural. Tang Susu nodded lightly. Her first impression of this well-mannered girl was quite good. However, given the current situation, she really couldn't feel happy about meeting someone new or discussing other matters. Tang Susu gently wiped away the tears on her face, looking at Lin Mo with relief. Her gaze shifted to the scar on Lin Mo's shoulder, full of heartache. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. You must remember to thank this classmate of yours properly in the future. Okay? Okay, Mom, I understand. Lin Mo replied, glancing at Chu Yi behind Tang Susu. Chu Yi smiled faintly, then looked gently at Lin Mo's mother before giving Lin Mo a meaningful glance. Lin Mo quickly asked, Mom, what exactly happened? Is it something that happened to Dad? Lin Mo looked at Tang Susu anxiously, but she remained silent for a long time. This matter was too cruel for their family, and Tang Susu ultimately found it hard to speak out. Just as the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, Wang Lu, An Miaowei's mother, sighed softly and said, "All right, sister, if you can't say it, let me help you. Lin Mo, you need to be mentally prepared. This is the situation. 3 days after your incident,